Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
A late-stage Chi refining black-robed cultivator, leading a group of late-stage tier 1 demonic insects, coming to the blood ginseng growth area just like the previous demonic insects. Have cultivators already gotten involved? The appearance of this cultivator made Chi Ping feel uneasy. The demonic insects were one thing, but now there was a cultivator controlling them as well. In Chi Ping's eyes, these cultivators were much more troublesome than the demonic insects, because if things weren't handled well, it might provoke a nest of cultivators, especially when this person had already intruded into Chi Ping's own territory, and cleaning up would be even more problematic. Fortunately, with the second-generation mature high-speed ring-cutting bees cultivated today, we now have nearly 400 of them. Given the combat power of the high-speed ring-cutting bees, it shouldn't be a big problem. First, let's perform wilderness transformation and transform into a high-speed ring-cutting bee to scout the path. As the saying goes, scout the path first. If it's a fight, then fight, and if not, then flee. Chi Ping had been longing to perform the wilderness transformation for a long time, and at this moment he could finally do it. Wilderness transformation, high-speed ring-cutting bee. With a wave of intent, Chi Ping enveloped himself in a special energy. In the next moment, under this special energy, Chi Ping's form rapidly changed, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a high-speed ring-cutting bee. The high-speed ring-cutting bee witnessing this scene was utterly stunned. "Buzz, boss?" the high-speed ring-cutting bee asked incredulously. "Buzz, boss, how did you become identical to us?" They could clearly sense that Chi Ping's transformed state looked exactly like them, with no difference in body shape, aura, size, or any other aspect. But wasn't the boss a two-legged creature? How did he become a bee? After successfully transforming, Chi Ping was also baffled for a while at first. The difference between becoming a high-speed ring-cutting bee and being human was too great, whether in perspective, movement, or instinctual habits. Fortunately, the body of the high-speed ring-cutting bee felt strangely familiar to Chi Ping, particularly concerning flight, attack, and visual adaptation, likely being one of the qualities of the wilderness transformation skill. After familiarizing himself for a while, Chi Ping gradually adapted to his new body state. Facing the questions from the bees, all wide-eyed and baffled, Chi Ping finally responded. "This is my newly awakened talent, allowing me to transform into any one of your forms, with no discernible changes in perception, size, or aura." "Buzz, wow, boss, your talent is amazing." "Buzz, indeed, I never imagined the boss could transform into one of us. How incredible," as expected from the boss. Faced with Chi Ping's astonishing and mystical talent, nearly all the bees couldn't help but express their admiration. It can only be said that Chi Ping was truly deserving of being their boss. All right, first come with me to check out the enemy, see what their combat power is like, and notify all high-speed ring-cutting bees to prepare for battle. "Buzz." "Yes, boss." Then, under the guidance of the high-speed ring-cutting bee that came to report, Chi Ping quickly flew towards the enemies. However, upon seeing the clothes and the storage bag left on the ground, Chi Ping felt a bit helpless. This wilderness transformation only changes his body, so after transforming, other things like clothes and the storage bag were left behind. It seems that before going out, aside from the essentials, all other items should be hidden and guarded by the bee swarm. Otherwise, during emergencies, there's no time to grab clothes and the storage ring. The storage bag was somewhat large for the golden marrow bee, so a storage ring would be more suitable for carrying. If danger is anticipated, having some bees carry the storage ring to evacuate in advance could be a good strategy. And when I return to my original form, I'm likely to be left exposed, so it would be wise to prepare several sets of clothes. These are some of the limitations of the wilderness transformation, but they don't significantly affect the brilliance of the skill itself. After all, Chi Ping doesn't usually like going out. He could simply have the golden marrow bees excavate valuables and hide them deep underground. Even the divine sense of a golden core stage cultivator wouldn't be able to locate his hidden treasures. Overall, while the wilderness transformation skill has some inconveniences, they do not diminish the skill's remarkable nature. Following the golden marrow bee, Qi Ping quickly adapted to flying like a high-speed ring-cutting bee. While mastering precise battle maneuvers might require additional practice, flying and escaping posed no issue. It's so fast. The feeling of wind coursing through like a speeding car left Qi Ping in awe. The high-speed ring-cutting bee, with wings undergoing super enhancement and possessing the wind's extreme speed talent, a wind attribute spirit insect, is unmatched in speed by many late-stage Tier 1 spirit beasts and insects. Following the high-speed ring-cutting bees, Qi Ping soon arrived at the foot of the mountain and quickly spotted the enemy. Late-stage Tier 1 Blood Vengeance Mosquito and late-stage Tier 1 Rotting Water Fly. 7th layer of Qi Refining Black-Robed Cultivator. Upon understanding the enemy's true capabilities, Qi Ping breathed a slight sigh of relief. Although these two late-stage Tier 1 demonic insects were exceptionally powerful, highly poisonous, and incredibly fast, their stabbing mouthparts possessed extreme piercing power. In large numbers, they could easily poison and kill careless late-stage Qi refining cultivators with their attacks. Even defensive-type late-stage Tier 1 demonic insect could be penetrated and poisoned in the face of such a scale of blood vengeance mosquitoes and rotting water flies. However, for Qi Ping, these two types of demonic insects were perfectly countered by the high-speed ring-cutting bees because their speed was markedly faster, and the demonic insect's defenses could not withstand the blade wings of the high-speed ring-cutting bees, making them a perfect foil. Therefore, even if their numbers surpassed 1,000, Qi Ping remained unafraid. As for the last 7th layer of Qi Refining Black-Robed Cultivator, with existing records of golden marrow bees in numbers exceeding 2,000 killing such cultivators, the much stronger high-speed ring-cutting bees posed even less of a threat. Thus, after confirming the enemy's status, Qi Ping didn't hesitate and instead resolved to start the attack. 350 high-speed ring-cutting bees that have practiced battle array form the formation and strike, while those newly hatched today provide support from the sides and rear. Qi Ping communicated the battle strategy with all the high-speed ring-cutting bees through special means. Buzz. Yes, boss. While Qi Ping was preparing to initiate an attack, the black-robed cultivator was hiding behind the demonic insects, appearing extremely cautious because, upon arriving here following the insect's perception, the blood vengeance mosquitoes and rotting waterflies detected a powerful kind of bee hidden in the shadows. The strength of those bees was so great that even the demonic insects under his control were extremely apprehensive. Fortunately, these bees hadn't launched an attack, allowing the black-robed cultivator a breath of relief as he slowly started to examine the situation here. Given that the demonic insects sensed something, it might be what the Alliance was seeking, so he had to find it. But before he could make sense of the situation, hundreds of bees that caused his demonic insects apprehension suddenly flew out from every corner and quickly formed into unique formations. The swarm of bees forming a special battle array immediately caused the black-robed cultivator's expression to change drastically. These are bees controlled by a cultivator. Only spirit insects controlled by a cultivator can form such a battle array, and it must be an extremely powerful insect-controlling cultivator to achieve this. Even he could not achieve such precise control and training over demonic insects. Spirit insects stronger than his demonic ones, combined with an insect-controlling cultivator exceeding him, pose a danger that needs no further elaboration. What's more terrifying was that he still couldn't locate the insect-controlling cultivator. Doesn't this mean the insect-controlling cultivator's strength far surpasses his own? This realization made him feel like he'd kicked an iron plate this time. But the black-robed cultivator couldn't understand how such a strong presence could exist in the trashy place of Zone D in the Cloud Mist Mountain range. And an insect-controlling cultivator, no less. Yet he had no extra time to react, because the swarm of bees had already launched their attack. They formed a series of battle arrays, perfectly utilizing their strengths and avoiding their weaknesses. Under this battle array, no matter what angle the blood mosquitoes and corrosive waterflies attack from, they would be hit by these bees. The next moment, a scene that made the black-robed cultivator's eyes turn blood red unfolded. Damn it! Under the battle array of high-speed, ring-cutting bees, with a squadron of 10 bees, they pounced into the army of blood mosquitoes and corrosive waterflies like tigers among sheep. One by one, the demonic insects were quickly sliced into corpses under the blade wings of the high-speed, ring-cutting bees, their highly poisonous stingers and piercing mouthparts rendered completely useless, thoroughly restrained by the bees' blade wings. Watching this scene made the black-robed cultivator's heart bleed. These were demonic insects he had painstakingly contracted at great cost and effort, now being slaughtered so easily. It was known that these two kinds of demonic insects combined required even a 9th-layer chi refining cultivator to approach cautiously. Yet under the attack of these bees, they were like lambs to the slaughter. Originally, his demonic insect had a chance to win, even against multiple opponents, because he could perceive that the bees' defenses could be broken by his demonic insects. But the bees forming the battle array perfectly avoided their weaknesses, maximizing the power of their blade wings. Even though he was boiling with murderous intent, he didn't dare to recall his demonic insects, and instead turned to flee. He feared that if he didn't run now, he'd have no chance. The insect-controlling cultivator hadn't even shown themselves yet. But would Chi Ping give him the chance to escape? Trying to run? No way. Under Chi Ping's command, 200 high-speed ring-cutting bees immediately dispersed to pursue him. It was now confirmed that these two types of late-tier, one demonic insects posed no threat to the high-speed ring-cutting bees in battle formation. Sporadic fighters stood no chance against a regular army's combat strength. Not to mention the individual power was already restrained by the high-speed ring-cutting bees. Even just 200 high-speed ring-cutting bees were enough to deal with the remaining demonic insects. For a 7th-layer chi refining black-robe cultivator, Chi Ping would not let him escape, as who knows if it would bring back more and stronger enemies. Wiping him out completely was the right path. Thus, under Chi Ping's command, the 200 high-speed ring-cutting bees swiftly gave chase. With the speed of the high-speed ring-cutting bees, it didn't take long to catch up with the 7th-layer chi refining black-robe cultivator. Front, back, left, right, above. Surround and attack on all sides without gaps. Avoid frontal assaults. Under Chi Ping's command, the high-speed ring-cutting bees did not immediately attack, but first completed an all-surrounding encirclement. Being a cultivator himself, Chi Ping knew best where the weak spots of the human race cultivators were. He also understood that most cultivators had some trump cards. Perhaps this mysterious black-robe cultivator had a trump card capable of causing fatal harm to the high-speed ring-cutting bees. Therefore, an all-round encirclement was the best choice at this time. Attack in groups of 50 from all directions. Under Chi Ping's command, 50 high-speed ring-cutting bees launched attacks from every direction. Seeing this scene, the black-robed cultivator was visibly flustered, surrounded by such a formation. Even with some powerful attack trump card, there was no chance to escape alive. Facing the attack, he summoned 5 flying swords, forming a 5-element sword array directed at Chi Ping's high-speed ring-cutting bees. It's actually sword control technique and a sword array. Chi Ping was startled. Luckily, he had transformed into a high-speed ring-cutting bee and hid at a distance. Otherwise, being discovered by this cultivator would have been dangerous. Because even though the high-speed ring-cutting bees' defenses were not afraid of flying swords, they couldn't withstand the flying swords of the black-robe cultivator aimed at Chi Ping. The size disparity led to too great a power difference. To ensure safety, Chi Ping even had several high-speed ring-cutting bees hide like himself, just to lessen his uniqueness. Good thing I turned into a high-speed ring-cutting bee and hid. Chi Ping felt immensely grateful inside. Otherwise, if a late-stage Chi refining sword array attacked him, he couldn't block even a single sword. But if this black-robed cultivator has only this much, the battle should end soon. Though flying swords were mighty, the speed of a 7th-layer Chi refining flying sword seemed unable to match the speed of the high-speed ring-cutting bees, nor could it guard against their all-encompassing attack. So, the final result was self-evident. The black-robed cultivator's sword array could only defend against one direction of attack, and soon, under the assault of the high-speed, ring-cutting bees, gruesome wounds started to appear continuously on the black-robed cultivator's body. The black-robed cultivator's spiritual shield and physical body couldn't withstand the high-speed cutting of the blade wings. After a fierce struggle, the black-robed cultivator ultimately became a corpse covered in ghastly scars. Especially at the back of the neck, the primary focus of the high-speed ring-cutting bees, where nearly half of the neck was sliced open. Yet this sword array technique is quite remarkable, because even though the black-robed cultivator hadn't fully mastered the sword array, it still unexpectedly killed more than a dozen high-speed ring-cutting bees. But no matter how remarkable, it's mine now. Suppressing his inner joy and excitement, Chi Ping first had the high-speed ring-cutting bees check the surroundings to ensure no other cultivators were drawn in before reverting to his human form, swiftly collecting the black-robed cultivator's corpse and belongings, as well as the demonic insects scattered on the ground, even wrapping and collecting traces on the ground with spiritual power to avoid detection by the patrol guards of the Cloud Mist Mountain Range. The only slightly unpleasant part was that Chi Ping experienced his first streaking in 2 lifetimes, but fortunately, no one saw it. After returning, Chi Ping found a deep pit to bury the black-robed cultivator's corpse and miscellaneous items before excitedly inventorying the spoils. First with a black-robed cultivator's 5 middle-grade magical artifact flying swords. These were middle-grade magical artifact flying swords in a set. According to the price of middle-grade set flying swords, this alone was enough for Chi Ping to make a fortune. In addition, over 1,000 demonic insect corpses could also be worth quite a few spirit stones. However, what shocked Chi Ping even more lay ahead. After painstakingly erasing the divine sense imprint from the black-robed cultivator's storage bag, Chi Ping was utterly stunned by its contents. Now I have the spirit stones to buy a high-level spirit beast. Was immediately stunned by the items inside. Lower-grade spirit stones, 986 pieces. Middle-grade spirit stone, 1 piece. This was the first time Chi Ping had seen a middle-grade spirit stone. You must know that it takes 100 lower-grade spirit stones to exchange for 1 middle-grade spirit stone. Moreover, under normal circumstances, it is still difficult to exchange them and often requires a 2 to 3% premium. Even if I don't sell the blood ginseng, I have enough to buy a powerful spirit beast. Animal companions are of great significance to Chi Ping, so he would contract the best animal companion he could. Now that Chi Ping has acquired the wilderness transformation skill and could transform into a bee, his survival ability has greatly increased. Even if pursued by cultivators of the Foundation establishment stage, Chi Ping has a certain chance to escape, allowing him to act a bit more boldly and choose a better spirit beast. However, compared to spirit stones, what delighted Chi Ping the most were a pill formula and a cultivation technique. Pill formula name: Fire Spirit Body Tempering Pill. Grade: Tier 1 Intermediate Elixir. Ingredients: Fire Spirit Grass, Spirit Storage Fruit. Refining technique: Fire Refining. Pill effect: strengthens the body, stabilizes the foundation, can slightly increase the body's spiritual energy affinity, and works better with fire attribute cultivation techniques. Cultivation technique name: Mayan Technique. First layer of Qi Refining to 9th layer of Qi Refining. Grade: High level. Technique traits: Wood-Fire Dual Attribute Technique. Uses wood to generate fire. Spiritual power possesses the mild traits of wood attribute, while fire attribute is hidden within, can explode with immense combat power after striking. Fire Spirit Body Tempering Pill, Mayan Technique. Seeing these 2 items, Chi Ping's heart was immediately filled with joy. What made Chi Ping happiest of all was, of course, the Fire Spirit Body Tempering Pill. While in the realm of Qi Refining, taking elixirs that enhance physical strength is greatly beneficial for breaking through the realm. In all realms, the physical body is the foundation. If the foundation is not solid, it becomes increasingly difficult to break through as one progresses. Not to mention that the Fire Spirit Body Tempering Pill also slightly increases the body's spiritual energy affinity and stabilizes the foundation. Sister Nin grows Spirit Storage Fruit. I'll just buy 2 fruit trees from her. The difficulty of obtaining the other materials isn't high except for fire spirit grass. For the fire spirit grass, I'll need to find a way to purchase a batch of seeds or obtain still vibrant fire spirit grass. However, refining pills is a problem. Even the lowest grade alchemy furnace costs over 1,000 spirit stones. Also, I have no knowledge of the fire refining technique, and spiritual fire is another issue. Upon closer examination, Qi Ping felt more and more that being an alchemist was a bottomless pit, with precious fire refining technique, spirit medicine extraction method, and spirit medicine fusion technique, and various techniques and knowledge that he simply couldn't afford at the moment. So Qi Ping never considered he could refine elixirs at this stage. He only wanted to use the proportion knowledge from the pill formula, his talents as a great brewmaster, and the jungle druid's sensitivity to plants, among other aspects, to experiment and modify the fire spirit body tempering pill into a fire spirit body tempering potion. Even if it only had half the efficacy of the fire spirit body tempering pill, it would be quite good for Qi Ping. After all, if the effect isn't enough, the quantity can make up for it. And if he could research it further, it might even allow the brewer Big Belly Bee to produce honey, enabling mass production of fire spirit body tempering pill, honey version, thus allowing Qi Ping to have a continuous source of the honey version fire spirit body tempering pill as long as he cultivated enough fire spirit grass. Moreover, as long as the vintage and quality of the fire spirit grass and spirit storage fruit are sufficient, it might even rival or surpass the effect of the fire spirit body tempering pill. Qi Ping had a fairly clear understanding of his situation. Before the foundation establishment stage, acquiring even the most basic alchemy methods was impossible. So he always wanted to use the pill formula and ordinary alchemy knowledge as a foundation to try brewing honey with special effects. This time, the fire spirit body tempering pill was a great experimental opportunity for Qi Ping. Now, this fire spirit body tempering pill not only pointed him in the right direction, but also happened to be a medicinal pill that greatly benefited him. This put Qi Ping in a very good mood. Not bad, not bad. After studying the fire spirit body tempering pill formula, Qi Ping shifted his gaze to the Mayan technique. Compared to the pill formula, the Mayan technique left Qi Ping more conflicted. If he didn't have a fire spirit root, it would be one thing, but he did, though it was so low it nearly didn't show up in the tests. Originally, his talent with the wood spirit root was extremely low, and the fire spirit root was only spotted after careful observation by Old Man Zhou. With my slight talent in fire spirit root, coupled with the trait of wood generating fire, practicing the Mayan technique isn't impossible. Moreover, this is a high-level cultivation technique for Qi refining, whereas the wood shield technique was only an intermediate-level technique. In Qi refining techniques, they generally rank as high-level, intermediate-level, or low-level. Low-level techniques often have flaws that make breaking through to the foundation establishment stage virtually impossible. Most loose cultivators practice low-level techniques. Intermediate-level techniques are generally reliable without particularly powerful traits, but they can support cultivation up to breakthrough to the foundation establishment, albeit with a much higher difficulty in obtaining them. Advanced techniques have a clearly higher strength with potent traits. For example, the Mayan technique not only has solid, robust spiritual power, but also considerable explosive force. Perhaps there are even stronger Qi refining techniques, but Qi Ping doesn't know about them. Anyway, intermediate Qi refining techniques are sufficient for breakthroughs to later stages, and those mythical divine level techniques are beyond Qi Ping's conjecture. Should I switch to practicing the Mayan technique? Qi Ping felt quite conflicted. Both techniques had their benefits for Qi Ping. After a considerable struggle, Qi Ping decided to wait until he had contracted his second or third animal companion before making a decision. With his current talents, even with ample golden marrow honey, the cultivation would become increasingly difficult once he reached the late stage of Qi refining unless he piled up many tier 1 high-level spiritual medicines. But relying solely on spiritual medicines for cultivation has many drawbacks, which was an inescapable fact for Qi Ping. Otherwise, major sects wouldn't be so strict about talent when recruiting disciples. So Qi Ping still wanted to lay a more solid foundation for himself, no matter what. Wait until I contract the second or third animal companion, and acquire talents that aid cultivation before making a decision. For now, I'll choose animal companions with wood or fire attributes, and then decide based on the shared talents. Anyway, with the Golden Arrow bee and the mutated bee strain, I can still transform into a bee to escape. So for the time being, there's no high requirement for the combat power of the other animal companions. So the next animal companions should either possess high potential for development or have the chance to share an appropriate talent with me. In a few days, Chi Ping was confident he could break through to the 4th layer of Chi refining. Once the number of high-speed ring-cutting bees increased some more, Chi Ping planned to head to Cyanstone Marketplace to consult Boss Gao about spirit beasts and see if he had found a suitable spirit bee seller. At this point, there were no particularly valuable items left in the storage bag of the Black-Robe Cultivator, mostly miscellaneous items of low value. Except for one token that caught Chi Ping's attention. This was a full-body bronze-colored strange metal token, with a mysterious blessing character engraved on it, from which an extremely sinister and bizarre aura emanated. Eva Lovers Alliance. Looking at the peculiar character lovers on it, Chi Ping's brow furrowed tightly. This reminded him of the Evil Lovers Alliance mentioned by the skinny Li Peng, which has been quite a headache for the Immortal Cultivation realm. Given that this token was found on the Black-Robe Cultivator, along with news of the Evil Lovers Alliance entering the Qingtian realm, it was almost certain to determine the identity of this Black-Robe Cultivator. Moreover, the fact that this Black-Robe Cultivator could contract demonic insects and use them to locate the growth area of blood ginseng led Chi Ping to suspect that the significant changes in the Cyan origin sect in recent years were likely related to these people from the Evil Lovers Alliance. This Qingshi County is getting more chaotic. Luckily, Old Man Zhou and the others have already returned to the mortal world, and I've gained the ability to transform into a bee. In case of danger, I can generally ensure my survival. With a means of self-preservation, Chi Ping wasn't too worried about the current situation. As long as he could run and escape, everything else could develop slowly. However, this token still needs to be dealt with. Many tokens have locating functions, especially those with special auras. Regardless of its potential big uses, Chi Ping didn't want to keep this token by his side. The danger and uncertainty were too great. Chi Ping had a clear plan for his future. Keeping such a peculiar token was not an option for him, as there was no need to take such a risk. So, Chi Ping carefully wrapped the token in several large leaves using spiritual power. You guys throw this token far away in other parts of the Cloud Mist Mountain range. Remember this location and don't touch the token. Buzz buzz. Understood, boss. Shortly after, the high-speed ring-cutting bees flew away, carrying the token wrapped in leaves. Watching this scene, Chi Ping let out a sigh of relief. Such a hot potato couldn't be kept by his side, and where it would land was beyond his control. After dealing with these things, Chi Ping put on his clothes again and headed toward the ancient fir wood, where Sister Nan was located. At this time, Sister Nan, in a simple outfit, was still diligently setting up various trap poison arrays, which was her usual style. In her territory, even cultivators of the same rank, or even those a rank higher, had a high chance of being killed by her. Little Chi, you're back? I've almost finished setting up my trap poison arrays. Seeing Chi Ping, Sister Nan proudly introduced the traps she had set up, while reminding Chi Ping to be careful not to accidentally trigger them. In these difficult times, only these things could provide her with some sense of security. Sister Nan, we might not need these for now. Let's save them for when there's real danger. Chi Ping replied with a smile. Chi Ping didn't think Sister Nan's actions were redundant. If he hadn't awakened the Druid profession, his survival ability might not even match Sister Nan's. So, he had great respect for Sister Nan, learning from her traits like caution and steady conduct. It's precisely at times like these that caution is all the more necessary. Countless people became arrogant after achieving some success, and then were killed due to carelessness. In his current state, Chi Ping still had the potential to be killed by a mid-stage Chi refining cultivator, where he could attract Foundation establishment cultivators by exposing his methods. Although he had a chance to escape from a Foundation establishment cultivator, it was only a chance. Now he already had the opportunity to slowly plot his path to eternal life, so he needed to act steadily. think carefully before taking action, and make comprehensive preparations for any risky situation. For example, buying high-level spirit beasts might invite covetous eyes, or the risks hidden underground where blood ginseng grows. Either event could potentially cost him his life. In these aspects, Sister Nan did very well. If he could be as thorough and cautious as Sister Nan, his chances of encountering danger in the future would be greatly reduced. So, Chi Ping didn't think less of Sister Nan just because he now commanded a swarm capable of taking down late-stage Chi refining cultivators. Instead, he thought there was still much to learn from Sister Nan. It's dealt with. Upon hearing Chi Ping's words, Sister Nan exclaimed in surprise. Yes, Sister Nan, look. After speaking, Chi Ping took out over 1,000 corpses of blood resentment mosquitoes and corrosive waterflies from his storage bag. Some of these corpses still retained some warmth, and blood and liquids continued to flow from them, evidently having died not long ago. Blood resentment mosquitoes and corrosive waterflies, and over 1,000 of them. Seeing these high-tier, one demonic insects exuding dangerous auras, Sister Nan broke out in a cold sweat all over her back. No wonder she had felt so uneasy. Against such a lineup, any average late-stage Chi refining cultivator would have met a gruesome end. Little Chi, are you unhurt? Sister Nan asked in concern after recovering from her shock. I'm fine, Sister Nan. We did lose some bees, but it was within an acceptable range, thanks to the demon insect cultivation manual you gave me. Otherwise, the golden marrow bees would have struggled against these late-stage demonic insects. As Chi Ping explained, he deliberately steered the conversation towards the spirit bees cultivation, demon insect chapter. You've cultivated a stronger breed of bees? Sister Nan quickly caught on. Indeed, the Tier 1 intermediate golden marrow bees couldn't have possibly defeated high-tier demonic insects. Chi Ping didn't deny it, but nodded instead. Even if he didn't say it, Sister Nan could have guessed. Such prowess explained how he could so decisively and efficiently slay such a large number of demonic insects. Little Chi, you're amazing. It was of no use in my hands for so long, and yet as soon as you got it, it made such a huge difference. It was just luck, all thanks to you, Sister Nan. Oh yes, Sister Nan, you should hold on to this ink cicada. After saying this, Chi Ping took out an ink cicada from his sleeve, deadly even to mid-stage Chi refining cultivators, and handed it to Sister Nan. With his current speed of transforming into a bee, far surpassing the activation speed of the ink cicada, and now being able to confront it head-on as an ink armor bee, giving it to Sister Nan could only earn him some goodwill. Little Chi, when your strength increases a bit more. However, before Sister Nan could finish her sentence, Chi Ping interrupted. Sister Nan, mid-stage Chi refining cultivators can't kill me now. The ink cicada holds little value for me. Trust me, it's more useful for you. Chi Ping said, looking at Sister Nan with resolved eyes. Faced with Chi Ping's determined gaze and over 1,000 corpses of high-tier 1 demonic insects, Sister Nan did not refuse further and accepted it. Chi Ping's actions further reinforced Sister Nan's resolve to share the secret regarding the demon insect cultivation manual with him, dispelling any last remnants of hesitation. If even someone like Chi Ping couldn't earn her trust, who else would? All right, I shall shamelessly accept it then. Knowing Chi Ping had the means to protect himself, and with the ink cicada in her possession, she could indeed enhance her self-preservation abilities. This was our agreement, Sister Nan. Please accept it with peace of mind. Just as Chi Ping was about to ask about the source of the spirit beast cultivation, demon insect chapter, Sister Nan spoke first. Little Chi, do you want to know the origin of the demon insect cultivation manual? I think it could be of great use to you. The source of the demon insect cultivation manual. Hearing Sister Nan's words, Chi Ping felt a wave of surprise inside. He didn't expect that just as he was about to ask this question, Sister Nan would bring it up herself. Yes, it's about the source of the demon insect cultivation manual. Sister Nan nodded affirmatively. Facing Sister Nan's question, Chi Ping didn't beat around the bush and instead responded honestly. Of course, I was just thinking about it. If Sister Nan hadn't mentioned it, I was ready to ask you. It's quite important to me. You fellow always so straightforward in your words. Sister Nan gave Chi Ping a profound look, then continued. This Demon Insect Cultivation Manual comes from a number 7 peak in Zone A. There's a very secretive cave mansion there that I discovered by accident 10 years ago when I was still young. Number 7 of Zone A in the Cloud Mist Mountain Range. Ping was a bit surprised. The top 10 peaks in Zone A are all the most spiritually enriched places in the entire Cloud Mist Mountain Range. Those who rent the area are either Foundation establishment stage cultivators or people with background from the 3 major families or the Cyan Origin sect. Was it really where Sister Nan grew up as a child? This made Ping even more curious about Sister Nan's identity, but he didn't ask further. Since Sister Nan didn't volunteer the information, he refrained from prying. Yes, that's the place. At that time, my strength only allowed me to obtain a small portion of the legacy. I was unable to open the later parts of the legacy because I lacked the strength back then. Once you become stronger and more confident, you might want to consider renting the place to explore further. Though I didn't encounter any dangers at the time, it's still better to proceed with caution. Here is the detailed map of the cave mansion and the token to unlock it, Sister Nan said, handing over a map and a silkworm-shaped ancient jade to Ping. Ping solemnly accepted them without pretense. This spirit beast cultivation, demon insect chapter, already had such an effect. Obtaining the complete legacy might even make it possible for the golden marrow bee to break through to the golden core level or even higher. Maybe he could even obtain other methods for cultivating spirit beasts. But this gift was indeed quite precious, and Ping felt it unlikely he could easily repay such a favor. Thank you, Sister Nan, for this generous gift. In the future, should Sister Nan need anything, I promise to help to the best of my abilities. Ping promised solemnly. Once you possess the strength of the Golden Core stage, I might even swallow my pride to ask you to do something within your capability. Until then, let's try to live well in this chaotic world first. I can't shake the feeling that the upcoming turmoil might be dangerous enough to threaten even Foundation establishment cultivators. After discussing the Demon Insect Cultivation Manual, Sister Nan, at Ping's request, stayed at the number 7 peak for the night, and only left after confirming there was no danger. Before Sister Nan left, Ping gifted her some golden marrow honey. Sister Nan glanced at Ping and accepted it without hesitation, nodding in acknowledgement. By this point, she had full trust in Ping, and there was no need for excessive politeness. After watching Sister Nan leave, Ping didn't dwell on many things, but instead returned to his previous routine of farming and beekeeping. He cultivated blood ginseng, bred high-speed ring-cutting bees, ink armor bees, and highly poisonous bees, and prepared to break through to the 4th layer of Qi refining. With a breakthrough to the 4th layer of Qi refining imminent, Ping planned to head to the Cyan Stone Marketplace once he succeeded with about 700 high-speed ring-cutting bees. He wanted to buy spirit beasts and fire spirit grass. If possible, he also wanted to see if he could obtain a spirit beast bag. After the Black Robe Cultivator crisis, Ping's worried mind gradually calmed down. Now possessing the Wilderness Transformation as his greatest life-saving trump card, he was no longer so afraid of tribulation cultivators, demonic insects, or the undercurrents within the Qingtian realm. With the confidence in having something to fall back on, he figured he could slowly develop his farming endeavors. 3 days later, the body of that black-robed cultivator and the blood-stained soil have all been transported away, and flowers have been planted on the burial site. Even the terrain near the Cloud Mist Mountain Range has been scouted by the transformed bees. Many areas have chaotic terrain and abundant vegetation, making it nearly impossible for Foundation establishment stage cultivators to track if hundreds of high-speed ring-cutting bees fully spread out. In this way, as long as I don't deliberately seek trouble, there's basically no need to worry too much about my safety. The next goal is to use contracted animal companions to gain a talent like the Crimson Flame Tigers, Red Flame, or the Cyan Lotus Spirit's Lotus Body, or something similar. At the very least, it should reach Tier 1 high level, preferably Tier 2 low level or higher. With such a talent, the difficulty of breaking through to Foundation establishment would be significantly reduced, and the Foundation would be more solid. Due to his own low talent, Ping could only consider improving his talent in this manner. For instance, the Crimson Flame Tiger's talent, Red Flame, is the most powerful talent of the Crimson Flame Demon Tiger. If Qi Ping could acquire such a talent, mastering the Wood Flame technique would surely yield twice the results with half the effort, and it would make his foundation more solid and stable. At least within the Qi refining stage, the Red Flame talent would be sufficient to ensure Qi Ping could tread lightly, and it could even play a role in helping him break through foundation establishment stage or after. Additionally, Qi Ping gradually discovered that plant energy is not equivalent to wood attribute spiritual qi, as plants are also divided by the 5 elements. Some spirit plants belong to wood, some belong to fire, and others belong to water. So, on this basis, as long as he is in the forest, a druid's ability to control plant energy to some extent can enhance a spirit root's ability to communicate with heaven and earth spiritual qi, albeit still relying on the spirit root as a foundation. Therefore, both wood and fire elements can serve as the foundation for Qi Ping's cultivation. However, just as Qi Ping switched back from his bee form to human form, got dressed, and prepared to continue cultivating blood ginseng, a high-speed, ring-cutting bee hurriedly appeared at his ear. It reported the presence of an extremely powerful aura from a woman at the foot of the mountain, who was making her way up. Based on the high-speed, ring-cutting bee's description, Qi Ping quickly captured the exact information. 9th layer of Qi refining, a woman in green clothes, Cyan origin sect disciple insignia. An inner disciple of Cyan origin sect. This information caused Qi Ping's expression to change. He hurriedly collected all the spiritual medicines from the blood ginseng cultivation area into his storage bag, then instructed the high-speed, ring-cutting bees to immediately hide deep within the underground forest. Qi Ping had rehearsed this set of procedures many times, so it was completed within a few seconds. Then, Qi Ping transformed into a high-speed ring-cutting bee and left the place immediately. He had no interest in interacting with the inner disciples of the Cyan origin sect. Who knows whether such an encounter would lead to fortune or disaster. Thus, Qi Ping planned to transform back only after the woman had left. However, what happened next left Qi Ping utterly baffled. For nearly an entire day, this woman from the Cyan origin sect kept circling around number 7 peak with a black compass and refused to leave. Qi Ping had no choice but to maintain his high-speed ring-cutting bee form, ready to flee or fight at any moment. Fortunately, he had already prepared for hiding the golden marrow bees, all of which, except for the high-speed ring-cutting bees, were hidden deep within underground caves with long tunnels for emergency escape. Furthermore, the high-speed ring-cutting bees were also on standby for combat at any time. Qi Ping maintained the high-speed ring-cutting bee state, ready to escape at any moment. However, after nearly 2 days of this, Qi Ping could barely hold on. Does this woman have a screw loose? Can't find anyone, so she's just sticking around here? Qi Ping estimated that another wave of demonic insects would arrive in about a day. If the insects were dealt with by the blue-dress woman, it would be fine, but if they flew to the blood ginseng growth site, it could trigger mutations and also risk exposing the secrets there. This was even more infuriating than wasting his time. What should I do? Qi Ping couldn't help but feel troubled. From his observations over the past 2 days, he was already sure that this blue-dressed woman was looking for that black-robed cultivator. Luckily, he had already moved the black-robed cultivator's corpse. Perhaps because the black-robed cultivator's aura had perished or vanished completely here, this blue-dressed woman kept roaming at the base of mountain number 7, refusing to leave. While Qi Ping hesitated, the steward Zhu unexpectedly hurried to mountain number 7. After being questioned by the blue-dressed woman, he gestured towards the mountain for quite a while before leaving. That was it. Qi Ping really couldn't keep it together, and he knew staying hidden wasn't a solution. What must be faced must be faced. First, I'll hide my presence and follow the steward Zhu. Maybe I can overhear something. If it doesn't work, I'll just have to meet this blue-dressed woman. She doesn't seem to have any malicious intent, but it's still best to prepare in advance. Ink Armor B plus level 3 tree skin technique should be enough to resist the high-speed ring-cutting bees attacks. As long as I'm ready to transform at any time, the blue-dressed woman shouldn't be able to harm me in the short term. The remaining 500 or so high-speed, ring-cutting bees should be ready for battle. The principle of tree skin technique involves using energy to form a high-defense armor like tree bark on the surface of the body. Combined with the defense of the ink armor bee, it can resist even the damage of high-speed ring-cutting bees. Over the last few days, around 150 high-speed ring-cutting bees had matured, so Qi Ping was quite confident in dealing with a blue-dressed woman. Previously, he hadn't shown up simply because it was better to avoid unnecessary issues. Now that even the steward Zhu had arrived, continuing to hide might complicate future matters. However, Qi Ping was somewhat disappointed that after he followed the steward Zhu while concealing his presence for a while, he discovered the latter did not have the strange habit of talking to himself. Qi Ping did gain something from it, though, as his only expression was one of confusion, without any fear or other negative emotions. This indirectly confirmed that the problem wasn't severe. Otherwise, the steward Zhu's expression wouldn't have been so relaxed. This slightly lessened Qi Ping's concerns. About an hour later, after making preparations and adjusting his mindset, Qi Ping returned from a place far from mountain number 7. As soon as he returned to Heaven Measuring Peak, Qi Ping pretended to hurriedly check on the little black bees. His facial expressions transitioned from anxious to relieved to happy upon seeing the good honey production, all without a hint of flaw. These emotions were ones Qi Ping had experienced many times before. They were genuine, not an act. While Qi Ping was tending to the little black bees, the blue-dressed woman with a handsome but emotionless face suddenly appeared nearby with that ink-colored compass. However, much to her disappointment, the compass showed no reaction towards Qi Ping. When Qi Ping first turned and saw her, he was initially a bit startled, and then upon seeing the special Cyan Origin sect emblem on her attire, he became somewhat anxious. "My lady, I am Qi Ping. Greetings to the Cyan Origin sect member." Qi Ping hurriedly cupped his hands in respect. Though the woman seemed younger than Qi Ping, she was undoubtedly a future Foundation establishment cultivator, possibly even Golden Core, so addressing her as "my lady" was not inappropriate. "Are you a tenant of this mountain? How many years have you been here?" The blue-dressed woman's voice was very gentle and not as high-handed or aggressive as imagined. Replying to "my lady," "I've been beekeeping here for over 5 years with my master. My master returned to the mortal world half a month ago due to the appearance of tribulation cultivators and demonic insects." Qi Ping kept his hands clasped in nervousness. The blue-dressed woman, seeing Qi Ping like this, spoke to help him relax. "No need to be nervous. Just answer my questions truthfully." "Yes, my lady." Though he said this, Qi Ping's body remained tense, showing an attempt to relax that didn't quite work. Seeing this, the blue-dressed woman said nothing further, instead continuing with her questions. "Why weren't you on the mountain these past few days? Where did you go?" Replying to "my lady," "I was..." The blue-dressed woman asked several more questions, which Qi Ping answered nervously. Qi Ping had carefully thought through these questions beforehand, so there were almost no flaws. The blue-dressed woman repeatedly activated the ink-colored compass a few times, confirming that Qi Ping was indeed not the problem. She then finally said to him, "I'm tracking a late-stage Qi refining tribulation cultivator here, but he vanished around this area. He commands demonic insects, which is extremely dangerous. It's possible he is still here, so you should leave early, otherwise your life might be at risk, but..." The blue-dressed woman suddenly changed her tone. "If you help me find this person, I can give you 2,000 spirit stones. Here is a sensing jade talisman. Crush it, and I will come immediately." 2,000 spirit stones? Qi Ping's eyes widened suddenly. Wow. As expected from a Cyan Origin sect disciple, she's indeed wealthy. But what on earth does that tribulation cultivator have that drew the attention of the blue-dressed woman? The spirit stones, less than 1,000, the wood flame technique, and fire spirit body tempering pill formula were precious to Qi Ping, yet not worth mentioning to this young but highly skilled inner disciple of the Cyan Origin sect. The only thing Qi Ping could think of was that strange token. In the blue-dressed woman's eyes, after hesitating for a long time, Qi Ping finally accepted the sensing jade talisman from her hand. "My lady, I accept." "Good. I swear on my Cyan Origin sect disciple status, I will not deceive you in this matter." After swearing an oath with one hand to the sky, the blue-dressed woman turned and left. This final oath surprised Chi Ping. Cultivators should never swear lightly, as even breaking a simple oath could breed a heart demon. It seems the black-robed person had something significant to the blue-dressed woman. But Chi Ping had no intention of earning those 2,000 spirit stones, knowing the trouble from entanglement in this matter would be substantial. He did not want to get involved. Over the nearly one day that followed, Chi Ping lived the life of an ordinary beekeeper. It was a lifestyle very familiar to him, having done it for over 5 years. The blue-dressed woman continued observing Chi Ping from the shadows and left only after almost a full day. Thank goodness the blue-dressed woman left before the demonic insects appeared. After directing the high-speed, ring-cutting bees to slay the demonic insects and quickly cleaning up the carcasses, Chi Ping finally breathed a sigh of relief. Had the blue-dressed woman stayed any longer, it could have led to exposure. After wasting several days, Chi Ping's farming and beekeeping life finally returned to normal. This lifestyle is so much more comfortable. It's enough just to farm and keep bees calmly. A little over a week later, with a surge of spiritual power, Chi Ping's cultivation broke through to the 4th layer of Chi refining. My cultivation finally advanced to the mid-stage of Chi refining. After this breakthrough in cultivation, Chi Ping felt his overall physical condition improved, and even his lifespan increased, making him quite happy. This step-by-step approach towards longevity feels quite nice. Now that my cultivation has reached the mid-stage of Chi refining and the high-speed ring-cutting bees have grown to 800, it's time to head to the Science Stone Marketplace. Chi Ping had longed for a new animal companion for a while. Now, with sufficient spirit stones and enough strength to protect himself, he was determined to find the right animal companion this time. I hope Boss Gao is helpful. After such a long investigation, he should have comprehensive information about the spirit beast for sale at the Science Stone Marketplace. Chi Ping had some confidence in Boss Gao's intelligence capabilities. Any detail, even the color of a female cultivator's underwear, he might well find out. After all, as long as the spirit stones are in place, anything is negotiable. I hope to find a surprising animal companion this time. After making all necessary preparations and filled with great anticipation, Chi Ping set out on the journey to the Science Stone Marketplace. Science Stone Marketplace. Finally here, looking at this luxurious market, Chi Ping was filled with emotion. Who would have thought that once upon a time, even going to the Science Stone Marketplace would require such meticulous preparation? In the past, under the management of the Cyan Origins sect, even as a Tier 1 cultivator, he didn't need to worry about safety. Times have surely changed. Luckily, this time with the high-speed ring-cutting bees paving the way, Chi Ping encountered no danger on the road. Stepping into this marketplace once again, Chi Ping felt none of the initial trepidation. As long as he didn't provoke several Foundation establishment cultivators or trigger the Science Stone Marketplace's defense array, he was essentially safe. In line with his cautious nature, Chi Ping maintained the appearance of a beekeeper wearing a small straw hat. Upon entering the marketplace, Chi Ping clearly noticed how much quieter it had become. Chi Ping thought to himself, with both the tribulation cultivators and the demonic insects around, how could anyone do good business in such an environment? However, Chi Ping did not dwell on it much and headed straight for High Boss's Yuan Trading Company. Upon first entering the Immortal Cultivation realm, he had foolishly thought he could find bargains, only to end up wasting a lot of spirit stones and becoming the butt of jokes by Old Man Zhou. Thinking back on it now, Chi Ping felt quite embarrassed. Science Stone Marketplace wasn't very large, so it didn't take Chi Ping long to reach the Yuan Trading Company's entrance. At first glance, there weren't many customers inside the shop, just High Boss dozing off at the counter, looking like he had fallen asleep some time ago. "Hi, boss. Wake up," Chi Ping called softly after entering the shop. Hearing the voice, High Boss slowly awakened. Upon seeing it was Chi Ping, he cheerfully said, "It's Brother Chi? Oh, I slept too deeply. Let me make you some tea." "All right." After a brief moment, High Boss poured Chi Ping a cup of snow-red tea, and the two started chatting. On a hot summer day, a cup of snow-cold red tea was truly refreshing. Brother Chi, I apologize for my rudeness just now. Lately, with the tribulation cultivators and demonic insects, we haven't had any customers for days. business is tough. High Boss sighed, his expression full of helplessness. Who would have thought there'd be a demonic insect chaos? Indeed, these days outside, some have left, some have died. Stone County is much calmer now. Especially since the demonic insects appeared, so many people have left. Even Fatty Joe and Brother Sean went back to the mortal world. They're all gone? I tell you, it used to be so crowded outside, we could barely manage. Speaking of demonic insects, the Moron family actually had a Foundation establishment cultivator poisoned to death by a Tier 1 demonic insect. Isn't that strange? Foundation establishment cultivators died. Chi Ping was visibly shocked, not having heard this news before. Indeed, if even a Foundation establishment master has died, how can us ordinary people cope? It's tough now. After paying rent with earned spirit stones, there's hardly anything left. And that's considered good, with High Boss's shop having relatively low rent and many regular customers. Those relying on traffic with high rent spots are really struggling. Perhaps both were in a mood for chatting, and after a good while, Chi Ping turned the conversation to business matters. Hi boss, have you gotten any leads on the spirit beasts I asked you to investigate last time? Hee. Let me tell you, since it hasn't been busy, I've been wandering around chatting with friends. I have a few friends in this business, and I'm aware of nearly all the spirit beasts for sale in Stone County now. Saying this, a hint of confidence appeared on High Boss's plump face. Impressive, High Boss. Upon hearing High Boss's words, Chi Ping felt reassured. After all, if he couldn't find a suitable spirit beast this way, it would truly be troublesome. Brother Chi, you're too kind. I don't have any other skills, just trying to make a living in the market. Based on your previous request, for 200 to 300 spirit stones, there is a Tier 1 intermediate wind spirit sparrow. But as High Boss started introducing it, Chi Ping interrupted him. Because ordinary Tier 1 spirit beasts no longer served his purpose. He was looking for Tier 1 spirit beasts with special talents or Tier 2 spirit beasts. An animal companion is the foundation of his immortal cultivation. Now, even if he must sell everything or part with a blood ginseng, he must find an excellent spirit beast. Prior lowering his standards for spirit beasts was purely for survival. Now equipped with life-saving transformation methods, still seeking low-level spirit beasts out of fear of any risk begs the question, what's the point of cultivating immortality? As long as he doesn't provoke Foundation establishment cultivators, it's fine. An ordinary blood ginseng may only attract mid-stage, chi refining or late-stage, chi refining cultivators, which makes no difference. Chi Ping is still confident in dealing with cultivators of this level. What Chi Ping needs to do now is to find the most suitable animal companion within a controllable risk range. Hi boss, I'm looking for spirit beasts worth over 1,000 spirit stones. Ordinary low-level ones are out of the question. Chi Ping's words left High Boss momentarily stunned. Over 1,000 spirit stones? High Boss questioned, uncertain. He wondered if he had heard correctly. Yes, over 1,000 spirit stones. Chi Ping confirmed, facing High Boss's incredulity. Brother Chi, you really have changed in 3 days, worthy of a new look. Let me sort out the information on spirit beasts over 1,000. High Boss sighed, but didn't delve deeper, instead organizing the information on spirit beasts as Chi Ping requested. It's taboo to inquire into customers' secrets, especially when it involves fortunes. All right, Chi Ping agreed with a nod. Chi Ping wasn't concerned about how High Boss felt. Provoking Foundation establishment powerhouses seemed unlikely, and even if they came, he could flee in advance. As for Chi refining stage foes, if they were of average strength, Chi Ping would eagerly accept their storage bags. After about a cup of tea's time, High Boss finally spoke slowly. Brother Chi, currently, in the Qingshi Way, there aren't many spirit beasts for sale. Of those over 1,000 spirit stones that I know of, there are 7 kinds. The first is the Jade Scale Demon Spider, a Tier 1 high level with a very strong danger perception talent. The second is the Leaf Fire Crow, a Tier 2 low level with the talents of Fire Separation Body and Great Sun Perception. The third is the Illusory Moon White Fox, a Tier 2 low level, estimated to be at least 2,000 spirit stones, and possesses rather exceptional comprehension and illusion talents. The fourth is the Shadow Snake, Tier 2 low level, skilled in assassination, with talents like Shadow and Extreme Speed. After carefully listening to High Boss's detailed description, Qi Ping gained a general understanding of the spirit beasts for sale within the Qingshi Wei. He identified 3 that were most suitable for him from the 7 types. First, the Jade-Scaled Demon Spider. Species: Jade-Scaled Demon Spider. Bloodline: Tier 1 High Level. Talents: Danger Perception, Jade Scale, Highly Poisonous Spider Silk. Danger Perception: the ability to predict potential dangers effectively. Species: Jade-Scaled Demon Spider. Bloodline: High Level Tier 1. Talents: Danger Perception, Jade Scale, Highly Poisonous Spider Silk. Danger Perception: has a certain predictive ability for crises that might befall itself. It cannot predict crises that far exceed its own capacity. Jade Scale: the body is covered by a layer of jade-like scales, providing strong defensive capabilities. Highly Poisonous Spider Silk: the transparent spider silk it spits is laced with sharp barbs and is highly poisonous. The silk is also notably strong, adhesive, and flexible. Species: Leaf Fire Crow. Bloodline: Low Level Tier 2. Talents: Fire Separation Body, Fire of Separation, Perceiving the Great Sun. Fire Separation Body: a trace of the ancient golden crow bloodline courses through its body, granting it a high talent in fire attribute cultivation. By consuming fire attribute spiritual objects, it can rapidly boost its power. Fire of Separation: due to the trace of ancient golden crow bloodline, a flame possessing extremely strong burning capabilities is born, named Fire of Separation. Perceiving the Great Sun: innately attuned to the Great Sun through its bloodline, capable of absorbing the power of the Great Sun to enhance itself beneath it. Species: Illusory Moon White Fox. Bloodline: Low Level Tier 2. Talents: Innate Intelligence, Resilient Divine Soul, Demonic Fox Illusion Technique. Innate Intelligence: innately intelligent, possessing a high comprehension and learning ability. Resilient Divine Soul: a high talent in the Divine Soul, with the power of the Divine Soul surpassing most spirit beasts of the same level, granting strong resistance to Divine Soul attacks. Demonic Fox Illusion Technique: extremely high talent in illusion techniques, capable of killing invisibly with illusions. Jade-Scaled Demon Spider, Leaf Fire Crow, Illusory Moon White Fox. These 3 spirit beasts were the ones Qi Ping ultimately chose from among the 7 spirit beasts, and he had already thoroughly studied their specific information from the archives, which matched what Boss Gao had said. Others, like the Shadow Snake priced at 6 to 7,000 spirit stones, Qi Ping could only pass on. It was not something he could afford at the moment. Moreover, even if Qi Ping could afford it, with his current strength, it would be drawing too much attention. 6 to 7,000 spirit stones, compared to over 1,000 spirit stones, is a whole different concept. There's a substantial possibility of attracting the covetous eyes of high-ranking Foundation establishment cultivators. The seller might even be a Foundation establishment cultivator. These 3 spirit beasts each have their strengths, and they will greatly aid me. The Jade-Scaled Demon Spider, although a single entity among the spirit insect demon beasts, is nearly the size of a human head. With the talents of highly poisonous spider silk and jade scale, its combat power is considerable, with the highly poisonous spider silk being particularly suitable for home defense. At the same time, the Jade-Scaled Demon Spider also has the talent of danger perception, allowing it to sense many impending crises. This talent was enough to make Qi Ping salivate. Foreseeing danger plus transformed bee to escape quickly, it's simply a talent beyond his dreams. Moreover, the Jade-Scaled Demon Spider can also be nurtured using the Demon Insect Cultivation Manual, holding remarkable future potential. Leaf Fire Crow is another spirit beast Qi Ping is very tempted by. One might even say that compared to the Jade-Scaled Demon Spider, Qi Ping is more tempted by the Leaf Fire Crow. Because the Leaf Fire Crow, possessing a trace of thin golden crow bloodline, holds the potential to continually awaken its bloodline as long as there are sufficient fire attribute spiritual objects to nurture it. Its potential might even surpass that of the Jade-Scaled Demon Spider. Qi Ping's plant grow skill can cultivate a relatively ample amount of fire attribute spiritual medicine, perfectly aligning with this feature of the Leaf Fire Crow. To others, nurturing the leaf fire crow might be extravagantly expensive, but for Qi Ping, it's just right. His plant growth, cultivated spiritual medicine, is not suitable to expose, making it more fitting to use on the leaf fire crow. Normally, the leaf fire crow doesn't have much demand for food. Basking in the sun is enough to satisfy its hunger, making it easy to care for. Moreover, the point that truly makes Qi Ping the most excited is that any of the leaf fire crow's three main talents can greatly enhance Qi Ping's fire attribute talent. Whichever of the three talents Qi Ping shares, his future cultivation of the high-level wood flame technique will yield twice the result with half the effort, laying a more solid foundation for his cultivation. When Qi Ping experiments to successfully convert the Fire Spirit Body Tempering Pill into the Fire Spirit Body Tempering Pill, Honey Edition, it will perfectly complement the Leaf Fire Crow and its talents. The final, most expensive option, the illusory Moon White Fox, in Qi Ping's mind, has a lower priority than the Jade Scale Demon Spider, but it's not inferior. The illusory Moon White Fox possesses high comprehension and divine soul talent. If Qi Ping could contract with one, it would be a huge gain, as enhancing divine souls and comprehension in the Immortal Cultivation realm is quite challenging. The current demand for divine soul and comprehension talents for Qi Ping, however, is not as pressing as that of bodily aptitude talents. Additionally, while swarm combat ability is impressive, it has an evident weakness of being vulnerable to divine soul attacks. Despite its vicious physical attributes and vast numbers, it's especially prone to collapse under divine soul attacks. The illusory Moon White Fox's talents in divine soul and illusions can compensate to some extent for this weakness, pairing well with the bee swarm. Overall, Qi Ping is fairly satisfied with these three spirit beasts. Currently, speaking in terms of price, the situations of the three spirit beasts are as follows. Jade Scale Demon Spider, young form, suitable for building a bond from a young age between the beast and its tamer. The price is estimated at around 1,300 spirit stones. Leaf Fire Crow, semi-mature form. Initially at the perfection stage of Tier 1, due to damaged bloodline, its realm fell to mid-Tier 1. Nurturing it again requires a large number of fire attribute spiritual objects. The price has decreased from the normal market value of 3,000 spirit stones to around 1,500 spirit stones. Illusory Moon White Fox, young form. Price estimated to start from 2,000 spirit stones. The prices of these three spirit beasts are not high. They're actually somewhat lower than the normal market price Qi Ping is aware of, which aligns with what Boscow mentioned earlier. There are fewer beast tamers in Qingshi County, thus the prices are comparatively lower. Therefore, buying spirit beasts here is like getting a bargain for Qi Ping, although there are fewer options to choose from. While Qi Ping was pondering, Boscow stood quietly at the side, not rushing him. After all, these are items worth 1,000 to 2,000 spirit stones. Any Qi refining cultivator would need to be careful. Boscow, I've mostly made up my mind. Let's go take a look at these three spirit beasts and discuss the prices in detail, so I can finally decide which one to buy. Sure, no problem. Every spirit beast has a different personality. It's indeed necessary to see them in person to feel which one suits you. Shall we set off now? Hold on a moment, Boscow. Do you have any black clothes here? Qi Ping asked. Black clothes? Yes, I do. Brother Qi, please wait a moment. Boscow was first puzzled, then suddenly realized and promptly found a set of black clothes and a head cover for Qi Ping to wear. A moment later, Qi Ping donned in black clothes and concealed his aura, accompanied Boscow into a shop on the north side. The shop housed numerous spirit beasts, among which was the Jade Scale Demon Spider. The other spirit beasts, Qi Ping glanced over, were far inferior to the Jade Scale Demon Spider, so he focused his attention on it. It was a Jade Scale Demon Spider, not even the size of a palm, its entire body covered in scales like white jade, as if sculpted from white jade. The young Jade Scale Demon Spider was originally sleeping inside the spirit beast cage, but upon seeing Qi Ping, it suddenly woke up. Its entire body, carved from white jade, suddenly opened its 8 tiny eyes, blinking at Qi Ping. A curious and friendly aura also emanated from the body of the Jade Scale Demon Spider. Qi Ping observed for a while and quickly concluded that his Beast King Druid could form a contract with this Jade Scale Demon Spider. It can be contracted, This little guy seems to have a decent temperament and is quite healthy. It can be considered as an option. After confirming that the Jade Scale Demon Spider could be contracted without any issues, Chi Ping didn't linger too long to avoid attracting attention. At that moment, Boss Gao was negotiating the price of the Jade Scale Demon Spider with the store owner. Chi Ping merely stood by quietly without joining the negotiations, as haggling was not his strong suit compared to Boss Gao. In his view, as long as there was no issue with the spirit beast and the price was below or equal to the market rate, it was fine. How much profit Boss Gao could make from it was his business. In essence, this matter was a win-win situation. Chi Ping didn't spend more than the market rate of spirit stones and gained valuable information about the spirit beasts most suited to him in the entire Cyan Stone marketplace, paving the way for his future development. The benefits were self-evident. Meanwhile, Boss Gao leveraged his information and channel advantages to earn a decent profit. The discussions between Boss Gao and the store owner didn't take long before they agreed on a final price: 1,380 lower-grade spirit stones. After confirming the basic situation with the Jade Scale Demon Spider, Chi Ping quickly moved on to the second location. In a fairly luxurious business association, Chi Ping saw the fluffy, extremely adorable illusory moon white fox. To be honest, the illusory moon white fox was particularly cute when it was young. It had a moon-shaped mark on its forehead, exuding an eye-catching radiance. As soon as Chi Ping appeared, it tilted its head and blinked at Chi Ping. With deep within its pitch-black eyes seemed to lie a hidden full moon. This little illusory moon white fox appears to like me too, but it seems a bit proud. But after taking it back and persuading it for a few days, contracting shouldn't be a problem. Chi Ping quickly made up his mind. This little illusory moon white fox could also be contracted. Not long after, Boss Gao concluded the negotiations with this large business association. The final price was set at 2,050 spirit stones. The little illusory moon white fox was indeed worth the price. Then, Boss Gao took Chi Ping to the third location. This time, it wasn't a business association but a private residence, belonging to a relatively young artifact refiner. This artifact refiner had a muscular build and tall stature, resembling an iron tower, with a late-stage Chi refining cultivation level, and his clothing bore the insignia of the Cyan Origin sect. Chi Ping and Boss Gao waited for quite a while before their host finished his artifact refining. Coming here somewhat surprised Chi Ping. He hadn't expected Boss Gao to have such connections, though it was not unusual for Boss Gao to manage this kind of relationship, given his stature in the Cyan Stone marketplace. This Leaf Fire Crow was something I brought back from a secret realm in the sect, but its bloodline was consumed by a malignant creature there, causing its cultivation level to gradually fall to mid-stage Tier 1. Its temperament is quite nice, and by chance, it even indirectly helped me defeat the malignant creature, so later I used a top-grade Tier 1 warm jade fruit to save its life. But since I'm not a beast-taming cultivator, I intend to find it a suitable owner to help it recover. Thus, to purchase it, the prerequisite is that this Leaf Fire Crow is willing to go with you. Its original bloodline was quite dense. If it were in its prime, it could have been worth some 4,000 to 5,000 spirit stones. This iron tower-like man was unexpectedly talkative. Before Chi Ping and Boss Gao could ask anything, he had already begun sharing the story of the Leaf Fire Crow. Before long, the group ascended to an attic where the Leaf Fire Crow, the iron tower-like man, spoke of sat sunbathing on the balcony. It was an entirely pitch-black Leaf Fire Crow, slightly larger than a fist, with a flame-like mark on its forehead. Under the blazing sun, streaks of the power of the great sun were gently flowing into the black body of the Leaf Fire Crow. However, upon Chi Ping's arrival, the Leaf Fire Crow's action of absorbing the power of the great sun suddenly paused. Its lively head turned to gaze at Chi Ping with some curiosity. It immediately realized that the man was here to find a new owner, but it wasn't interested. This biped. The Leaf Fire Crow instantly sensed something different. This biped seemed somewhat unusual. Hence, it actively flew over to Chi Ping, scrutinizing him closely. This scene surprised the iron tower-like man. This was the first time such a situation had occurred. Previously, several people had come see it, but the Leaf Fire Crow didn't pay any attention to them. Yet now, as soon as Chi Ping entered, the leaf fire crow flew directly to him, seeming quite fond of him. Qi Ping was also slightly taken aback, looking at the leaf fire crow before him. What a clever creature! Just a glance was enough for Qi Ping to see that the leaf fire crow was exceptional. If it could be contracted as an animal companion, its potential would be extraordinary. Qi Ping had a favorable impression of crows. In the mythology of his past life, the golden crow was a divine bird. In reality, crows are monogamous and dutiful, eating harmful insects, contrary to the common belief of being ominous omens. Upon seeing this leaf fire crow, Qi Ping decided to contract this creature before him. Moreover, Qi Ping sensed that his Beast King Druid perception was more approving of this leaf fire crow. It seems quite interested in you. The Iron Tower-like man remarked with a hint of surprise before adding, "This fellow is very smart. If it agrees to go with you, I can offer it at 1,500 spirit stones, plus an extra spirit beast bag for you." The Iron Tower-like man had seen enough. He could tell that Qi Ping was also very satisfied with the leaf fire crow. Having evaluated countless individuals, he trusted his judgment on this matter. "Thank you." Qi Ping cupped his hands in gratitude towards the Iron Tower-like man. Qi Ping then turned to the leaf fire crow and asked, "Would you like to come with me? I could try my best to help you recover." Since the leaf fire crow already possessed a complete mind, it would be challenging for Qi Ping to contract it if it refused, unlike the spirit beast cubs. Therefore, contracting a spirit beast with complete intelligence presented significant difficulty. Confronted with Qi Ping's question, the leaf fire crow didn't hesitate, immediately nodding in agreement. This straightforward action astonished the Iron Tower-like man once more. Yet, he said nothing further, feeling relieved to have found a suitable owner for the creature, thereby fulfilling a personal concern. What remained was straightforward. Qi Ping initially had about 1,300 spirit stones. He then sold some items to Boss Gao, amassing 1,500 spirit stones, which he handed to the Iron Tower-like man. In return, the Iron Tower-like man gave Qi Ping both the leaf fire crow and a spirit beast bag. The second animal companion is finally in my hands. Not only did I acquire a leaf fire crow with the golden crow bloodline, I also got a spirit beast bag. Qi Ping's joy at this moment was simply beyond words. First of all, a leaf fire crow with a trace of the rare golden crow bloodline has a market price of over 3,000 spirit stones. According to the Iron Tower man, the bloodline concentration of this leaf fire crow is relatively high. In its prime state, its value could fetch 4,000 to 5,000 spirit stones. And Qi Ping just so happens to have the plant growth skill to nurture fire attribute spiritual medicine. As long as this leaf fire crow is restored to its prime state, it would be a spirit beast worth 4,000 to 5,000 spirit stones. That's thrice the price of a jade scale demon spider, and more than double that of an illusory moon white fox. In terms of the strength and rarity of a spirit beast, the market price doesn't lie. Moreover, once Qi Ping contracts to share a talent with the leaf fire crow, the strength of this talent will also be related to the leaf fire crow's bloodline strength. The stronger the leaf fire crow's bloodline, the stronger the talent Qi Ping can share. This not only means that the leaf fire crow would become more powerful, but also that Qi Ping's talent would grow stronger. The speed of cultivation will increase, and the foundation will become more solid. In addition, the Spirit Beast Bag, which was an extra gift from the Iron Tower man, was an unexpected joy for Qi Ping. After imprinting and checking, even though it only had a small space of 1 cubic meter, it was completely enough for the bee swarm and leaf fire crow. The issue of transporting the bee swarm, which had worried him for a long time, was finally resolved, and he no longer had to fret about the hassle of carrying the swarm. In short, Qi Ping now had only one word: comfort. Great comfort. However, he still suppressed his excitement and bid farewell to this late-stage Qi refining artifact refining Iron Tower man. After this encounter, Qi Ping had a good impression of this Iron Tower man. This Iron Tower man seems to be a good person. Once I've contracted with a leaf fire crow, I could further explore this Iron Tower man's character, and if he proves trustworthy, find an opportunity to befriend him. The Iron Tower man's behavior today gave Qi Ping the idea of forming a friendship. After all, on the path of immortal cultivation, You need cultivation techniques, knowledge, heavenly materials, and powerful spirit beasts that Qi Ping requires, and these are mostly controlled by major sects. If Qi Ping had friends in Cyan Origin sect, purchasing items, selling things, getting information, all these would become much more convenient. The Iron Tower Man, despite his young age, was a late-stage Qi refining artifact refiner and a disciple of the Cyan Origin sect, with surely broad connections. Qi Ping, leveraging the connection with the Li Fire Crow, could just work together with him for mutual benefit, especially when the brewer Big Belly Bee in the future can steadily produce honey for sale. I could use this connection with the Iron Tower Man for marketing. An independent cultivator selling these precious things could attract disaster, but a Cyan Origin sect disciple selling these items wouldn't raise any eyebrows. With the reputation of an inner disciple of Cyan Origin sect, few would dare to act against them, especially an artifact refiner with a special profession like this. But first, I must confirm the Iron Tower Man's character and integrity with the Leaf Fire Crow, as this is the foundation of the collaboration. A person wouldn't likely put up a facade in front of the pet beast they're about to sell. So as long as the Leaf Fire Crow has no issues, combined with the judgment from today's events, it should be pretty much certain. At least, it's sufficient as a foundation for cooperation. The crucial thing is that Qi Ping at the late stage, Qi refining has the strength to arm wrestle with him. So even if he harbors ill intentions, Qi Ping could be confident in defeating him or transforming into a bee to escape. Indeed, having a reliable partner is more suitable. Even if it means earning less, it's far safer than exposing oneself. Discovering a channel suitable for his development made Qi Ping even happier. After returning to Boss Gao's Ji Yuan Chamber of Commerce, Boss Gao, I really must thank you for this. Qi Ping sincerely clasped his fists in gratitude towards Boss Gao. If it weren't for Boss Gao's channels, he wouldn't have had any chance to encounter this Leaf Fire Crow and that Iron Tower Man, even if he scoured the entire Cyan Stone marketplace. It is I who should thank you, Brother Qi. This time, I indirectly helped fulfill a small wish of Master Meng Yan, which is more important to me than anything else. Boss Gao's face also beamed with joy, even comparable to Qi Ping's, which showed just how pleased he was. Master Meng Yan? Yes. Are you aware of Master Meng Yan's background? Isn't he an artifact refiner and an inner disciple of Cyan Origin sect? That's only on the surface. He has another identity. He is also a disciple of the artifact refining elder of the Cyan Origin sect. Artifact refining elder? Qi Ping was quite shocked upon hearing this. To be called an artifact refining elder, one must essentially be a golden core stage cultivator. Living in the Immortal Cultivation realm for over 5 years, Qi Ping naturally understood what kind of status this represented. To put it bluntly, for the 3 major families of Qingshi County, crushing an ordinary loose cultivator is probably akin to crushing an ant, while the Golden Core Elder of the Cyan Origin sect crushing the patriarchs of the 3 major families is also as easy as crushing an ant. The disparity was obvious. Qi Ping did not expect this Iron Tower Man, named Meng Yan, to have such a background. No wonder Boss Gao was so excited. Isn't that right? Now you know why I'm thrilled, right? Hee hee. Countless people want to work under Master Meng Yan, but have no chance. Connecting with Meng Yan would mean that Boss Gao's business in Qingshi County would thrive even more in the future. Congratulations to Boss Gao then. It's all thanks to you, Brother Qi. After some pleasantries, Qi Ping spoke again. Boss Gao, are there any active fire spirit grass or fire spirit grass seeds available in the Cyan Stone marketplace? Fire spirit grass? There should be. Do you want to buy some? Yes. I also need to purchase more seeds. You know, I just bought the Leaf Fire Crow, and I need to prepare more fire attribute spiritual medicine. Let's see how many spirit stones these are worth. After Qi Ping spoke, he took out the bodies of the demonic insects from his storage ring, leaving out the blood resentment mosquito and corrosive waterfly of the black robe cultivator, and handed over the rest. The middle-grade magical artifact Long Saber he acquired earlier with Sister and had already been sold to Boss Gao for spirit stones. However, the items from that late-stage, Qi, refining black robe tribulation cultivator he encountered at Cloud Mist Mountain Range hadn't been touched by Qi Ping. After all, the Cyan robed woman from Cyan Origin sect was frantically looking for someone for unknown reasons. So in such circumstances, Qi Ping naturally didn't dare to expose any items he got. Seeing so many demonic insect corpses, Boss Gao was completely dumbfounded. Goodness, he couldn't fathom what Qi Ping had done to acquire so many demonic insect corpses. But Boss Gao did not ask much, and quietly accepted the demonic insect bodies Qi Ping presented, and rapidly obtained 2 stalks of fire spirit grass and 5 fire spirit grass seeds for Qi Ping, with astonishing efficiency. For Boss Gao, as long as he could make money, unrelated matters were not his concern, reflecting his business philosophy. Once these items were handed over to Qi Ping, there were still 186 spirit stones left. During this period, the demonic insects had brought Qi Ping a small fortune. Not much, but certainly a small profit. Thus, Qi Ping had less than 200 spirit stones remaining. But correspondingly, Qi Ping had acquired the leaf fire crow, spirit beast bag, and fire spirit grass and its seeds he needed. This visit to the Cyan Stone Marketplace was considered thoroughly successful. After everything was settled, Qi Ping left the Cyan Stone Marketplace and quickly made his way back to the Cloud Mist Mountain Range. Perhaps due to Qi Ping's caution, this time on his return he did not encounter any tribulation cultivators or demonic insects. There was no dramatic plot of being targeted because of purchasing a spirit beast, and he smoothly returned to peak number 7 of the Rain Mist Mountain Range. Upon his return, Qi Ping immediately gathered the bee swarm and set them on full alert, while he eagerly proceeded with the contract ceremony with the leaf fire crow. Originally, before leaving Cyan Stone Marketplace, Qi Ping had considered selling everything he had to buy the illusory moon white fox. Because talents related to divine soul comprehension and illusion-type spirit beasts are quite rare, it would indeed be a pity to miss out on them. However, after weighing the risks, Qi Ping decided to give up. Firstly, to gather 2,000 spirit stones, he would have to bring out the 4-sword array spiritual artifact from the late-stage Qi refining black-robed tribulation cultivator and the high-age blood ginseng he cultivated. The risks contained in these 2 items are extremely high. Another reason is that he would be spending over 4,000 spirit stones in Cyan Stone Marketplace at once, which would certainly not escape the notice of some influential figures. Such a large amount of spirit stones could arouse the covetous interest of Foundation establishment cultivators. With these 3 risks in mind, Qi Ping decisively abandoned the idea of purchasing the illusory moon white fox, as he currently did not have the extra resources to cultivate it. At this stage, he should focus on utilizing the talents of the leaf fire crow, concentrate his resources on improving his cultivation realm, and avoid such significant risks. Besides, the bees can sustain themselves, and the leaf fire crow can get full just by basking in the sun. Apart from enhancing his cultivation, Qi Ping only needs to cultivate enough blood ginseng and fire spirit grass. Aside from these, it's also important to research things like the fire spirit body tempering pill, honey version. As for the illusory moon white fox, he can only see if there will be another opportunity to obtain it later. Moreover, there are 4 even rarer and stronger spirit beasts in Qingshi County, and Qi Ping believes that once his power grows, there will be more choices available. The future might bring even more surprising spirit beasts. Peak 7 of the Cloud Mist Mountain Range, within the dense forest. A large number of high-speed ring-cutting bees and golden marrow bees were distributed all over the mountain peak, firmly surrounding a youthful, stern-looking boy in the forest. And in front of this youthful boy was a black crow with feathers as black as ink. A ray of sunlight penetrated the treetops and fell upon the black crow, highlighting the flame mark on its head with an extraordinary brilliance. Occasionally, a strand of the power of the great sun would seep into the black crow's body from the flame mark. Naturally, this human and crow duo was Qi Ping and the leaf fire crow, who had just returned to the Cloud Mist Mountain Range from Cyan Stone Marketplace. About to form the contract. I wonder which talent I will gain. A hint of anticipation rose in Qi Ping's heart. Isn't the pursuit of powerful spirit beasts largely for this very moment? As long as he acquires a suitable cultivation talent, breaking through to Foundation establishment would be almost certain. Anyway, the 3 talents of the leaf fire crow are quite good, and no matter which one he gets, it would significantly aid in cultivating the wood flame technique. Leaf fire body leaf fire flame, and perceiving the great sun are all rare aptitudes for cultivating fire attribute techniques. There's an 80% chance of getting the main talent, as long as I don't unluckily get the other traits of the leaf fire crow. With a bit of apprehension, Chi Ping summoned the Druid's animal companion exclusive contract array. In a surge of mysterious power, a dark green, human-sized mystical array slowly formed between Chi Ping and the leaf fire crow. Next, Chi Ping controlled the mystical array to merge into the black crow's body. As the array energy entered the body, a dark green light erupted from the leaf fire crow, and the same light arose from Chi Ping. This process took longer than the previous contract with the golden marrow bee, actually lasting over half an hour before the animal companion contract ceremony was formally completed. After more than half an hour, Chi Ping, who had been deeply immersed in talent comprehension, finally opened his eyes after the contract ceremony was complete. When Chi Ping opened his eyes, they were already filled with delight. It succeeded. Leaf Fire Body. This time, his luck finally took a turn for the better, not only dodging the 20% chance trap of random traits, but also gaining the Leaf Fire Body he most desired. Although Leaf Fire Body, Leaf Fire Flame, and Perceiving the Great Sun could all enhance Chi Ping's fire attribute cultivation aptitude, the enhancement from Leaf Fire Flame and Perceiving the Great Sun is not as direct as that of the Leaf Fire Body, making it the most straightforwardly effective for cultivation. Because Leaf Fire Flame requires learning how to utilize life-bound fire for cultivation, Perceiving the Great Sun requires sunlight, while Leaf Fire Body simply requires existence. Leaf Fire Body. A trace of true sun fire has merged in your blood, granting you a high talent for fire attribute cultivation, allowing the rapid enhancement of strength by refining fire attribute spiritual objects. Compared to the Leaf Fire Crow's talent, there is a notable change. Gaining insight into the talent information in his mind, Chi Ping quickly discovered that the shared Leaf Fire Body talent had undergone considerable alteration. The original information of the Leaf Fire Body was as follows. Leaf Fire Body. A trace of diluted bloodline from the ancient golden crow flows within you, possessing a high talent for fire attribute cultivation, enabling the rapid enhancement of strength by devouring fire attribute spiritual objects. Perhaps the human form is the reason behind the trace of diluted golden crow bloodline becoming a trace of true sun fire? Well, it's not bad since having the demon race bloodline and human body can always be a bit troublesome. Nevertheless, the effect remains quite similar, as both offer a high talent for fire attribute cultivation, allowing the rapid enhancement of strength through the refinement of fire attribute spiritual objects. Chi Ping was quite satisfied with this change, as the applicability of true sun fire was broader for him than the golden crow bloodline. Then Chi Ping checked his Druid attribute panel. Name, Chi Ping. Level, LV3, 33 400ths. Professions, Beast King Druid, primary, Jungle Druid, secondary. Talents, Animal Companion, Natural Affinity, Animal Companions, 2/3 Golden Marrow Bee, Leaf Fire Crow, Wilderness Transformation, 1/1, Golden Marrow Bee, High-Speed Ring-Cutting Bee, Big Belly Bee, Balance Bee, Highly Poisonous Bee, Ink Armor Bee. Shared Talents, Great Brewmaster, Leaf Fire Body. Skills, LV2 Plant Growth, 86 200ths, LV1 Beast King's Blessing, 17 out of 100, LV3 Tree Skin Technique, 312/400, LV1 Healing Technique, 2 out of 100. Constant Skills, Animal Communication, Beast Friend, Wild Heart. Level Experience, plus 25, Plant Growth Experience, plus 19, Beast King's Blessing Experience, plus 2, Tree Skin Technique Experience, plus 44, Healing Technique Experience, plus 2. Level Experience and Skill Experience are steadily increasing. Not bad. Seeing the Attribute panel, with an additional Animal Companion and a shared talent, as well as level and skill experiences steadily increasing, Chi Ping couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Watching his attributes continuously improve is a joyful thing. After completing the contract and acquiring a shared talent, Chi Ping resisted the urge to immediately cultivate the Wood Flame technique and first check the state of the Leaf Fire Crow. After confirming that the Leaf Fire Crow was fine, Chi Ping proceeded to plant the 2 newly acquired Fire Spirit Grass and 5 seeds, each using the plant growth skill 4 times, and then began to study the wood flame technique. The reason Qi Ping did so was to ensure that he could cultivate the wood flame technique with sufficient spiritual focus, while simultaneously nurturing blood ginseng and fire spirit grass. Currently, the Golden Marrow Bee's Blast Soldier and the Leaf Fire Crow's Bloodline Power Recovery both require a large amount of spiritual medicine, and Qi Ping's own cultivation also has considerable demands for spiritual medicine. Thus, being rather impoverished, Qi Ping can only meticulously plan to maximize the efficiency of his spiritual power. After using the plant growth 4 times, Qi Ping felt spiritually fatigued. However, concentrating on comprehending the wood flame technique was still manageable. This was the limit Qi Ping had discovered during this period. At the third layer of Qi refining, whenever Qi Ping used the secondary plant growth more than 4 times, he found it difficult to concentrate on cultivation, which easily led to mistakes. After breaking through to the fourth layer of Qi refining, his divine soul became stronger, but not enough for 5 uses. However, using skills 4 times was now easier. Therefore, using the plant growth skill 4 times in a peak mental state was a relative limit for Qi Ping to ensure normal cultivation. Upon finishing cultivating the fire spirit grass, Qi Ping looked at the significantly grown plant and then satisfactorily took out the wood flame technique to comprehend it. As long as the spiritual medicine continues to accelerate its growth, there's no worry about reserves at home. However, Qi Ping's acceleration of the fire spirit grass growth utterly stunned the leaf fire crow. Its intelligence and awareness far surpassed that of the golden marrow bee. Thus, it was even more aware of this magic's terrifying potential. Caw, boss, this. Caw, what kind of magic is this? Such a frightening effect, so amazing. The leaf fire crow was so shocked that it stuttered while talking. Moreover, it noticed that Qi Ping used this magic to accelerate the growth of spiritual medicine with little apparent consumption. As his animal companion, the leaf fire crow could clearly sense that Qi Ping's condition was still good. If that's the case, the meaning and potential of this magic are truly significant. Regarding the Dantian's spiritual Qi Ping found it difficult to achieve detailed, complete control. Fortunately, the wood flame technique contained the wood attribute spiritual power of the wood shield technique, making the conversion smoother. If injuries occasionally occurred, Qi Ping could also use the healing technique to heal physical injuries. Finally, after enduring such a challenging state for 2 days, Qi Ping, who had been suppressing and sorting the internal spiritual qi, opened his eyes. Qi Ping's eyes were already bloodshot, but the excitement and joy in his eyes were even more difficult to conceal. I succeeded in switching cultivation methods. The agony and grit of 2 days made Qi Ping involuntarily roar out at this moment. The tone was filled with extreme joy and the thrill of succeeding after striving hard. Immediately following, along with Qi Ping's actions, a surge of formidable spiritual power swept out. A massive rock beside Qi Ping was shattered into fragments by this casually unleashed spiritual power. Fourth layer of Qi refining. After switching cultivation techniques, Qi Ping's realm didn't decrease. Instead, it became even stronger. The same fourth layer of Qi refining, the same amount of spiritual Qi, yet its might was several times more formidable than before the switch. Thanks to the wood flame technique and the fire separation body, my spiritual power is now several times stronger than before. Furthermore, once I stabilized the foundation of the fourth layer of Qi refining and improved my control over spiritual power, its potency and combat strength can increase even more. Cultivation technique and special talent have a huge impact on combat power. Just then, Qi Ping suddenly thought of something. The last time when returning from Science-Stone Marketplace, Sister Nan, at the fourth layer of Qi refining, nearly killed a fifth layer battle-hardened tribulation cultivator. Now it seems that Sister Nan either cultivated a relatively strong cultivation technique or has special talent. Qi Ping leans towards the former, because if Sister Nan had a special talent, her cultivation should have long been enhanced. Subsequently, Qi Ping cast healing techniques a few more times to treat the injuries in his body caused by switching cultivation techniques. Thus, this switch in cultivation techniques was completed perfectly. Now that the cultivation technique has successfully switched, the time for rapid progress in cultivation is next. With my current talent, plus having both blood ginseng and fire spirit grass as spiritual medicine, along with the fire spirit body tempering pill formula, the mid-stage chi refining should not hold me back for long. Now the speed of cultivating the wood flame technique is more than 10 times faster than the previous cultivation of the wood shield technique, simply incomparable. Whether it's the speed of absorbing spiritual chi, refining spiritual chi, or the degree of control over spiritual power, they all surpass the past by far. After experiencing the current cultivation speed, Qi Ping felt that his previous cultivation was as slow as a snail. Now this cultivation speed can only be described by Qi Ping as exhilarating. However, just as Qi Ping removed the dirt and blood stains from his body with spiritual power and was about to return to the peak for a rest, a high-speed ring-cutting bee brought news that gave Qi Ping a headache. Buzz buzz. Boss, that blue-clothed biped is here again. Buzz buzz. There's over a day left. Buzz buzz. The golden marrow bees have all hidden according to boss's instructions. That woman is here again. Upon hearing the news of the blue-clothed woman from Cyan Origin Sect at the 9th layer of Qi refining, Qi Ping was suddenly a bit troubled. He couldn't understand why she was certain that the late-stage Qi refining black-robed tribulation cultivator vanished here. Perhaps it's not just here. Maybe that woman repeats her search in many places, and this is just one of them. It's just that the black-robed tribulation cultivator is too important to her. But, trouble or not, he decided to send that woman away first anyway. After doing some preparations, Qi Ping handed over his important belongings to the high-speed ring-cutting bee to carry away and hide, then transformed into a bee himself, taking a long detour to return to Peak 7. For this blue-clothed woman, besides some headache, Qi Ping didn't feel particularly afraid now, because now the number of high-speed ring-cutting bees had reached the designated scale of 1,000, and many mature ink armor bees good at defense and highly poisonous bees skilled at venom had also been cultivated. So his confidence was relatively strong now. About an hour later, when Qi Ping returned to Peak 7 with a straw hat, the blue-clothed woman was sitting cross-legged under the ancient pine tree, silently meditating and cultivating, her long black hair drifting gently with the evening breeze. Not far from her was the location of the box of black bees. Due to the approaching nightfall, most of the black bees were gradually returning to their hive. They lived a normal life of collecting and making honey according to Qi Ping's instructions, causing the blue-clothed woman to see no anomaly. The harmonious scene left Qi Ping rather speechless. Anyone would think it was her home. However, Qi Ping soon discovered something that made him somewhat uneasy. The blue-clothed woman was injured. Pale complexion, unstable aura, and even a faint feeling of her realm about to decline. This was clearly a severe injury, possibly beyond what regular healing elixirs could mend. A trace of blood faintly seeped through the clothes on the blue-clothed woman's abdomen. This made Qi Ping feel a bit uneasy. Who is this blue-clothed woman? 9th layer of Qi refining, inner disciple of Cyan Origin Sect. On Cyan Origin Sect's territory, who dares to wound her so severely? Who can? In the half-month I've ignored outside information, has the world turned this chaotic already? Qi Ping was somewhat puzzled. He knew the situation in Qingshi County would continue to get chaotic, but this was too sudden. What troubled Qi Ping more was that the blue-clothed woman, injured as she was, didn't go back to the sect for healing, but came here. She shouldn't attract enemies here. Anyone capable of wounding the blue-clothed woman so critically surely isn't someone to mess with. And Qi Ping doesn't want to face such a fierce enemy. Even if he wins, losing half the bee colony would be a huge setback for Qi Ping. So, it was best to send this woman away quickly. Thus, Qi Ping, putting on a brave face, pretended to accidentally see the blue-clothed woman and hurried in front of her from a considerable distance, cupping his hands and saying, "My lady." The reason for not approaching the blue-clothed woman was because she was injured. Rashly approaching her might make her think he intended to attack. "You're back." "Yes, my lady, I went," Qi Ping replied, as he had prepared beforehand. However, the blue-clothed woman didn't seem interested in Qi Ping's answer and directly asked about the black-robed tribulation cultivator. Any news of that black-robed tribulation cultivator during this time? To this, Qi Ping shook his head and said, "To report to my lady, during this time, it's only been me here on the mountain, and no second person has appeared here." Qi Ping was being completely truthful, as even Cistern hadn't been around for a long time. Not appeared at all. Hearing Qi Ping's answer, the blue-clothed woman's brows furrowed deeply. Though half expected, she was still somewhat disappointed. Qi Ping took this opportunity to voice his doubts. "My lady, after so long, might he have already fled? I placed a special tracking mark on him. He vanished after appearing here last, meaning he either entered a secret realm or died here. It's down to those two possibilities." After finishing, the blue-clothed woman cast a deep glance at Qi Ping. She could confirm no actions from the three great clans or Cyan Origin sect. So, who could have killed the black-robed tribulation cultivator? The old folks in Zone A of the Cloud Mist Mountain Range might have such power, but she'd investigated, and it was likely not them. So who could it be? If the black-robed tribulation cultivator weren't dead, it means he entered a secret realm, yet there seem to be no traces of a secret realm here. Keep watching. It's not necessary to see someone. Notify me of any unusual spots, and you'll be rewarded with spirit stones and rare treasures. Not waiting for Qi Ping to respond, the blue-clothed woman left this message and sword-controlled herself away despite her injuries. Qi Ping watched her disappearing figure, lost in thought. The two possibilities the blue-clothed woman shared were bad news for him. If the black-robed tribulation cultivator is dead, he might not escape suspicion. If alive, does it point straight to the underground secrets where blood ginseng grows? That place will likely be exposed sooner or later. Seems I need to make plans in advance. Qi Ping felt the blue-clothed woman might already suspect him. Since he appeared like this twice, no excuse, however seamless, could work. Here, evidence was often unnecessary. Just suspicion sufficed because Cyan Origin sect was the law here. After all, he was just a loose cultivator. The blue-clothed woman treating him courteously was rare. As time goes on, who knows if she'll mobilize forces for a thorough search. Must prepare an escape route in advance. And find a chance to explore the underground secrets of the blood ginseng growth site. As with my current resources, finding a new Tier 1 intermediate spiritual land to develop doesn't mean clinging here. Also, with the current chaos outside unknown, strength must be increased quickly. At the very least, let the Leaf Fire Crow swiftly regain Tier 1 perfection. After confirming that the Qingyi woman had indeed left, Qi Ping began to contemplate his future development plans. Currently, he faces two issues. The first is the increasing chaos in the Qingtian realm, where even the Qingyi woman of the Cyan Origin sect at the 9th layer of Qi refining was seriously injured, and even the Murong family lost a Foundation establishment cultivator to the demonic insect's poison. The second is the patience of the Qingyi woman, as the black-robe tribulation cultivator must have something important. If this continues, the Qingyi woman might mobilize her forces for a large-scale search, exposing the blood ginseng growth area. Qi Ping must prepare to tackle both issues. First, it's imperative to foster the Leaf Fire Crow quickly. The Leaf Fire Crow is inherently at Tier 1 perfection, so as long as there are enough fire-attributed spiritual objects, while Tier 2 is uncertain, restoring it to Tier 1 perfection should be swift, greatly enhancing short-term combat power. Leaf Fire Crow possesses a trace of Golden Crow bloodline, and its life-bound spiritual fire of separation flame is immensely potent, being a bane to most insect spirit beasts and demonic insects. Most spirit insects and demonic insects have the advantage of high physical defense, high physical damage, high toxicity, and large numbers. Attacks with intense spiritual power, thunder, or flames typically have a strong restraining effect on insects. Leaf Fire Crow also has strong poison resistance, as most toxins cannot withstand the burning of a separation flame. Currently, with the rampant demonic insects, the secrets beneath the blood ginseng growth area are also related to demonic insects. At this point, raising the Leaf Fire Crow has numerous benefits and is very necessary. Once the Leaf Fire Crow can recover to Tier 1 perfection strength, along with the Golden Marrow Bee colony, Qi Ping could essentially walk horizontally at the Qi refining stage. When encountering other Qi refining cultivators, if the golden marrow bees are countered, the leaf fire crow would serve as a trump card. Besides the leaf fire crow, the bee colony has reached 1,000 high-speed ring-cutting bees, and with about 500 each of ink armor bees, highly poisonous bees, and balance bees, it should be almost complete after another month. Qi Ping temporarily set the bee colony's numbers at this level, as any more would exceed the honey spiritual objects available on this mountain peak. This is even with the mature bees primarily consuming ordinary golden marrow honey, already competing with black little bees for ordinary flower nectar. This bee colony represents the maximum capacity of this area. To cultivate more honey, Qi Ping needs a larger area and more spiritual lands to grow more flowers and spiritual medicine to ensure the bees' food supply. Qi Ping already struggles significantly to supply high-quality spiritual medicine cultivated through plant growth for himself and the spirit beasts. If he needed to supply the bees everyday food through plant-grown spirit plants, it would severely slow Qi Ping's cultivation and the growth of his animal companions. Thus, acquiring larger space and more spiritual lands becomes essential in this situation. Currently, almost all spiritual lands in the Qingtian realm are either controlled by the Cyan Origin sect or some Immortal Cultivation clans, and there are virtually no ownerless spiritual lands. This situation is similar in the human race territories, as spiritual lands have always been core resources rarely unclaimed since ancient times. Even if they exist, exposure means they won't last long, quickly divided by rulers. So for Qi Ping to acquire more spiritual land, he would need to either buy or rent. The cost of buying spiritual land and spirit stones is more than 100 times the rental, not within Qi Ping's consideration. So his best path moving forward is to spend a large rent to lease a larger mountain in Zone B of the Cloud Mist Mountain Range, with more spiritual lands inside. Among the 4 zones, A, B, C, and D in the Cloud Mist Mountain Range, the plots in Zone D have some areas where the spiritual Qi concentration approaches that of Tier 1 low-level spiritual lands, suitable for breeding small amounts of barely Tier 1 spirit beasts. For instance, black little bees, edible black spirit ducks, golden feather chickens, etc. Zone D has the largest number of plots, being the choice for most loose cultivators. Zone C contains some Tier 1 spiritual land areas. There are also many places near Tier 1 spiritual lands, suitable for relatively large-scale planting and breeding industries, typically handled by stronger loose cultivators or peripheral disciples within the 3 major families. Zone B, compared to Zone C, has more intermediate Tier 1 spiritual lands and some low-level Tier 1 spiritual lands, with a higher overall spiritual Qi concentration. However, Zone B's rent is very expensive, manageable only by very strong loose cultivators and family disciples. This is why Qi Ping has been holding onto the blood ginseng growth area, enjoying intermediate Tier 1 spiritual land benefits for the cost of Zone D rent. Other than the place being relatively small and the overall spiritual Qi being relatively low, this limits the number of bees. If in Zone B, with enough space to plant spiritual medicine and flowers, natural planting could suffice for the bees' food and also produce large amounts of honey for sale, letting Qi Ping earn more spirit stones. This is also one reason Qi Ping considers exploring the secret below the blood ginseng growth area, as this place limits the overall development of the bee colony. It can't earn spirit stones, only maintaining the bee colony's consumption. Thus, to expand the bee colony and bring in income, leasing a better spiritual land is essential. The plots in Zone A contain high-level Tier 1 spiritual lands, directly managed by the Cyan Origin sect, usually rented by loose cultivators at Qi Refining Perfection or even Foundation Establishment, or by elders from the 3 major families. The top 10 plots even reach Tier 2 spiritual land levels with aid from a spirit gathering array, which might be unreachable even with spirit stones for those outside core Bluestone County figures or Cyan Origin sect disciples. The Inheritance Cave Mansion location provided to Qi Ping by Sister Nan is atop the 7th mountain in Zone A. Zone A rent is very expensive, and access is quite difficult, which is why Qi Ping is currently considering Zone B instead of Zone A. Hopefully, whatever is beneath the blood ginseng growth area is something that, upon reaching Zone B, continues to provide spiritual chi, possibly allowing me to plant high-level Tier 1 spiritual medicine there. Of course, this is Chi Ping's hope. What exactly lies there is uncertain, potentially extremely dangerous, providing no benefits. Were it not for necessity, Chi Ping wishes it were simply a spiritual land he could develop peacefully, not uselessly dig something out of curiosity. But now circumstances are forcing this. The Qingyi woman might not leave much time for Chi Ping, and the bee colony needs a larger spiritual land to expand. Let's settle on this. Restore the leaf fire crow to Tier 1 perfection. Then delve into underground secrets. Lease a larger, more spiritually enriched plot in Zone B. Start large-scale rapid flower planting. Then expand the bee colony. Brew honey for spirit stones. Next, primarily cultivate fire spirit grass. Then attempt to research the honey version of fire spirit body tempering pill and figure out the best way to combine honey to bring out the fire spirit grass's fire attribute medicinal effects perfectly. The leaf fire crow will consume both to swiftly regain strength, while I use the former for body refining and the latter for chi refining. After making up his mind, Chi Ping hurried back to the blood ginseng growing area and took out the fire spirit grass, blood ginseng, and flowing light grass, all collected with soil and stored in the storage bag. This place has undergone a significant transformation compared to before. One by one, the flowers were planted here by Chi Ping. Similar places with the same layout can be found hundreds of times in the dense forest. Without spiritual medicine actively absorbing spiritual chi, the blood ginseng growing area visually looks no different from other places. This is also why the woman in green couldn't find anything unusual even after many trips through the forest. After confirming that the woman in green hadn't returned to monitor, Chi Ping started planting again without worry. 1 flowing light grass. 17 blood ginsengs. Now, Chi Ping has 17 blood ginsengs, with medicinal efficacy ranging from a few years to decades. Thanks to these blood ginsengs being able to self-propagate, despite prolonged consumption, the number of blood ginsengs has not decreased but increased. Although the rate of nurturing new blood ginseng is not fast, it is sufficient to ensure stable output. The flowing light grass has also produced quite a few seeds. Since there's no need, Chi Ping hasn't cultivated them yet. Using 1 for the golden marrow bee to produce honey is enough. 1 fire spirit grass with 60 years of medicinal efficacy, 1 with 20 years, and 5 with 3 to 4 years. The only pity for Chi Ping is that 50 years of medicinal efficacy is not the transformation point for fire spirit grass's medicinal power. Chi Ping estimates that, like blood ginseng, the transformation point may be at the 100-year medicinal efficacy mark. To restore the leaf fire crow's bloodline, ordinary Tier 1 intermediate fire spirit grass is difficult to achieve unless in great quantities. To improve efficiency, Chi Ping plans to let the fire spirit medicine's efficacy reach 100 years and transform once before proceeding. Then, the fire spirit grass with 20 years of efficacy will be used to test the liquid version of the fire spirit body tempering pill and to experiment with which combination of spiritual medicines can best exert the fire spirit grass's fire attribute efficacy. As for the first approach, because there's a specific pill formula, Chi Ping will attempt it himself. The second approach, without a pill formula as a basis, will be left to the brewer Big Belly Bee to concoct. The brewer Big Belly Bee possesses extremely keen spiritual sense on spiritual medicines, able to keenly blend spiritual medicines and maximize their effects, then turn them into honey. As long as Chi Ping tries different combinations of spiritual medicines, the brewer Big Belly Bee can blend the appropriate ratios to brew honey based on these combinations. The brewer Big Belly Bee's intelligence seems reduced, perhaps entirely honed for its keen spiritual sense on spiritual medicines. An increase and a decrease for the golden marrow bee. This might be the limit of their bodies, unless like the balance bee, all aspects of their bodies enhance comprehensively to withstand a new round of transformation, transforming into an even stronger state. After planting all the spiritual medicines, Chi Ping applied the plant growth skill 4 times, all used to accelerate the fire spirit grass with 60 years of medicinal efficacy. Looking at the fire spirit grass that had grown significantly, a happy smile appeared on Qi Ping's face. The feeling of effort leading to rewards is truly wonderful. Almost there, when the fire spirit grass's efficacy reaches 100 years, I should also be able to discover the optimal combination to exert its effect. By then, it will be time for you to restore your power of bloodline. Qi Ping looked at the leaf fire crow, whose eyes showed longing, and patted its little head to comfort it. Caw-caw, listen to the boss. During this period, Qi Ping gradually understood the character of the leaf fire crow. Not only is its intelligence high, but it is also especially diligent in cultivation. Before the first ray of sunlight appears in the morning, the leaf fire crow would fly to the treetop, waiting for the first ray of sunlight to descend. After beginning to bask in the sunlight, it makes an effort to absorb the power of the great sun, and it continues until the evening, stopping only after the last ray of sunlight has fallen to rest. Often, by the end of the day, the leaf fire crow is utterly exhausted. But regardless of how tired it was the previous day, the leaf fire crow would get up on time from rest, never missing a single ray of sunlight. This spirit makes Qi Ping feel somewhat shameful by comparison. Although Qi Ping himself likes spiritual medicine, farming, and cultivation, he prefers a rhythm that allows for a balance of work and rest, living comfortably. Now, engaging in such meticulous farming and cultivation is more out of concern for external crises, fearing a sudden formidable enemy might appear one day, causing him to perish in disaster. If that were to happen, he would surely regret not utilizing such favorable conditions properly. So his effort stems from crisis rather than belief in himself. But the leaf fire crow is different. Qi Ping can perceive a strong belief within the leaf fire crow that supports its actions, and is not due to hatred or anything, just a belief in becoming stronger. This continual, never-stopping absorption of the power of the great sun each day did not make the leaf fire crow feel fatigued, but rather extremely satisfied and full of fighting spirit. Qi Ping was quite delighted by this. It's definitely a perfect candidate to become a strong crow. For a spirit beast to break through its bloodline limitation, two critical factors are required: a lot of high-level resources and powerful belief and will. Because only a sufficiently strong will can better enable a spirit beast to break through the shackles and limits of its bloodline, reaching a higher level. When Qi Ping first saw the leaf fire crow and chose it, its indomitable spirit was an important reason for his choice. Now that they've spent time together, it proves that Qi Ping was not mistaken in his initial judgment. Even more, the spirit of the leaf fire crow is stronger and more surprising than Qi Ping had anticipated. According to the leaf fire crow, its power once plummeted almost to the Tier 1 beginning stage due to damaged bloodline. However, now with continual absorption and repair through the power of the great sun, its strength has almost recovered to the Tier 1 advanced stage. More surprisingly for Qi Ping, the leaf fire crow claims to faintly feel that its restored bloodline seems to have become stronger. Upon learning this news, Qi Ping's first thought was 4 words: breaking to establish. If the breaking to establish occurs, the probability of the leaf fire crow's bloodline advance is very high. Qi Ping realized he truly picked a treasure. It might be that the leaf fire crow's further advanced bloodline could rival spirit beasts worth 6 or 7,000, or even 7 to 8,000 spirit stones, whereas Qi Ping purchased the leaf fire crow for only 1,500 spirit stones, and it came with a storage bag he had always wanted to continue using. This move certainly was a massive profit. Sometimes when seeing the leaf fire crow, Qi Ping wanted to say, "Yeah, awesome." After planting all the spiritual medicines and completing the cultivation, Qi Ping started cultivating the wood flame technique. His talent now was incomparable to before. 1 day of cultivation is much more efficient than 10 days previously. With such talent, Qi Ping naturally would not waste time. Plus, this cultivation speed is truly exhilarating. Qi Ping managed to persevere even at the previous snail-like pace, not to mention now. After maintaining this state for 2 days, the golden marrow bee helped him find 2 plants as ordinary medicinal materials for the formula. The reason for not purchasing them in the market was to avoid anyone noticing his intention to prepare the fire spirit body tempering pill. A cautious approach is still Qi Ping's style. Once these two medicinal materials are gathered, Qi Ping will need only the final spirit storage fruit to proceed with the Fire Spirit Body Tempering Pill Formula's modification experiment. The last type of herb, the spirit storage fruit, is the easiest to obtain. The mountain peak where Sister Nan resides is planted with many spirit storage fruits. Early the next morning, Qi Ping set off for Sister Nan's mountain, which is the fifth peak. Upon reaching the fifth peak, Qi Ping found that Sister Nan wasn't in her small courtyard. Instead, there were about a dozen blue-feathered chickens pecking at the corn in the courtyard, seemingly having just been fed. So early to tend to the spirit storage fruits? Perfect timing. That's exactly why I'm here. And so, Qi Ping continued walking towards the place where Sister Nan cultivated the spirit storage fruits. Soon, Qi Ping found Sister Nan trimming the leaves of fruit trees halfway up the mountain. The gentle morning sunlight softly fell on Sister Nan's plain clothes and long hair. Due to trimming the branches, quite a few leaves covered in dew had fallen on her and her hair. Sister Nan, you're busy so early? Upon hearing Qi Ping's voice, Sister Nan turned her head to look at him, a relaxed and carefree expression on her face. Little Qi, what brings you here? Sister Nan's voice carried a joyful delight. Seeing Qi Ping, Sister Nan quickly put down her work. Qi Ping was a bit surprised at this scene. His impression of Sister Nan was that of a mature, cautious, and thorough older sister. Such a laid-back demeanor as today was something he had never seen before. I came to purchase some spirit storage fruits from you. Spirit storage fruits? Why talk about buying with Sister Nan? How many do you need? I'll pick the best ones for you. After saying that, Sister Nan was already searching for the best quality fruits on the spirit storage fruit trees. I want all the mature spirit storage fruits. All of them. Sister Nan, shocked, turned her head to look at Qi Ping. Yes, I want them all. So you'll have to charge me, otherwise I won't take them. Sister Nan doesn't have the same golden touch as he does. She relies on these spirit storage fruits for survival and to earn from cultivation. If he took them, she would have nothing to live on. I see. Then I'll give you an 80% discount on the selling price. Don't refuse, or I won't sell them to you. Sister Nan added this sentence at the end. How about a 90% discount, Sister Nan? After hearing this, Sister Nan rolled her eyes at Qi Ping. Who haggles in reverse? Forget it. Can't be bothered arguing with you, that's fine. Sister Nan left these words and went to pick the spirit storage fruits. Qi Ping didn't offer to help, as the picking and selection of spirit storage fruits required knowledge. Random action would likely cause more harm than good. After a while, Sister Nan managed to pick all the mature spirit storage fruits. Looking at the fruits, Qi Ping found that they were of remarkably high quality, not inferior to those grown in Zone C. Sister Nan is indeed skilled at making spiritual fertilizers. However, this skill is of little use to Qi Ping. When he accelerates the growth of spiritual medicine, it will rapidly absorb the spiritual qi from underground. Without the replenishment of earth vein spiritual qi, the spiritual qi in the fertilizer would soon be absorbed, far less efficient than having a spiritual land with spirit vein support. Considering the cost of making the spiritual fertilizer, the cost effectiveness is much lower than renting a good piece of spiritual land. With a 90% discount, that's 48 lower-grade spirit stones in total. Sister Nan quickly calculated the price after a quick count. Great! Qi Ping didn't hesitate, counted out the spirit stones, and handed them to Sister Nan before putting the needed spirit storage fruits into a storage bag. After the transaction was completed, Sister Nan suddenly suggested, "It's been a long time since we had a meal together. How about I cook some chicken soup for you?" But Qi Ping shook his head at this. He was eager to experiment with the pill formula. "Maybe next time, Sister Nan. I have some urgent matters to attend to." "All right, then. All right, Sister Nan. I might be moving away from here in a while." Upon hearing this from Qi Ping, Sister Nan was momentarily stunned. "Huh? Where are you moving to?" "I'm planning to rent a piece of land in Zone B. The concentration of spiritual qi in Zone D is too low, and the area is too small." "Zone B? I thought you were leaving Qingshi County. Scare me for a moment." "Of course not. I'm not familiar with other places. Unfamiliar environments might be more dangerous." "All right, then let me know when you're moving, and Sister Nan will come and help you." After saying goodbye to Sister Nan and returning to the mountain, Qi Ping felt as if Sister Nan had changed a lot. Previously, Sister Nan always seemed to have a sort of tension, giving a constant sense of urgency. But now it seemed as if that tension had dissipated, becoming tranquil and natural, with her speaking much more clearly. However, Qi Ping didn't dwell on it much, thinking it was quite good this way. Instead of being tense all the time, it's better to live more freely. If one doesn't have the talent but wants to achieve higher cultivation, the path is too difficult, as hard as climbing to the heavens, with only 1 in 100 succeeding. Sister Nan's current state is good, combining life and cultivation, and with a relaxed mindset, cultivation efficiency might not be less than when the nerves are taut. With the spirit storage fruits prepared, Qi Ping took out all the spiritual medicines. Fire spirit medicine, blood ginseng, flowing light grass, spirit storage fruit, night light vine. Qi Ping made 50 different combinations out of these herbs, each combination ranging from 2 to 7 types of herbs, with completely different methods of combinations. He then allocated a small amount of herbs according to each combination. Once this was done, Qi Ping handed these 50 combinations to different brewer big belly bees and made careful labels. These spiritual medicines need to be brewed inside the big belly bees for at least 7 days to turn into honey. After 7 days, we can see the results, and then let the leaf fire crow try which combination can bring out the most effect of the fire spirit grass. 7 days later, Qi Ping would be able to see which combination best brought out the fire attribute power of the fire spirit grass. Then, by comparing it with the usual effects of fire spirit medicine, he could determine how much the overall potency had been increased. Once the centennial fire spirit grass was cultivated, they would brew it according to this combination to maximize the fire spirit grass's power in restoring the bloodline of the leaf fire crow. Qi Ping would also choose a combination most suitable for his cultivation of the wood flame technique, using this combination to brew honey for his cultivation in the future. Unfortunately, I still know too little about alchemy and spiritual medicine. Otherwise, I could directly determine which spiritual herbs are suitable for combinations and buy the targeted medicinal herbs for the brewer big belly bees to try, instead of fumbling around like now. Qi Ping also realized at this moment that only by having foundational knowledge of spiritual herb combinations, spiritual medicine formulas, and medicinal properties fusion could he truly unlock the value of the brewer big belly bees. Qi Ping also believed that even if he established his foundation, and Tier 2 brewer big belly bees were not yet cultivated, as long as he had the lowest cost, highest effective formula, Tier 1 high-level brewer big belly bees could also earn him a substantial amount of spirit stones. And because it involves Tier 1 honey, Qi Ping wouldn't need to worry too much about being targeted after establishing his foundation. Overall, Qi Ping felt that he hadn't truly developed the complete value of the brewer big belly bees. With all the spiritual herb combinations assigned to the brewer big belly bees, Qi Ping wore a satisfied smile on his face. Having good animal companions is indeed wonderful. Otherwise, these 50 batches of spiritual medicine experiments could have exhausted him. Being tired is one thing, but the brewer big belly bees might do a better job. Additionally, in regards to the fire spirit body tempering pill formula, Qi Ping also made a combination and handed it to the brewer big belly bees. Once the honey is produced, he would know how the effect of the brewed honey compares to the pill formula. When the brewer big belly bee began making honey using the 50 combinations of spiritual medicine that Qi Ping had set up, Qi Ping started studying the liquid version of the fire spirit body tempering pill. Without any delay, after adjusting his state, Qi Ping began the extraction of spirit medicine essence according to the spiritual medicines on the pill formula. However, after starting the extraction of spirit medicine essence, Qi Ping quickly discovered something different from before. The extraction of spirit medicine essence seems to be easier, and the speed has increased quite a bit. After extracting the essence of multiple spiritual medicines, Qi Ping could basically confirm that for extracting spirit medicine essence, the extraction ability of the wood flame technique's spiritual power was higher than that of the wood shield technique's spiritual power. It was not only easier, but also faster, and it consumed less spiritual power. Gradually, Qi Ping began to notice the different effects of various spiritual powers during the extraction of medicinal properties. Would attribute spiritual power improve the precision during spirit medicine essence extraction? Fire attribute spiritual power, on the other hand, enhance the speed of spirit medicine essence extraction and reduce the difficulty of extracting medicinal properties. No wonder they say that having both wood and fire spirit roots is the best qualification for becoming an alchemist. Even just in the extraction of spirit medicine essence, there's so many advantages over other spiritual powers, not to mention the more difficult fusion of medicinal liquids, fire refining, and condensing pill. Other spirit roots, if they want to follow the path of alchemy, must put in even more effort, whereas wood and fire spirit roots have quite a bit of an innate advantage. It's no surprise that alchemists have special cultivation techniques and comprehensive alchemical methods like fire refining and fusion. However, Qi Ping was not very interested in the cultivation techniques specifically created for alchemy. He valued his own cultivation foundation more. Only by establishing a solid, stable, and rapid improvement in his cultivation can he have a better chance of reaching higher realms. I don't aspire for alchemical methods. I just need the fusion method for medicinal properties and more pill formulas to determine more suitable plans for the brewer Big Belly Bee to try. Due to the reduced difficulty of extracting spirit medicine essence, Qi Ping quickly completed the extraction of 20 portions of spiritual medicine. However, the subsequent fusion of spirit medicine essence was the most difficult. Due to the fusion process of fire refining and condensing pill being vastly different from ordinary spirit medicine essence fusion, Qi Ping, with his limited knowledge, could only rack his brains to set up multiple fusion plans for spirit medicine essence. Unfortunately, luck did not favor Qi Ping this time. In the subsequent fusions, the first attempt failed, the second attempt failed, the 15th attempt failed, the 16th attempt succeeded, the 20th attempt failed. After the 20th failure, Qi Ping's face looked almost as dark as a coal ball. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Although not all 20 attempts failed, it was close to total failure. Because the only successful fusion product, when Qi Ping eagerly tested its effect, was found to be less than 20% of the normal efficacy of a fire spirit body tempering pill. Qi Ping initially thought that even 40% or 50% could barely be acceptable, but what can 20% efficacy do? It's better to directly refine the fire spirit grass. Alas, I overestimated myself. After trying, Qi Ping realized just how difficult it was to create a medicinal liquid formula. It was something that a novice like him in alchemy couldn't concoct. Even sharing the great brewmaster's talent did not make a difference. Qi Ping even felt that the one time he succeeded was because the great brewmaster's talent enhanced his acuity in spirit medicine fusion. Otherwise, he wouldn't have succeeded even once. But thinking about it, this makes sense. Almost every pill formula and medicinal liquid formula is the result of countless alchemists and pharmacists' trials and efforts, and not something I could easily modify. This time, I was truly bold due to ignorance. It seems I need to be more cautious in the future, not be blindly confident, especially in matters involving personal safety, which should never be taken for granted. There are so many mysterious and powerful things in the immortal cultivation realm, and I am probably far from being able to protect myself. Caution and prudence are necessary to survive. This attempt served as a wake-up call for Qi Ping. After this experience, any pride that had arisen in Qi Ping's heart was thoroughly suppressed. The loss of 20 portions of spiritual medicine was a small matter. Each portion was small in quantity, so the loss was minimal. What Qi Ping truly feared was losing his life in the future due to overestimating himself. In the time that followed, Qi Ping adjusted his mindset, no longer focusing on modifying pill formulas, but instead concentrating on cultivating fire spirit medicine and practicing the wood flame technique. The most important things were to cultivate the fire spirit grass to 100 years of efficacy and to improve his cultivation level as soon as possible. With an improvement in the cultivation realm, the enhanced synchrony of spiritual power and divine soul would allow him to use the plant growth skill more frequently, thus accelerating the cultivation of spiritual medicines. As for the experiments in medicine fusion, Qi Ping decided to leave them to the brewer Big Belly Bee. Let professionals handle specialized tasks. Leave specialized matters to the expert bees. The honey produced by ordinary golden marrow bees is not bad, and honey brewed from blood ginseng is much more effective than directly refining blood ginseng. With multiple spiritual objects fused, the quantity of the brewed product will also increase. Moreover, the brewer big belly bee is an enhanced version of the golden marrow bee's honey-making ability, much more outstanding in honey production than ordinary golden marrow bees. The effect of honey made by the brewer big belly bee, using the same raw materials, can sometimes be several levels higher than that produced by the golden marrow bee. It's worth noting that honey brewed by golden marrow bee already significantly boosts performance, and the effect of brewer big belly bee honey, further improved from that baseline, indicates its powerful honey-making capability. So Chi Ping had considerable confidence in the brewer big belly bee. Even the worst outcome would be much better than directly refining the fire spirit grass. Thus, with expectations for the final results from the brewer big belly bee, Chi Ping patiently spent the next week or so dedicated to cultivating fire spirit grass and practicing the wood flame technique, his cultivation steadily improving during this time. A little over a week later, the brewer big belly bee finally brewed all of the 50 combinations of spiritual medicine set by Chi Ping into honey. Finally all done. Looking at the neatly arranged 100 portions of honey in the honeycomb, Chi Ping couldn't help but feel a bit excited. The true honey-making capability of the brewer big belly bee was about to be revealed at this moment. This was Chi Ping's first real test of the brewer big belly bee's honey-making ability. 100 portions of honey, just right. Chi Ping had prepared 50 sets of spiritual medicine combinations for testing, and each was being tried by 2 brewer big belly bees to minimize the possibility of individual variation. As of now, each set was successfully brewed, which was a rare achievement. Such a success rate was far higher than that of alchemists. But now that the success rate was established, the next step was to evaluate the overall effect. Yaya, upon hearing Chi Ping's voice, Li Fire Crow quickly flew down from the treetop, looking curiously at Chi Ping. Its master rarely called for it without reason, so there must be something important happening. Try this 100 portions of honey and see what's different, Chi Ping said, placing all 100 portions of honey, divided into 2, before Li Fire Crow. Honey. Li Fire Crow's eyes showed a puzzled expression. Since what do crows like honey? But it obediently listened to Chi Ping and began tasting it. Yet, before trying a few portions, its eyes suddenly lit up. Caw. What's with this rich fire attribute spiritual power? After the Li Fire Crow ate several portions of honey, it was immediately stunned by the rich fire attribute spiritual power inside. The dense fire attribute spiritual power in the honey was truly astonishing for the crow. Is this what the master has been tinkering with recently? This is amazing. It knew that the bees Chi Ping raised were quite formidable in battle. The high-speed ring-cutting bee, the ink armor bee, and the highly poisonous bee all had decent combat abilities, but it didn't expect these bees to have such astonishing honey-making abilities. In the heart of the Fire Crow, Chi Ping's image grew even taller. Ga. Boss, the effect of this honey is incredible. Ga. Yaya has never seen honey with such rich fire attribute spiritual power. After trying 10 or so portions, the Li Fire Crow couldn't help but marvel. The bees turn fire spirit grass into honey, which better brings out the medicinal properties of the fire spirit grass. These 100 portions of honey are brewed using different combinations of spiritual medicine. Yaya, see which portion of honey helps the most with your bloodline recovery. Ga. Understood, boss. After speaking, the Li Fire Crow earnestly set about trying them, marking each previous portion of honey with a note. Chi Ping couldn't quite understand it, but he could roughly tell that it was a record of each portion's fire attribute spiritual power concentration. After the Li Fire Crow began trying them, Chi Ping also started testing them. For him, he needed to find the honey most suitable for practicing the wood flame technique and the honey that had the effect of the fire spirit body tempering pill. The former for chi refining, the latter for body refining. If Chi Ping wanted to quickly boost his cultivation realm, the importance of physical strength would be very high. Since the enhancement of a cultivator's physical strength mostly comes from years of spiritual chi refining. But if one wants to elevate their realm in a short time, it's necessary to pair it with a body refining technique or some body strengthening elixir. This is why Qi Ping values the Fire Spirit Body Tempering Pill formula so much. This honey has a decent concentration of Fire Spirit Qi. This one is somewhat lacking. How is the Fire Spirit Qi concentration so low? Though it has a good body, nourishing effect, this one can actually accelerate the internal flow of spiritual power. Interesting, though the effect isn't very evident. Qi Ping carefully continued testing in this manner. After evaluating the effect of each honey, he meticulously recorded it, and the talent of a great brewmaster allowed him to clearly discern the medicinal properties within. Qi Ping didn't want a mishap to waste a painstakingly cultivated centennial fire spirit grass, as regret would be too late then. It's no longer the peaceful times from a few years ago under Cyan Origin's sex governance. Chaos and crisis pervade, and time might be life, so it's best to avoid mistakes. As Qi Ping continued testing, he became increasingly astonished by the brewing abilities of the brewer Big Belly Bee. Although most honey fell quite short of elixirs in terms of effects, the high success rate couldn't be beaten. These honeys essentially performed better than if Qi Ping took the spiritual medicine directly, with some honey even having special effects like accelerating spiritual power flow and blood boiling, though not particularly pronounced. This should be due to a flaw in my spiritual medicine combination setup. If an alchemist were to set up these combinations, the effects would likely be entirely different. Realizing this issue, Qi Ping's thirst for knowledge of various pill formulas and elixir combinations grew more intense. With this knowledge as a foundation, the role of the brewer Big Belly Bee could truly be realized. The honey brewed according to the Fire Spirit Body Tempering Pill formula is not bad. After 2 rounds of effect testing, Qi Ping found that this honey possessed about 50 to 60% of the efficacy of the Fire Spirit Body Tempering Pill. Don't look down on the fact that its efficacy is only half of the Fire Spirit Body Tempering Pill, but the high success rate can't be suppressed. In comparison, it's already enough to rival alchemists, whose success rates aren't that high. Moreover, this honey has an even stronger effect on enhancing spiritual power than the Fire Spirit Body Tempering Pill. Overall, the honey brewed according to the Fire Spirit Body Tempering Pill formula fully met Qi Ping's expectations and unexpectedly slightly enhanced spiritual power and cultivation. Now, there's no need to worry about physical strength issues in the short term. Qi Ping felt immense joy in his heart. After recording the details of this honey, Qi Ping continued testing. This was something that required patience, and Qi Ping was in no hurry. Discerning the medicinal properties required focus. Compared to Qi Ping, the leaf fire crow was much more straightforward. It just tried them all at once and decisively identified the 58th honey as having the strongest fire attribute spiritual power, most beneficial for its bloodline recovery. After trying it, the leaf fire crow saw Qi Ping was still carefully tasting and analyzing and didn't disturb him, but made a big note of the 58 honey before running into the sunlight to absorb the power of the great sun. About an hour later, Qi Ping finally finished recording all the honey's characteristics and medicinal properties. At this moment, his eyes were filled with joy and surprise. I didn't expect there to be 3 surprising honeys in the end. Qi Ping originally hoped for only 2 portions of honey to meet expectations. One suitable for the leaf fire crow to recover bloodline. One based on the Fire Spirit Body Tempering Pill formula suitable for body refining, ideal for refining and enhancing the physique. But now, Qi Ping found a 3rd honey that delighted him. This honey was based on blood ginseng and fire spirit grass, supplemented by spirit storage fruit, subai grass, and other spiritual medicine. The final effect was extremely delightful to Qi Ping. This honey contained both fire and wood attribute spiritual power, significantly speeding up the cultivation of wood flame technique for Qi Ping. How could this not make Qi Ping delighted? Using the honey for enhancing the physique and for accelerating the wood flame technique's cultivation simultaneously ensures his cultivation can rocketing upwards. Moreover, it would support him to quickly complete mid-stage Qi refining without an issue. The first one, based on a Fire Spirit Body Tempering Pill formula, will be named Fire Spirit Body Tempering Honey. The second, suitable for the leaf fire crow's bloodline recovery, will be called Fire Spirit Honey. The third, based on fire spirit grass and blood ginseng, suitable for wood flame technique cultivation, will be called with ginseng honey. After confirming the final plan, Qi Ping called the leaf fire crow down again. Yeah. Out of these 100 portions of honey, which one is most suitable for your bloodline recovery? Ga. Boss, this one. The fire spirit Qi in this one is very dense and potent. The leaf fire crow pointed unhesitatingly to the 58th honey, which was precisely the portion Qi Ping had named fire spirit honey. Great! The fire spirit Qi in this honey is indeed the strongest, and that fire spirit grass will be cultivated to a century old in 4 or 5 days. Then I will brew it into this honey for you to consume. How is your bloodline recovery going? Ga. It's almost recovered to the late stage tier 1 boss. Not bad. There's still quite a bit of 20-year-old fire spirit grass left. I'll first have the golden marrow bee brew it into fire spirit honey for you to recover to late stage tier 1. And then when the centennial fire spirit grass matures, let's see if it can help you restore to the perfection of tier 1. Ga. Boss, you're formidable. After testing the 3 types of honey, fire spirit honey, fire ginseng honey, and fire spirit body tempering honey, Qi Ping felt a sense of joy, while also secretly breathing a sigh of relief. A small phase of his goal was considered complete. The next objective was to use the remaining portion of the 20-year fire spirit grass to brew fire spirit honey so that the leaf fire crow could quickly be restored to the late stage of tier 1. 4 or 5 days later, when the efficacy of that fire spirit grass reaches 100 years, use it to brew fire spirit honey, striving to restore the leaf fire crow to the perfection of tier 1. By then, I hope Yaya can recover to the perfection of tier 1. With the leaf fire crow, we would have a better chance of exploring the secrets beneath the blood ginseng growing area. Qi Ping estimated that he didn't have much time left, and regardless of whether the leaf fire crow's power was restored to the perfection of tier 1, he had to dig down and find out what was hidden. After nurturing the spiritual medicine here for so long, after the emergence of the demonic insects, the thing below attracted wave after wave of demonic insects. Qi Ping was extremely curious about the secret below and wondered what exactly it was. However, the potential danger made Qi Ping not dare to act rashly without confidence. If the loss of the spiritual land occurred, it would be the most troublesome. But now, this spiritual land was not so important to Qi Ping anymore. Presently, it no longer met Qi Ping's development needs, and could even be said to severely limit the growth of the bee colony. Only by going to a place with more abundant spiritual qi, having more naturally growing spirit herbs and flowers as a foundation, could the bee colony's numbers grow again, bringing Qi Ping considerable spirit stone income. At that time, Qi Ping would also be able to peacefully cultivate without constantly worrying about something coming out from beneath the ground. During this time, although Qi Ping had been accelerating the nurturing of spiritual medicine here, he never dared to relax his vigilance for a moment. If there was something underground that allowed me to continue nurturing high-level Tier 1 spiritual medicine in the intermediate Tier 1 territory, it would be ideal. This was a hope in Qi Ping's heart, because renting a high-level Tier 1 spiritual land wasn't easy. If there was something that allowed him to nurture high-level Tier 1 spiritual medicine in Zone B, it would be the best scenario. In stable cultivation and nurturing of spiritual medicine, time quietly passed by, and it had unknowingly been 5 days. On that day, the efficacy of the fire spirit grass officially reached 100 years. The fiery and intense fire attribute spiritual power around it was so dense that it was almost about to condense into liquid. The scene was quite miraculous and astonishing. Even the distantly fire crow was alarmed by this power. The centennial fire spirit grass is indeed extraordinary. What Qi Ping had been anticipating for a long time, the centennial fire spirit grass, finally succeeded in cultivation. After succeeding, Qi Ping didn't hesitate or delay, but immediately brought out the other spiritual herbs that had been prepared long ago and handed them along with the centennial fire spirit grass to the brewer Big Belly Bee. The sooner the fire spirit honey was brewed, the faster the leaf fire crow's power could be restored. The medicinal properties of the centennial fire spirit grass are much stronger than those of the 20-year fire spirit grass. It's estimated to take about 10 days to brew the fire spirit honey. After estimating the time, Qi Ping didn't get impatient, but continued cultivating. Now his cultivation at the 4th layer of Qi refining is not only firmly stabilizing, but is also steadily growing with the support of the honey, gradually approaching the 5th layer of qi refining. Qi Ping was quite satisfied with such a cultivation speed. Among loose cultivators, his current cultivation speed was already very, very fast, even surpassing many disciples of the 3 big families. With the fire separation body and golden marrow honey support, his cultivation speed could indeed be described as rapid. Qi Ping could almost feel his spiritual power noticeably enhancing every day. This feeling of getting feedback and growing stronger with each cultivation session was as addictive as a drug to Qi Ping. It was a world of difference compared to the previous state where cultivation felt as if it had no effect. For Qi Ping, this kind of immortal cultivation was the true cultivation. Compared to the past, life seemed very different. What also made Qi Ping equally happy was that with the support of the fire separation body and the jungle druid, his current cultivation was not at all floated or unstable. Instead, his foundation was incomparably solid and firm. This meant that Qi Ping's foundation had no hidden dangers, and as long as he cultivated normally, breaking through to foundation establishment wouldn't be very difficult. Once he reached foundation establishment, he would truly be considered an expert in Qingshi County. 3 days later, the remaining portion of the 20-year fire spirit grass, along with the other spiritual herbs in the fire spirit honey brewing formula, was successfully brewed into honey by the brewer Big Belly Bee. Although the 20-year fire spirit grass isn't as abundant as the centennial fire spirit grass, there's still a considerable amount. After Qi Ping collected this batch of fire spirit honey, he had filled 2 fist-sized jade bottles. After collecting the fire spirit honey, Qi Ping immediately gave it to the leaf fire crow. At this time, it was noon, and the summer sun was incredibly scorching. Yet, standing under the blazing sun, the leaf fire crow did not feel the slightest discomfort, but rather felt extremely comfortable. For the leaf fire crow, this was the best season of the year. The intense power of the great sun surrounded the entire leaf fire crow, faintly casting a golden hue over its black feathers. According to the records in the classics, a normal leaf fire crow should not be able to perceive and absorb so much of the power of the great sun. But at this moment, the power of the great sun on Yaya was truly to an astonishingly rich extent. That brawny, towersome guy, Meng Yin, said that Yaya's bloodline was rich, which probably wasn't a lie, but being able to achieve this kind of level likely also has something to do with Yaya's breakthrough and reconstruction. Seeing the golden halo emerging from Yaya, Qi Ping was deeply impressed by Yaya's abilities. After a moment, the leaf fire crow exited the state of perceiving the great sun, flapped its wings twice, and flew onto Qi Ping's shoulder. "Caw-caw! Boss, why are you here?" "Here for you," Qi Ping said, taking the 2 small bottles of fire spirit honey from the storage bag and placing them in front of the leaf fire crow. "Caw-caw! Fire spirit honey." The leaf fire crow's eyes widened with excitement. Use it to quickly restore your cultivation to the late stage of Tier 1. Our situation isn't safe here. "Caw-caw! Thank you, boss. Yaya will definitely not let you down." After speaking, the leaf fire crow grabbed the 2 bottles of fire spirit honey and flew back to its previous position. After pulling out the stoppers, the leaf fire crow swallowed the 2 bottles of fire spirit honey without hesitation. Having previously tried the effects of fire spirit honey, it was very aware of the intensity of the spiritual power within. Plus, having once been a fully perfected Tier 1 beast, it naturally wasn't afraid of the mere power of 2 bottles of fire spirit honey. Moreover, it yearned for the most intense and powerful fire spiritual power, as only then would it better stimulate its bloodline to recover. As the 2 bottles of fire spirit honey were consumed, an extremely dense fire spiritual power instantly filled the leaf fire crow's entire body, making it seem as if the whole crow's body had burst into flames. At the same time, the leaf fire crow also entered the state of perceiving the great sun again, as the intense power of the great sun once more enveloped the leaf fire crow. As time passed, gradually, a wave of strong fire spiritual power's pressure began to emanate from the leaf fire crow. This breakthrough went smoothly without any accidents, and as Yaya's momentum grew to a critical point, An explosion of fire spiritual power erupted that was far more powerful than a typical 7th layer of Qi refining cultivator. At that moment, the wood flame spiritual power within Qi Ping suddenly stirred, dramatically increasing his body's fire spiritual power affinity level. My body's fire spiritual power affinity has increased. Feeling the increasingly active wood flame spiritual power within him and the fire attribute spiritual Qi in the air, Qi Ping was full of surprise. He originally thought that the leaf fire crow would need to consume fire spirit honey made from centennial fire spirit grass and other herbs to complete the enhancement of its bloodline. Unexpectedly, Yaya's bloodline has already improved upon just regaining Tier 1 late-stage power. It's probably just a finishing touch, Qi Ping speculated. The leaf fire crow has been accumulating the power of the great sun over time, and recently mentioned its bloodline seemed enhanced. Now, with the power of fire spirit honey and the recovery of Tier 1 late-stage power, some enhancement in the bloodline is achieved naturally, and isn't that surprising? This breakthrough by the leaf fire crow didn't take long. In just a quarter of an hour, it completely refined the fire spirit honey and restored its strength to the late stage of Tier 1. After the power was restored, a stream of gold-red fire of separation burned fiercely on the surface of the leaf fire crow, emitting an intense heat and dangerous aura. Qi Ping had no doubt that this flame could directly burn him to ashes. Because the leaf fire crow originally fell from Qi refining perfection, its peak power was considerably stronger than typical Qi refining perfection. So now, with the recovery to the late stage of Tier 1 power, the potential energy it can release is far beyond a leaf fire crow just breaking into the late stage of Tier 1. Not to mention, Qi Ping's leaf fire crow has had a significant enhancement in its bloodline. But the feeling of Yaya's life-bound, spiritual fire and aura seems somewhat unstable. It looks like it's hard to unleash the true power of the fire of separation until fully recovered. After Qi Ping waited briefly on the side, the leaf fire crow restrained the gold-red flame on its body and flapped its wings back to Qi Ping's shoulder. Caw, boss, I successfully restore my Tier 1 late-stage power. Upon returning to Qi Ping's shoulder, the leaf fire crow excitedly spoke, eyes filled with intense joy. It had been waiting for this day for quite a while. It absorbed the power of the great sun every day, aiming to swiftly restore its bloodline and power, and now finally regained some of it. And Qi Ping looked at the excited Yaya and the more mystical flame mark on its forehead. Not bad. Yaya, has your bloodline also improved a bit? Upon hearing this, the leaf fire crow widened its eyes. Caw, boss, how did you know? It has strengthened a bit, but not much. True transformation may have to wait until the bloodline is fully restored. Well, that won't be long. In about 7 days, the Centennial Fire Spirit grass can be brewed into Centennial Fire Spirit honey. You continue cultivating and prepare well. Caw. Yes, boss. Yaya responded and quickly returned to the sunlight to perceive the power of the great sun. After the leaf fire crow successfully broke through to Tier 1 late stage, Qi Ping's worries lessened. Next, with consuming the fire spirit honey brewed from Centennial Fire Spirit grass, the leaf fire crow should be able to recover to its peak condition. The leaf fire crow, with its restored peak condition and bloodline enhancement, would undoubtedly unleash exceptionally powerful combat strength. There's still a week, enough to stabilize Yaya's realm and adjust it to optimal condition. By then, with the leaf fire crow and the bee swarm joining forces, Qi Ping estimated that not many cultivators in the Qi refining stage could withstand them. Returning to the blood ginseng growing ground, after cultivating a batch of fire spirit grass, Qi Ping also began to take stock of his current possessions. After a week, once the leaf fire crow completes its breakthrough, it will be the time for him to excavate the secrets beneath the blood ginseng growing ground. Before that, all planning must be thoroughly prepared, such as battle preparations, inventorying and packing valuable items, planning escape routes in case of danger, and gathering the spirit stones needed for renting Zone B, and so on. Qi Ping does not want to entrust his life and fortune to luck. Stepping cautiously is the key to everlasting life. The bee swarm is now fully nurtured to the planned scale. There are 1,000 high-speed ring-cutting bees, 500 each of ink armor bees, highly poisonous bees, balance bees, and brewer big belly bees, plus another 1,000 ordinary golden marrow bees. Among these bee swarms, because of its speed and attack advantages, the high-speed ring-cutting bee is the main force for reconnaissance and offense, hence its large numbers. This is Qi Ping's absolute mainstay. Ink armor bees and highly poisonous bees, with one boasting super high defense and the other possessing high venom, are used as supportive bee swarms. Ink armor bees attract the enemy's primary attack, earning combat opportunities for high-speed ring-cutting bees and highly poisonous bees. The highly poisonous bee, lacking clear speed and defense advantages, stands out for its tail needle's exceptional armor-piercing power and venom. Thus, Qi Ping plans to deploy highly poisonous bees for a deadly strike when the enemy is distracted by ink armor bees and high-speed ring-cutting bees, especially against larger enemies, where its attack effectiveness surpasses high-speed ring-cutting bees. In fact, these three combat bee swarms each have strengths and weaknesses, their combined combat power vastly outstripping that of any single type, allowing for strategic combat tactics tailored to enemy characteristics. Now, Qi Ping meticulously researched and trained these battle bee swarms for battle arrays. Compared to mere untrained soldiers, their combat power is altogether different. The 500 brewer big belly bees were specifically prepared for brewing advanced honey like fire spirit honey, fire ginseng honey, or other high-level spiritual medicine. The balance bees and ordinary golden marrow bees are currently primarily responsible for pollen and spiritual medicine collection, as well as brewing the bee swarm's daily dietary needs, ensuring survival and basic combat power support. These living conditions are austere for the bee swarm, but it is unavoidable, because the current number of bee swarms has already reached the ecological land's carrying capacity on 7th peak and may even slightly exceed it. If Qi Ping does not utilize plant growth to cultivate food for the bee swarm, the ecology of 7th peak would gradually collapse within 3 months. Thus, moving to a larger area with more spiritual land is urgent. Only then can the bee swarm represent not a liability, but generate substantial benefits for Qi Ping. Before digging out the secrets underground, the small black bees and all spiritual medicine must be stored in the spirit beast bag. The small black bees are the legacy of Old Man Zhou. Having followed Qi Ping for many years, he naturally would not abandon them. Taking them to the new location poses no loss to him. Instead, he can regularly collect ordinary honey from them. After these preparations are done, we'll see if I can find something good under the blood ginseng growing ground. If encountering overwhelming danger, I'll escape immediately. After completing these plans, Qi Ping settled down to cultivate the wood flame technique and nurture fire spirit grass, steadily enhancing his cultivation, the medicinal effect longevity of fire spirit grass, and druid level experience. If the leaf fire crow does not successfully recover in a week, there could be higher year fire spirit grass directly available for the leaf fire crow to consume. Qi Ping was quite pleasantly surprised that a slight enhancement in the leaf fire crow's bloodline had already brought him substantial experience growth. Druid level experience plus 16. This time, merely a slight transformation garnered 16 experience points. When the leaf fire crow completes its true transformation, it's bound to earn an exceptionally abundant experience reward. Now, half a month has passed since the day he contracted the leaf fire crow. Qi Ping's druid level experience also increased by 79 points. Level LV3 33 400ths. Level LV3 112 400ths. Qi Ping estimates if the leaf fire crow's bloodline transformation yields generous experience, then in 2 months, he could promptly upgrade to level 4 druid. In level 4 druid, there's a skill Qi Ping is very eager for. With 1 week remaining, Qi Ping didn't engage in any special activities. He continued cultivating and nurturing spiritual medicine as usual, occasionally tending to the various flowers planted on the mountain, sometimes gaining some druid-level experience. Although it was much less compared to accelerating the cultivation of spiritual medicine, over time it likely accumulated to dozens of level experience. It was a considerable achievement over time. Mainly, this was done during the rest periods aside from cultivating and nurturing spiritual medicine, so it didn't hinder the progress of cultivation and nurturing. Once, when Qi Ping went to check on the black little bees, he found the honeycombs almost overflowing with honey and realized he hadn't collected the honey brewed by the black little bees for quite a while. Currently, during the spring and summer seasons, ordinary honey production was swift. After collecting it, Qi Ping estimated its value to be around 30 or 40 spirit stones, a modest gain. The reason Qi Ping maintained such a lifestyle, aside from the small gains in experience and spirit stones, was also for heart refinement. In the path of immortal cultivation, both talent and disposition are important. As cultivation increases, disposition becomes increasingly crucial. Human cultivators, unlike spirit beasts, can't rapidly advance just by having sufficient resources before reaching the bloodline ceiling. For example, a Tier 3 Wind and Thunder Spirit Condor, if provided with ample resources, can reach the corresponding Golden Core Tier 3 Spirit Beast level even by sleeping daily. However, humans must primarily cultivate from the Qi refining stage step by step. Without firm will and strong disposition, it's impossible to reach high realms, much less wield earth-shattering powers. During the divinity transformation stage, one undergoes an extremely terrifying heart demon tribulation. Under the heart demon tribulation, numerous extraordinary talents perish, and those who surpass it are all individuals of exceptional disposition, many of whom begin cultivating their disposition from the Qi refining stage. Only with firm disposition and harmony with the Tao can one ascend to the pinnacle of the celestial path. As for what that Tao is, it depends on the individual's path. There's the Tao of slaughter, the Tao of unfeeling, the Tao of sentiment, and even proving the Tao with wine or color. These are common understandings in the immortal cultivation realm. Over the past 5 years and more, Qi Ping often read various types of books, thus gaining an understanding of many matters in the immortal cultivation realm. However, constrained by his formerly low talent and scarcity of cultivation resources, mid-stage Qi refining was Qi Ping's endpoint, rendering more knowledge useless. But now, things are different. With the Druid profession, Qi Ping knew he definitely had the chance to climb step by step. Whether it's the potential to elevate golden marrow bees to Tier 3 through the Demon Insect Cultivation Manual, or the steadfast belief and gradual bloodline transformation of the Leaf-Fire Crow, all gave Qi Ping the confidence to embark on the path of immortal cultivation towards longevity. Not to mention, Qi Ping now has an available animal companion position, and after leveling up his Druid level in another 2 months, another animal companion contract position will be added. If he manages the crucial animal companion contract positions well and contracts suitable animal companions, Qi Ping believes he will have the opportunity to reach even higher levels of cultivation. In such a scenario, disposition becomes crucially important. Regarding disposition, whether the Druid profession or animal companions, they can't assist Qi Ping. He can only rely on himself. Old Man Zhou once told Qi Ping, on the path of cultivation, disposition is exceedingly important. The further one progresses, the more influential disposition becomes in the immortal cultivation realm. It's unfortunate that most loose cultivators lack the opportunity because the first threshold requiring disposition and will is breaking through foundation establishment, a realm unattainable for countless loose cultivators throughout their lives. My former disciple, in terms of steadfast disposition, was the most outstanding among all I've encountered. Occasionally, news reaches Qingtian realm of his great deeds, yet he never once returned to visit. Perhaps he treaded the path of unfeeling. Qi Ping felt that although his will was fairly resolute, he was far from being outstanding. Therefore, he must begin to comprehend his path now. Otherwise, without a firm mind, he would surely perish under the heart demon. He might suddenly be overwhelmed by a heart demon during cultivation, causing cultivation to lose control, wreaking havoc and leading to death. Now, the task Qi Ping needed to undertake was simple: to comprehend the path he truly wanted to walk. Facing external tribulation cultivators and demonic insects, he wanted to diligently cultivate to enhance his cultivation. In his pursuit of the cultivation path, he also desired to reach the peak to achieve longevity and immortality. Facing the perilous secret realms and the immortal Tao world, he didn't want to tread in them. He only wanted to stay in his place, farm, raise bees, and cultivate. While cultivating, he didn't want to meditate and breathe spiritual chi monotonously every day. He wanted life to be richer, more comfortable. Otherwise, what's the meaning of longevity if it's merely monotonous meditation? This cultivation might extend for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. Qi Ping also fancied tending to some flora, cultivating spiritual medicine, and raising some animal companions. It all seemed so good. Sometimes, watching the withering and flourishing of plants, the decay and rebirth of flowers, and the busyness of bees, Qi Ping's heart would surge with many insights. Over this period, Qi Ping realized he might be close to finding his path. At least on the path of the Tao, he had gained more determination and conviction. 3 days before the brewing of the Centennial Fire Spirit honey was completed, something happened that annoyed Qi Ping. The green-clad woman came again. To deal with the situation, Qi Ping hurriedly stowed away the spiritual medicine into a storage bag, letting the bees take them away, then donned his straw hat, pretending to tend to the already planted flowers in the forest. Soon after, the green-clad woman found Qi Ping. Qi Ping had no other choice but to brace himself and approach. If the opponent weren't a disciple of the Cyan Origin sect, Qi Ping wouldn't need to be so cautious and careful. If met with an adverse situation, he could eliminate them. But dealing with a disciple of the Cyan Origin sect, if not absolutely necessary, Qi Ping truly dared not act. Otherwise, attracting a golden core or nascent soul elder, Qi Ping would likely meet his end. This time, dealing with the green-clad woman was even more troublesome than usual. Qi Ping could clearly sense the opponent's increased urgency. Qi Ping even speculated that the green-clad woman intended to mobilize more forces for investigation. Yet for some reason, she didn't want too many people to know. However, Qi Ping estimated that given some more time, the green-clad woman's patience would be completely exhausted. To this, Qi Ping did his utmost to accommodate, trying to buy himself a week's time. After arduously handling the situation several times, Qi Ping finally managed to send the opponent away. Through this experience, Qi Ping discovered he truly detested the feeling of intrusion into his territory, even if the intruder was a peerlessly beautiful female cultivator. He disliked the feeling of his space being invaded at any time. Fortunately, after dealing with the green-clad woman, he finally bought himself some more leeway in time. After 3 days of anxious waiting, the fire spirit honey brewed on the base of the Centennial Fire Spirit grass was finally successfully brewed. The Centennial Fire Spirit honey has been successfully brewed. Feeling the fire spiritual power on the fire spirit honey so dense that it was almost turning into liquid, Qi Ping was incredibly delighted. The day he had been longing for had finally arrived. Since about a month ago, when he acquired the leaf fire crow and the fire spirit grass, Qi Ping had been planning for this day. The extensive cultivation process and the complex research experiments that followed ultimately resulted in this batch of Centennial Fire Spirit honey. Now the day was finally here, helping the leaf fire crow reach Tier 1 perfection and uncover the underground secrets of the blood ginseng's growth location. All would happen today. Everything else Qi Ping had already prepared. Once he began digging, he could engage in battle at any time. There are actually 3 bottles of it. A single Centennial Fire Spirit grass, combined with other spiritual medicines, had brewed as much as 3 small bottles of Fire Spirit honey. Not only did the quality improve, but the quantity also increased. There's still half an hour until noon. Let Yaya prepare. At noon, the power of the great sun is at its peak, the best time for the leaf fire crow to break through. Soon, Qi Ping informed the leaf fire crow about the plan. Upon hearing this, the leaf fire crow also began its earnest preparations. It valued this opportunity greatly. Whether it could regain its peak strength and whether its bloodline could enhance again depended entirely on this. After notifying the leaf fire crow, Qi Ping began packing up all the spiritual medicines. Then there were the black little bees, day, sleep flowers, moon essence flowers. After tidying these up, Qi Ping went to the small courtyard built by Old Zhou at the foot of the mountain. Due to having no care for a long time, the courtyard was covered in spider webs inside and out, and a thick layer of fallen leaves accumulated in the yard. The purple sandalwood table, purple bamboo lounge chair, wine bottle, and cup that Old Zhou often used. all were covered in a thick layer of dust. The room was even colder and cleaner, as if deserted for a long time. For a moment, Chi Ping felt a bit nostalgic for old Joe. With such an idle old man around, there was occasionally warm wine and food, not as empty and lonely as now. At that moment, Chi Ping also realized that he didn't like the vast world with only himself and solitude. The path of mercilessness wasn't suitable for him, nor was it the immortality he desired. And at that moment, Chi Ping seemed to have understood something, his gaze becoming more determined. Countless ancient texts have mentioned that immortal cultivation requires understanding one's mind and nature, realizing one's own Tao. But these seemingly simple words have trapped countless cultivators, unable to comprehend them even in a lifetime. Understanding one's mind and nature, one's own path. Then Chi Ping again looked at the orderly flourishing and withering of the plants and flowers, the hard-working bees collecting nectar, webs trapping prey spiders. Next, whispers of the bees, spiders, and small insects on the webs echoed by Chi Ping's ears. And so, Chi Ping slowly closed his eyes. At that moment, he seemed to merge with the surrounding nature, his Druid natural affinity amplifying his perception. In the next instant, Chi Ping's clothes and hair moved without wind. An immense and mysterious spiritual power continuously flowed from the heavens and earth. As this spiritual chi entered Chi Ping's body, the wood flame technique rapidly circulated within him. In just a moment, Chi Ping's cultivation broke through to the 5th layer of Chi refining. However, after Chi Ping broke through to the 5th layer of Chi refining, the flowing heaven and earth spiritual chi began to gradually diminish, and he slowly exited that special state. After exiting that state, Chi Ping found that he had not only broken through to the 5th layer of Chi refining, but even reached the mid-stage. And his foundation was extremely solid. When Chi Ping tried circulating the wood flame spiritual power, he found it more fluid than before the breakthrough, feeling natural and harmonious. It had a faint taste of natural Taoist skill. I've broken through to the 5th layer of Chi refining. Is this due to natural insight, or an epiphany, or perhaps unity of heaven and man? Feeling his increased strength, Chi Ping was naturally incredibly delighted. However, he did not know how to define the state he just experienced. His understanding of cultivation knowledge was still too limited. He knew some grand and vague concepts, but lacked specific cultivation methods and detailed cultivation knowledge. Pity, obtaining cultivation knowledge isn't easy, Sai. This issue left Chi Ping somewhat helpless. Unless he became a sect disciple, it would be difficult to access more cultivation knowledge. Yet, entering a sect wasn't so easy, not to mention the internal competition and conflict within a sect were no less than that among loose cultivators. As a loose cultivator, Chi Ping was usually cautious, encountering mainly Chi refining enemies. Foundation establishment was the pinnacle and rare. If he were in a sect like the Cyan Origin sect, where foundation establishment was as common as dogs, and there were no shortage of golden core cultivators, his current small stature might face an irreversible disaster with a slight misstep. Fortunately, before the foundation establishment, the need for these isn't urgent. Chi refining knowledge is widely circulated in the immortal cultivation realm, with almost no secrets. Only from foundation establishment onwards does inheritance become important. Chi Ping plans to reach that stage and then have more protective strength to proceed. However, the path of refining the heart and understanding the Tao is undoubtedly correct. This enlightenment breakthrough also gave Chi Ping much more confidence. The path of immortal cultivation, indeed, requires incredibly high moral character. In this aspect, he still needed to refine himself well. Also, the Druid's natural affinity seemed to greatly aid enlightenment. I must make good use of it in the future. As for this small courtyard, Chi Ping looked at this familiar place, ultimately letting out a long sigh. Once the chaos in Qingshi County is over, I'll bring Old Joe back. Then I'll build him a new courtyard. Old Joe was Chi Ping's lifesaver and Tao path guide after crossing into the immortal cultivation realm. If not for Old Joe, Chi Ping would have long become a pile of bones and would not have had the chance to learn immortal cultivation techniques or meet fellow Fusang Association members. Also, he wouldn't have met Sister Nan and wouldn't have acquired the Demon Insect Cultivation Manual. Missing any link would have made Qi Ping's cultivation path many times harder. Thus, regarding old Zhou, Qi Ping would never let him be alone and destitute, dying in solitude. Someone occasionally buying old Zhou some good wine and side dishes would make his later years more peaceful, with fewer regrets. After a long look, Qi Ping finally turned and left. It was almost noon and time for the Leaf Fire Crow to take the Centennial Fire Spirit Honey for its breakthrough. At the peak of the 7th mountain, where the power of the Great Sun was the most intense, the Leaf Fire Crow was enveloped by a richer power of the Great Sun than before. The flame mark on its forehead faintly shimmered with a hint of golden light, and an extraordinary aura emanated from the Leaf Fire Crow. After Qi Ping arrived, the Leaf Fire Crow opened its eyes to look at Qi Ping, its gaze filled with determination and confidence. Seeing the Leaf Fire Crow's gaze, Qi Ping knew that Yaya was completely ready. Thus, without needing to ask anything, Qi Ping directly took out the 3 bottles of Centennial Fire Spirit Honey from the storage bag. Opening the lids, he controlled the 3 bottles with spiritual power to steadily place them in front of the Leaf Fire Crow. At noon, the sun blazed fiercely. Just appearing under the sun, one could clearly sense a distinct heat. Many small grasses and trees withered under this unbearable heat. In such a stifling environment, only a black crow was filled with immense vitality and energy. Its body was only slightly smaller than a hawk, yet it emitted a searing heat that even Qi Ping found lethal. The fiery mark on its brow, faintly glowing with golden light, appeared extraordinarily mysterious. After Qi Ping presented the Centennial Fire Spirit Honey to the Leaf Fire Crow, the Leaf Fire Crow looked at him with gratitude. It then, with determination and excitement, unhesitatingly devoured it all. Even the remnants on the bottle's wall were wrapped in spiritual power by the Leaf Fire Crow and swallowed into its belly. It was unimaginable that after consuming so much honey, the Leaf Fire Crow's small stomach showed no sign of swelling, but rather a terrifying fire attribute energy gradually spread out. And this energy grew stronger and stronger, eventually to a point where Qi Ping could no longer withstand it and had to retreat. As the fire attribute energy became more intense, a golden red flame began to rise from the Leaf Fire Crow's body. Starting with small flames, they grew stronger and eventually covered the entire body of the Leaf Fire Crow, even causing the space to distort slightly. Qi Ping had no doubt that if he stayed by the side of the Leaf Fire Crow at this moment, he would undoubtedly be burned to death. Even though he also possessed the fire separation body and cultivated fire attribute techniques, he couldn't resist. The difference in power level was too great. No wonder the ancient texts recorded that flames are one of the nemesis of insect-type spirit beasts. With the current strength of the Leaf Fire Crow's life-bound spirit fire, if the spirit insects do not possess high fire attribute resistance, there are very few of the same level spirit insects that can withstand the burning of the fire of separation. Sensing the strength of the Leaf Fire Crow's life-bound spirit fire, Qi Ping felt more confident about the hidden underground secrets where the blood ginseng grew. Moreover, this should still be the normal state of the Leaf Fire Crow, because at this moment it should have just recovered some of its bloodline power, and the true bloodline transformation has just begun. Once it completes the bloodline breakthrough transformation, the strength of the Leaf Fire Crow's life-bound spirit fire will surely ascend another level. The state of the golden red flame on the Leaf Fire Crow's body did not last long. After reaching a near extreme level, it was gradually retracted back into its body by the Leaf Fire Crow. In no time, the life-bound spirit fire and fire attribute energy were all retracted back into the Leaf Fire Crow's body without leaking the slightest bit of power. If it weren't for the increasingly powerful pressure and the even more mysterious fiery mark on its brow, it would seem no different from an ordinary black crow. After the Leaf Fire Crow retracted all its power into its body, a sudden strong suction burst out from its body, causing the exceptional power of the Great Sun to continuously condense in the heavens and keep penetrating into the Leaf Fire Crow. With the dense power of the Great Sun's support, the pressure from the Leaf Fire Crow became increasingly intense, and its entire body was gradually surrounded by the power of the Great Sun. The powerful bloodline pressure made the surrounding high-speed ring-cutting bees, who who were watching begin to tremble slightly, unable to bear it. Buzz buzz. Boss, Yaya's bloodline is so terrifying. Buzz buzz. Yes, boss, I feel my body shaking. The surrounding bees began to marvel one by one. If they didn't know that Yaya was also Chi Ping's animal companion, they might have immediately fled with the swarm or hid away. The inherent power of fire is already restraining to them, let alone such a fierce bloodline. The fire of separation is absolutely their nemesis. For instance, an ink armor bee's defense could likely withstand an ordinary 9th layer of chi refining attack, but it definitely couldn't withstand the fire of separation from the leaf fire crow. Facing the admiration of the bees, Chi Ping did not deny it. In a world of spirit beasts, the power of bloodline is crucial. Although the high-speed ring-cutting bees are a rare transformation from superbly enhanced organs, in sufficient numbers, they could even wear down many late-stage chi refining or chi refining perfection experts. But no matter how they transform, the foundation of the golden marrow bee is there, and the power of bloodline has a limit. So when faced with a spirit beast like Yaya, which is transformed into a bloodline stronger than the ordinary leaf fire crow, the innate gap is significant. Yaya's bloodline is indeed strong, but you also have opportunities. In the future, I will find you stronger sources of bloodline power. When you successfully transform, your combat power may not be inferior to Yaya's. Buzz buzz. Really? That's great, boss. Buzz buzz. Boss is mighty. As for the golden marrow bee, Chi Ping didn't think their significance would diminish due to the leaf fire crow's role. Not to mention that the golden marrow bee still has a chance to devour other spirit beast bloodlines for transformation. Even now, if nurtured to a quantity of tens of thousands, they might wear the leaf fire crow to death. The advantage of the swarm has never been their individual combat power, but their terrifying numbers. Theoretically, as long as the swarm size is sufficient, it can overwhelm 95% of the same level enemies. The only disadvantage is that a large swarm requires a vast amount of resources. Chi Ping is currently facing this dilemma, but fortunately, the golden marrow bee has strong production capabilities. Once they reach a new place, he is confident that he can turn the swarm from deficit to surplus. Moreover, the Demon Insect Cultivation Manual records a method of cultivating through devouring high-tier spirit beast bloodlines. As long as high-tier spirit beast corpses are found and paired with specific spiritual medicines from the formula, there's a chance for spirit insects to devour and transform, advancing their foundational bloodline. It's just that this formula is not something Chi Ping can currently create. At least he needs to have the strength of foundation establishment to hope for success. So the potential of the swarm is definitely not poor. As long as enough metamorphosis potion can be produced, the swarm can have a chance to gain the bloodline power of high-tier spirit beasts and achieve a leap in bloodline. While Chi Ping was communicating with the bees, the leaf fire crow gradually entered a deep transformation state. The entire crow seemed wrapped in a cocoon formed by the power of the great sun, undergoing the most critical transformation. Chi Ping gradually became unable to observe the leaf fire crow's appearance. He could only feel a heartbeat growing stronger and more vigorous, along with an increasing life force. This made Chi Ping sense that Yaya's transformation this time might truly be extraordinary, because as time passed, Chi Ping could clearly feel his fire separation body becoming stronger. The strengthening wasn't particularly fast, but it was persistent, with the process of becoming stronger never ceasing. Moreover, the transformation time for the leaf fire crow was unexpectedly long. From noon to sunset, there were no signs of the transformation ending. If Chi Ping hadn't been able to sense the leaf fire crow's good condition, he might have started to worry. However, with the fall of night, Chi Ping also felt a tinge of concern, not for the leaf fire crow, but for that green-robed woman who might reappear at any moment. So he immediately placed the swarm on high alert. If absolutely necessary, Chi Ping wouldn't hesitate to consider striking. He wouldn't allow anyone to interfere with the leaf fire crow's transformation. This also made Chi Ping realize the importance of a stable environment for cultivation. Thankfully, after a worrying night, nothing unexpected happened. When the first light of dawn rose, a strand of golden sunlight and a hint of purple light shot into the leaf fire crow's body, and at this moment the leaf fire crow, which had been dormant all night, emerged from its cocoon. When a strand of golden sunlight and a strand of purple light shot into the leaf fire crow's body, Qi Ping, who had been in a state of cultivation, also opened his eyes. At this moment, in his eyes, the black shell-like material formed outside the leaf fire crow suddenly exploded, revealing the true form after its transformation. In terms of size, the leaf fire crow's body hasn't changed much, only slightly larger by about 20%. But Yaya's feeling was completely different. The feathers remained as black as before, but they exuded a completely different aura. Each of Yaya's feathers now seemed to have been meticulously forged by fierce flames, possessing an extremely strong metallic texture. With just a glance, one could perceive the formidable defensive power carried by the feathers. The most noticeable change was the flame mark on the leaf fire crow's forehead. The golden light that was once obscure had transformed into a golden divine pattern, branded upon the flame mark. Golden mysterious patterns also appeared on the crow's beak. The aura of Tier 1 perfection swept outward. Young Fire Crow. Yaya has transformed into a young fire crow. Seeing Yaya's state, Qi Ping was instantly shocked. The young fire crow is one of the strongest forms of the leaf fire crow's transformation. In the Immortal Cultivation realm, leaf fire crows are not uncommon. Spirit beasts with the golden crow bloodline are also a popular pursuit among beast-taming cultivators. The leaf fire crow is the most common and affordable type of Tier 2 golden crow system bloodline spirit beast, and has always been sought after by many beast-taming cultivators. Its combat power is indeed quite extraordinary. Under the cultivation of the beast-taming cultivators, the leaf fire crow, when at Tier 1, can surpass the combat power of many Qi refining cultivators of the same level. This results in even the most ordinary leaf fire crow fledglings costing over 3,000 spirit stones. Due to the large number of cultivators breeding them, there is a relatively clear cultivation path for leaf fire crows in the Immortal Cultivation realm. The most common transformations are the red fire crow, candle fire crow, and starfire crow. These three transformation forms involve the use of three types of special resources and elixirs to assist the leaf fire crow in its bloodline transformation. With the help of these resources and elixirs, the bloodline of the leaf fire crow will transform into different forms depending on the resources used. These three transformation forms have been proven to have the highest success rates. Once transformation is successful, the bloodline will elevate from Tier 2 low level to Tier 2 high level. Although still within Tier 2, they can almost all be cultivated to Tier 2 perfection, becoming beings comparable to Foundation Establishment Perfection cultivators. There is even the possibility of further transformation and advancement. Qi Ping originally intended to transform Yaya into a red fire crow after purchasing it, as the red fire crow path is a relatively pure fire attribute transformation route, which could guide him in further cultivation. However, aside from the three common transformation forms of the leaf fire crow, there are some relatively rare transformation forms. The Yang Fire Crow is one of them. The Yang Fire Crow is the purest transformation route and the closest to the Golden Crow bloodline among all transformations. But the difficulty of transforming into a Yang Fire Crow ranks among the top 3 of all transformation forms. Not only does it require spending tens of thousands of spirit stones to purchase precious Yang attribute spiritual objects and elixirs, but it also demands extremely high qualifications from the leaf fire crow itself. It's very likely the spirit stones will be exhausted, and no Yang fire crow will be transformed, resulting in a huge expenditure going down the drain. This is why the Yang fire crow form is extremely rare. However, once a Yang fire crow is successfully transformed, it is considered an impressive talent in the beast taming sect. Although the Yang Fire Crow's bloodline is also Tier 2 high level, its combat power can completely crush the Red Fire Crow, Candle Fire Crow, and Starfire Crow 3 transformation forms. Even if the Yang Fire Crow never transforms again, there's a significant chance it can advance to Tier 3, becoming a being comparable to a Golden Core cultivator. This was the reason Qi Ping was shocked to see Yaya transform into a Yang Fire Crow. He never expected Yaya to directly transform into a Yang Fire Crow. Now, as a Tier 1 Perfection Yang Fire Crow, Yaya's combat power is definitely not something an ordinary Chi refining perfection cultivator can mess with. Moreover, with the advantage of a high-level spirit beast bloodline, early on, the Yang Fire Crow's combat power is enough to outmatch many human genius cultivators. This is really a tremendous gain. This Yang Fire Crow is something that other cultivators might not be able to transform even after spending tens of thousands of spirit stones. Species: Yang Fire Crow. Bloodline: Tier 2 High Level. Talents: Yang Fire Body, Yang Fire Flame, Great Sun Affinity. Yang Fire Body. Within the body flows a trace of ancient golden crow bloodline, bestowing a high talent for fire attribute cultivation. Consuming fire attribute spiritual objects can rapidly enhance power. Yang Fire Flame. Due to the ancient golden crow bloodline flowing within, a flame with extremely powerful burning abilities has been born, named Yang Fire Flame. Great Sun Affinity. The bloodline has a high affinity with the Great Sun and can absorb the power of the Great Sun under its influence to enhance itself, with a certain probability of transforming into the Great Sun Body. Once transformed into the Great Sun Body, it can borrow the power of the Great Sun in battle and absorb more of it to enhance the bloodline. Compared to the Leaf Fire Crow, the Yang Fire Crow's talents have shown significant improvement. As the most difficult yet purest transformation form of the Leaf Fire Crow, there hasn't been much change in the basic talent types. There are two most noticeable changes. One is that the ancient golden crow bloodline within the Yang Fire Crow is many times stronger than that of the Leaf Fire Crow, which is the fundamental change. The second is the transformation of the perceiving the Great Sun talent into the Great Sun Affinity talent, which not only allows for greater absorption of the power of the Great Sun, but also has a chance of transforming into the Great Sun Body. Once transformed into the Great Sun Body, under the sun's illumination, the Yang Fire Crow can borrow the power of the Great Sun to fight. During cultivation, it can also absorb more of the power of the Great Sun to enhance strength and fortify the Golden Crow bloodline within. Furthermore, what's even more delightful for Chi Ping than the Yang Fire Crow transformation is that after Yaya's transformation, his fire separation body has also successfully transformed into the Yang Fire Body. Shared talent: Great Brewmaster, Yang Fire Body. Chi Ping can now clearly feel the heat in his body, which must be the result of the enhanced true sun fire in his blood. Indeed, before the Golden Core stage, there's no need to worry about my cultivation talent. As long as I carefully progress, reaching Foundation Establishment Perfection shouldn't have too much suspense. This gain, Chi Ping describes in just 2 words: big profit. Ka. Boss, I've successfully transformed. Ka. My power of bloodline has increased a lot. Yaya, upon completing the transformation, excitedly flew to Chi Ping's side to share the joy. Excellent. Your transformation into a Yang Fire Crow today is truly beyond expectations. Looking at the excited Yaya, Chi Ping's inner joy was no less than Yaya's. Ka. Thanks to the century-old fire spirit honey from a boss, its effect was amazing. Without it, I would have still been ages away from recovering my bloodline. You are the impressive one. Just recovering the bloodline would have been commendable, let alone transforming into a Yang Fire Crow bloodline. Chi Ping knew that Yaya's transformation into a Yang Fire Crow must be due to the talent of Beast King's blessing. But the fundamental reason was Yaya's strong inherent qualifications and will. Yaya, how long before you can get familiar with your current power? After briefly discussing the changes post-transformation, Chi Ping immediately shifted the topic to this. Ka. Half an hour is enough, boss. All right, then familiarize yourself with your current power and get ready for battle. Ka. No problem, boss. After speaking, Chi Ping also began making battle arrangements, as the matters regarding the Blood Ginseng's underground secrets had to be dealt with promptly. They not only returned to Tier 1 perfection this time, but also transformed into a Yang Fire Crow, with a skyrocketing combat power. The efforts and dedication put into cultivating the Fire Spirit Grass and experimenting with Fire Spirit Honey have finally paid off, even yielding unexpected results. Now that the Yang Fire Crow's power has exceeded expectations, It's time to immediately start investigating the hidden secrets underground where the blood ginseng grows. Then, I can also rent a better spiritual land to do some farming and develop the bee colony. By then, I can calmly brew fire ginseng honey and fire spirit body tempering honey to quickly elevate my cultivation realm. Now, both Peak 7 itself and the blood ginseng growing area have gradually become a burden. In the past, there was no choice, but now Qi Ping has the ability to find a better spiritual land. So after Yaya transformed into a Yang Fire Crow, Qi Ping eagerly arranged to probe the secrets hidden beneath the blood ginseng growing area. Previously, due to lack of sufficient strength and confidence, this matter was delayed, fearing the emergence of undefeatable enemies underground. But now, the Leaf Fire Crow not only returned to a Tier 1 perfection realm as expected, but has also transformed into an even stronger Yang Fire Crow. With Yaya's current power and the bee colony that has mastered battle arrays, Qi Ping is confident in facing numerous dangers. Seizing the opportunity, Qi Ping inspected the entire peak once more to see if anything was overlooked. Qi Ping finally placed all the golden marrow bees and the bee king into the spirit beast bag. There is nothing overlooked anymore. Combat preparations and escape routes are all planned out. Once Yaya is familiar with its newfound power, we can begin with peace of mind. The clothes on my body should also be stowed in the storage bag and let part of the bee colony carry them away. After confirming nothing was missed, Qi Ping had a squad composed of high-speed ring-cutting bees, ink armor bees, and highly poisonous bees escort the storage bag and spirit beast bag to a designated hiding spot. This was a very deep underground cave, ensuring the safety of Qi Ping's belongings. After seeing the bee squad take away his possessions, Qi Ping could finally relax, with no further worries. About half an hour later, the sun gradually intensified, its scorching golden rays once again bathing the land. To ensure adequate sunlight exposure, Qi Ping also cleared away a few obstructive branches. Under the sunlight, surrounded by the power of the great sun, this environment is ideal for Yaya to battle. The only thing Qi Ping regretted was that Yaya was still far from awakening the great sun body. Otherwise, if it could harness the power of the great sun to amplify itself during combat, its combat power could rise even further. In addition, a group of nearly 2,000 high-speed ring-cutting bees, ink armor bees, and highly poisonous bees formed an enormous battle array surrounding the blood ginseng growing area. If enemies appeared, they could besiege and attack, or disperse and retreat to preserve their living forces as much as possible. After waiting for a moment, Yaya swooped down like an eagle to perch on Qi Ping's shoulder. "How is it? Are you ready?" Qi Ping turned to look at this lively creature. "Caw-caw. Don't worry, no matter the enemy, Yaya will bear it up front for you. No rush, let the bee colony scout the way first. After figuring out what's inside, then decide whether to fight or flee. Later, you stay with me from afar. If an unbeatable enemy emerges, we must retreat immediately. You're the most conspicuous target, so under no circumstances should you act rashly." Qi Ping seriously advised Yaya, as this fellow seemed reckless, and Qi Ping didn't want anything to happen to it. Qi Ping had already sent away the colony's living forces, so even if the entire army here perished, it would just be a significant loss. Given time, it could eventually recover and grow stronger. But if something were to happen to Yaya, it would be truly irreplaceable. The shared Yang Fire body talent would also vanish completely, although the realm and insight stayed intact. Making further progress would not be as easy. Contracting a new animal companion again might not guarantee the acquisition of suitable cultivation talent, as a 99% success still bears a chance of failure. So no matter what, Qi Ping would not risk letting Yaya come harm. "Caw-caw. All right, I'll listen to the boss." Thinking of retreat before things even start isn't in its nature. However, since the boss has given the word, Yaya had to heed it. "Right, you go hide in that position at the back first. If I say run, you immediately use the tree's cover to escape swiftly. Try your best to keep your form hidden." "Yes, boss." After saying this, Yaya followed Qi Ping's instructions and flew to a distant spot to hide. Once Qi Ping saw that Yaya was concealed, He too transformed into an ink armor bee and hid far away. At the same time, Chi Ping also arranged for some ink armor bees, highly poisonous bees, and high-speed ring-cutting bees to hide similarly in the distance, reducing his distinctiveness. If any danger arose, the ink armor bees, with their high defense, could shield against attacks. Halfway through his retreat, Chi Ping could also seize the opportunity to change into a high-speed ring-cutting bee form, confusing sights while increasing speed of escape. In a word, stable. In Chi Ping's code of conduct, survival comes first to seek longevity, hence prioritizing personal safety above all. Once everything was ready, Chi Ping wasted no time and immediately issued the order. BB Legion, heed the command, start digging. Buzz buzz. Yes, boss. At Chi Ping's command, hundreds of bees sprang into action. The Earth Cavity Golden Marrow bees were naturally adept at digging, and for late Tier 1 mutant bee species, excavation was no challenge. The soil of the blood ginseng growing area was swiftly cleared away at a visible pace, soon forming a large pit. Initially, nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but as they dug down to 5 meters, a faint, unusual scent began to emerge, and the spiritual chi in the soil started to thicken noticeably. Chi Ping couldn't help but feel a bit tense. After reaching 10 meters, the density of spiritual chi in the soil was no less than some spiritual lands, and the bee colony detected a whiff of the unusual aura by then. As details of the underground situation reached Chi Ping, he realized the truth hidden beneath was soon to surface. Keep digging, Chi Ping ordered, while his mind gradually tightened with anticipation. The bee colony, following the command, continued its excavation. Before long, all the soil was suddenly hollowed out, revealing a mysterious underground cavern the size of a human. The spiritual chi and that extraordinary scent emanated from within it. Mysterious cave? Proceed inside. Currently, Chi Ping and the beehive were still within the range of that special connection between him and his animal companions, so he could still direct the movements of the beehive in real time. Upon receiving the order, the hive immediately flew into the cave. About 10 bees were the first to enter. As soon as they entered, they sensed the dense spiritual energy within the cave. Utilizing their dark vision, the bees began exploring the cave according to Chi Ping's orders. Almost any animal that could be rated as a spirit beast possessed basic dark vision, including even a cultivator at the first layer of Chi refining, although the strength of their dark vision varied. However, just as they had barely entered and hadn't had a chance to explore further, an unexpected change occurred in an instant. Chi Ping had just ordered the bees to enter when he felt a mysterious force trying to control them, even disrupting the animal companion contract he had with the bees. Something is trying to forcibly control the bees? Chi Ping's expression changed upon sensing this. Thus, Chi Ping hastily stopped other bees intending to enter. This mysterious force was exceedingly strange, capable of directly attempting to control the consciousness of the bees. The reason the animal companion contract between Chi Ping and the bees was disrupted was due to that mysterious force forcibly enslaving the bees. What kind of spooky entity could be inside? Chi Ping furrowed his brows tightly upon sensing the situation. According to records, something that could control and enslave to such an extent was either an extraordinary being with powerful means or a spirit beast with a king-level bloodline that had the talent to control lesser spirit beasts. Either scenario implied that the entity inside was not easy to deal with. Fortunately, after a period, the mysterious force did not shake the animal companion contract and gradually retreated. This allowed Chi Ping to breathe a sigh of relief. It was probably the latter case because if it were an extraordinarily powerful being, the consciousness of the hive would have been easily obliterated. Fortunately, the animal companion contract was far more stable than ordinary blood contract techniques. The reason beast taming cultivators value cultivating bonds with spirit pets so highly is because of the significant flaws in the blood contract technique. For instance, if a spirit beast holds animosity towards its master or their relationship is poor, it is impossible to command one's pet beast. Some spirit pets, even at the risk of their divine soul collapsing, would bring their master down with them. Moreover, there are mysterious techniques capable of bypassing this blood contract method, forcibly breaking an ordinary blood contract. Fortunately, Qi Ping didn't face this issue, as the animal companion contract was far superior and more stable than the blood sacrifice technique, which is a fundamental ability of the Beast King Druid profession. Continue investigating. Get a clear understanding of the situation inside. After some consideration, Qi Ping ordered once more. Buzz buzz. Yes, boss. Buzz buzz. That huge creature was trying to forcibly enslave us. Outrageous. Soon, the situation inside the cave was relayed to Qi Ping bit by bit. Mysterious altar, array chains, giant insect corpse, blood-colored larvae. After acquiring this information, Qi Ping quickly depicted the scene inside the cave. It was a cave not very large, about 10 meters in length and width. The rock walls and overall appearance were not much different from ordinary caves. The only unusual feature was the mysterious blood-colored altar in the center of the cave. This circular blood-colored altar was over 2 meters in length and width, with 4 spiritual origin stone pillars erected around it. For spiritual energy lock chains tightly bound a giant insect corpse in the middle of the altar. This corpse itself showed no signs of life. The force attempting to control the bees came from a plump blood-colored worm on the giant insect corpse. This blood-colored worm was about the size of a human body, with a worm-shaped black mark on its forehead. Inside the cave at that moment, the blood-colored worm bound on the altar looked at the bees with puzzlement. Weren't these the little insects it summoned? Why couldn't it control them? Logically speaking, such small creatures of this level and size should have been unable to resist its control. Since awakening from its slumber recently, it had been waking up every 3 days to release a special signal, preparing to lure demonic insects to this place, then forcibly control and use them to free itself from the bonds. At that time, the sky would be the limit for its ventures. Outside, upon discovering the descriptions from the bees, Qi Ping's expression drastically changed. 4 Saints Demon Breeding Array. This is a method briefly mentioned in the Demon Insect Cultivation Manual. This breeding method involves using the corpse of a king-level bloodline spirit insect, combined with various rare spiritual objects and a larvae of the most ferocious demonic insects, then cultivating through the 4 Saints Demon Breeding Array, a highly mysterious and terrifying method. The major characteristics of this breeding method are the consumption of materials, lengthy time requirements, and low success rate. However, if successful, it would result in the emergence of an enormously terrifying demon insect king. This is why the method is described as terrifying. Only the utterly mad would use it. This breeding method's timeline spans such vast lengths, possibly hundreds or thousands of years, that ordinary breeders simply cannot live that long. Moreover, after being cultivated, the difficulty of controlling such a demon insect king is extremely high, and there's a constant risk of it turning against its master. Thus, without absolute certainty, someone who breeds such a demonic insect is purely bent on revenge against the Immortal Cultivation realm. Once such a demon insect king emerges, it can rapidly increase its power by devouring demonic insects or other spirit beast bodies, a strength that allows it to overpower virtually any peer-level demonic insect or most spirit beasts in individual combat. Thick-skinned, high attack, high defense, and ruthless describe this type of demon insect king. Yet, this still isn't the most terrifying aspect. The most terrifying is this demon insect king's absolute domination and control over ordinary demonic insects. Demons without masters have virtually no ability to resist enslavement by a demon insect king, and even those with masters have a significant chance of being forcibly enslaved. Moreover, this control isn't limited to demonic insects alone, because the demon insect king devours the blood essence of king-level bloodline spirit insects. It possesses a strong domination and demonizing ability over many ordinary spirit insects as well. If it develops well, a powerful demon insect king could control an army of demonic insects numbering in the millions or even tens of millions. Once a disaster of such a scale of demonic insects forms, it spells absolute calamity for the Immortal Cultivation realm. Combined with the high intelligence and cunning nature of the demon insect king, Such a grade of demonic insect disaster often results in fields of corpses and a complete loss of vitality wherever it passes. The terror of the Demon Insect King is beyond doubt, and its true cultivation method has long been forbidden from spreading in the Immortal Cultivation realm. Because the Demon Insect King cannot be absolutely controlled at present, its ferocious and cunning nature makes peaceful coexistence with other life impossible, and it is almost universally resisted by all cultivators and life forms. The territories governed by spirit beasts absolutely do not allow the Demon Insect King to establish itself. Even demon cultivators forbid the appearance of this cultivation method, because cultivating such a creature purely destroys one's own foundations. Yet now, a 4 extremes demon breeding array has appeared in Qi Ping's land, and it has succeeded in cultivation. No matter how Qi Ping speculated, he never imagined that the place he had been cultivating would give birth to such a thing. No wonder there's a continuous influx of spiritual Qi coming up. The materials needed to cultivate a Demon Insect King are extremely precious. Even a trace of spiritual Qi spreading out is more than enough to cultivate an ordinary Tier 1 spiritual medicine. No wonder since the birth of the demonic insect, every 3rd day, a batch of demonic insects would be drawn here. It must be that Demon Insect King below summoning them. Fortunately, at that time, the golden marrow bees were trained for the battle array, and later, the high-speed ring-cutting bees were cultivated, blocking wave after wave of coming demonic insects. Otherwise, if these demonic insects led by the Demon Insect King destroyed the array base of the 4 extremes demon breeding array and let this Demon Insect King escape, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, Qi Ping is certain that there must be something wrong with this 4 extremes demon breeding array. Otherwise, it couldn't have allowed the Demon Insect King the chance to summon demonic insects. Either it is old and in disrepair, or there's a deliberate loophole left by the one who set the array. But this Demon Insect King clearly hasn't awakened for long, and coincidentally, the demonic insect was born at the same time. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Qi Ping feels this is not a coincidence, because there are simply too many coincidences like this. The Spirit Beast Cultivation, Demon Insect Chapter, given by Sister Nan, and a mysterious cave mansion on peak number 7 in Zone A, the secret realm between Qingshi County and Baiyun County, where numerous demonic insects emerged. Now, a Demon Insect King has appeared underground of the blood ginseng, combined with the appearance of the blood fiend worm in Fatty Zhou's mountain stream. The chaotic era for tribulation cultivators, people from the Evil Lovers Alliance mixing in with tribulation cultivators, the strange actions of Cyan Origin sect. Everything has appeared of late in these few years, turning the originally peaceful and stable Qingtian realm into such chaos and danger. All these factors appearing together suffice to indicate that something earth-shattering is brewing in the Qingtian realm. It's a pity I possess too little information to speculate the true undercurrents behind the scenes. For now, all I can do is secretly accumulate strength and act when the time is ripe. At least with the Leaf Fire Crow and Transform Bee as trump cards, as long as he doesn't get caught in the center of the vortex, Qi Ping is confident he can protect his life. Only now, if this Demon Insect King is not strong enough, then I'll gladly accept it. Having discovered the existence of this Demon Insect King, Qi Ping absolutely won't let such an existence escape. Although it's impossible to contract with this Demon Insect King, the corpse of the king level bloodline demon insect, or the power of bloodline from the Demon Insect King, can be tried to transform the bee swarm when he reaches foundation establishment in the future. This level of existence is not something one can buy with spirit stones. Even foundation establishment cultivators from Cyan Origin sect likely can't obtain such a thing. Hence, once he procures the 2 corpses, they will be the best resources for the bee's future transformation. And besides that, those 4 spiritual origin stone pillars are also valuable. The fundamental reason the growth land of blood ginseng has such dense spiritual qi is precisely because of those 4 spiritual origin stone pillars. Spiritual origin stone pillars, created from spiritual origin stones, are precious materials for constructing arrays. Spiritual origin stone is a companion mineral of spirit stone, containing extremely dense spiritual qi, but also highly mixed, making absorption very troublesome even for high-level cultivators. hence often used for setting up powerful arrays. Qi Ping desires those 4 spiritual origin stone pillars mainly to cultivate spiritual medicine. According to the bee's perception, although the spiritual qi consumption of these spiritual origin stone pillars is huge, given the current remaining amount, using it to cultivate Tier 1 high-level or ordinary Tier 2 spiritual medicine should pose no issue. This means as long as he acquires these 4 spiritual origin stone pillars, Qi Ping need not bother renting spiritual land in Zone A. He only needs to rent a larger piece of spiritual land in Zone B to use these spiritual origin stone pillars to cultivate Tier 1 high-level or ordinary Tier 2 spiritual medicine. The remaining spiritual qi in the spiritual origin stone pillars can also be perfectly utilized by him. Just this point alone is irresistibly attractive to Qi Ping. So as long as he can ensure his safety, Qi Ping will try to acquire both the insect corpses and the spiritual origin stone pillars by any means. Moreover, besides these 2 items, inside the cave, there are some items the bees cannot describe, as well as some mysterious symbols they can't understand, stirring Qi Ping's curiosity. There are even records suggesting that slaying a demon insect king can enhance enlightenment probabilities and affinity towards Taoist techniques. Therefore, Qi Ping plans to eliminate the demon insect king and then explore the contents inside the cave. Let's see if there's a way to kill it while it's bound by the 4 extremes demon breeding array. Now that it's just been conceived, it's at its weakest. Regrettable that the Demon Insect Cultivation Manual lacks specific descriptions about the 4 extremes demon breeding array and the Demon Insect King. I'll have to experiment on my own. After pondering for a while, Qi Ping quickly devised a counter-strategy. Bees, you go there first in groups of 10 to form a battle array, attacking the Demon Insect King with full force. See if you can hit or kill it. Buzz buzz. Yes, boss. Following Qi Ping's orders for high-speed ring-cutting bees, 3 ink armor bees, and 3 highly poisonous bees immediately formed a battle array to attack. He's temporarily deploying fewer bees because Qi Ping was concerned that the Demon Insect King might swallow the bees' power. If too many bees are sent at once, they could end up as food. And the combination of 3 bee species can test the attack power, defense, flexibility, poison resistance, etc. in the state of being binded by the array. After acquiring this information, Qi Ping can formulate the subsequent battle plan based on these data. At this moment within the cave, the blood-colored demon insect king struggles with its chubby body, almost astonished. The little bees before its eyes defy its control, and now they even intend to attack it? Can't they feel its bloodline coercion? Such a scenario hardly fits with its bloodline hereditary memory. Though puzzled, it remains unafraid. Though its body is bound by the 4 extremes demon breeding array, it's not something these little creatures can extort. And maybe it was simply too distant earlier to successfully control these little creatures. Once these little creatures draw near it, its power of divine thought enslavement will reveal its true might. Seeing 10 little bees charging forward fearlessly, the demon insect king immediately unleashed the power of divine soul enslavement the moment the bees got close. Outside the cave, Qi Ping also sensed a strong shock to the consciousness of the golden marrow bees, causing the 10 bees to immediately fall to the ground in a daze. Fortunately, the contract with the animal companion remained unshakable. It's just a bit of dizziness and confusion in consciousness, a bit of rest, and they'll be fine. After perceiving the state of the bees, Qi Ping also breathed a sigh of relief and immediately came up with a countermeasure. Bees, from now on, group into trios, each group with one of each bee type. Buzz buzz, got it, boss. The use of this power of divine soul enslavement consumes a lot of the divine soul power. So he wants to see how many times this new demon insect king can use it. Inside the cave, the demon insect king pondered as it gazed at the unconscious bees. Something's wrong. According to the inherited memory, these bees should be under its enslavement, becoming its loyal servants. It was supposed to be the future demon insect king, commanding tens of thousands or even millions of demon insects. How could it fail to handle just a few little bees? The bloodline's inherited memory told it, and its body's instincts told it, that it was a born ruler, a leader of millions of demon insects. So what's going on now? However, before the Demon Insect King could figure out, another trio of bees charged forward. So the unconvinced Demon Insect King unleashed the power of divine soul enslavement again. Unsurprisingly, the bees' consciousness was impacted, causing them to fall again, but they were still not successfully enslaved. What's happening? The Demon Insect King began to doubt whether its inherited memory was flawed. No time for the Demon Insect King to think more. The third wave of bees attacked again. So it used the power of divine soul enslavement. As a result, the bees again fell unconscious. This time, the Demon Insect King was truly unsettled. It began to suspect there was no problem with the bees, but it couldn't find a suitable object for comparison. After 20 consecutive attempts, the Demon Insect King had exhausted half of its spiritual power, but failed to enslave even a single subordinate. This plunged the Demon Insect King into deep self-doubt. According to the inherited memory, it should be the Demon Insect King. So why couldn't it handle a few little bees? Could it be that its inherited memory was a lie? But the instinct from its body and the power flowing within it were all telling it that it was inherently the Demon Insect King. If it weren't for this array trapping it, it would have already gathered countless minions outside to roam the world with its demon insect underlings. But Chi Ping didn't care what the Demon Insect King thought. He just wanted to drain the Demon Insect King's spiritual power completely, then test the specific data of the Demon Insect King for the next step. Continue the attack. Don't give the Demon Insect King a moment to breathe and recover. Buzz buzz, no problem, boss. Leave it to us. Then, the swarm continuously sent out bees to attack. Finally, after more than 10 continuous attacks, the Demon Insect King gave up its plan to enslave the little bees. At this time, the bees finally landed an attack on the Demon Insect King. The first to attack the Demon Insect King was the high-speed ring-cutting bee. Under the sharp blade wings of the high-speed ring-cutting bee, a very shallow scar appeared on the Demon Insect King's blood-red body. However, within a mere breath, the Demon Insect King's body quickly returned to its original state. The physical body possesses high resilience and extremely strong regenerative ability. Upon learning of the situation from the outside, Chi Ping immediately had a judgment on the current strength of the Demon Insect King. According to the perception of the high-speed ring-cutting bee, the realm of this newly born Demon Insect King should only be at a Tier 1 late stage, but its pressure was terrifyingly strong. Moreover, Chi Ping was well aware of the attack power of the high-speed ring-cutting bee's blade wings. The Demon Insect King could easily withstand it at a mere Tier 1 late stage. Its defense was almost absurdly high. One should know that the defense of the late-stage Chi refining black rogue cultivator was easily broken by the high-speed ring-cutting bee, demonstrating the defensive power of the Demon Insect King. The second to attack the Demon Insect King was the highly poisonous bee. The highly poisonous bee, evolved from the golden marrow bee, not only had a greatly increased toxicity, but also an enhanced tail needle, possessing excellent piercing and armor-piercing traits. Therefore, the highly poisonous tail easily pierced the Demon Insect King's body. But after the poison injected all its toxins into the Demon Insect King, there was no reaction from the Demon Insect King, not even a hint of poisoning. Chi Ping, outside the cave, was not too surprised by this situation. For some ordinary spirit beasts, the toxin of the highly poisonous bee would be extremely lethal. But for the Demon Insect King, a being with maxed-out toxin resistance, it was unlikely to cause much harm. Otherwise, the name Demon Insect King would be meaningless. So the failure of the highly poisonous bee was entirely within Chi Ping's expectations. As for the third to attack the Demon Insect King, the ink armor bee, Chi Ping did not hold out any hope. The ink armor bee, a bee species specialized in defense, was an adept at attacking. Apart from its high defense, its attack power might even rank mid to low among Tier 1 high-level spirit insects. The outcome did not surprise Chi Ping. The ink armor bee couldn't even break through the Demon Insect King's defense. Apart from these, the Demon Insect King, aside from struggling, did not counterattack, likely constrained by the 4 extremes demon breeding array. With this, the data of the Demon Insect King is basically tested. High defense, high toxin resistance, high recovery ability, and because of the constraint, there seems no other means of attack besides the power of divine soul enslavement. Mobility and speed can't be exerted due to body restraint. This data implies that against the Demon Insect King, the Ink Armor Bee and the highly poisonous bee have lost their attack capabilities directly. The only one able to deal damage is the high-speed ring-cutting bee. But even the damage inflicted by the high-speed ring-cutting bee was very limited, and, with the Demon Insect King's regenerative ability, it would recover in no time. In this case, it seems only Yaya can hope to kill the Demon Insect King. Fortunately, Yaya's strength has recovered to Tier 1 perfection, and its lineage has evolved into the Yang Fire Crow. The Yang Fire Flame should inflict sufficiently lethal damage on the Demon Insect King. At this stage, Chi Ping already knew how to deal with the Demon Insect King. However, Chi Ping did not immediately dispatch Yaya to execute the kill, instead ordering the high-speed ring-cutting bee to continue the attack. Bees next send 30 high-speed ring-cutting bees as a group to launch full-scale attacks on the Demon Insect King. Don't give it any time to breathe. Other bees should retreat. The reason Chi Ping did so was that he was still concerned about the Divine Soul Talent attack of the Demon Insect King. As a fierce character capable of inciting a disaster of demon insects, it couldn't be underestimated even in the weakest newborn state. So Chi Ping planned to continuously use high-speed ring-cutting bees to disrupt, consuming the Demon Insect King's spiritual power while probing and exhausting the Demon Insect King's trump cards. Faced with the Demon Insect King, Chi Ping felt that he could never be too cautious. The Lee Fire Crow absolutely cannot encounter any mishaps either. So before taking action, continuously utilizing the high-speed ring-cutting bees to deplete the Demon Insect King's power and force it to reveal its trump cards is very necessary. Upon receiving Chi Ping's orders, the high-speed ring-cutting bees immediately formed a battle array in groups of 30, attacking the Demon Insect King continuously and systematically from all directions. Meanwhile, within the cave, the Demon Insect King was already feeling mentally strained. It had relentlessly attempted to use its enslavement talent multiple times without successfully enslaving even a single bee, not to mention just being disturbed by 3 small bees, which was no more severe than a mosquito bite to it. Despite its intense anger, there was little it could do. After all, why is the Demon Insect King trapped by the array and bullied by the small bees? But now these bees have become more aggressive. 30 bees surrounded it and chopped. Although it had ample spiritual chi and insect corpse essence to replenish itself, allowing it to basically recover, its innate instincts as the Demon Insect King still felt violated, causing its fierce nature to be completely unleashed. A massive divine thought power suddenly swept out from the Demon Insect King. This time, the Demon Insect King didn't choose to enslave using its divine thought power, but instead forcibly crushed the consciousness of the 30 high-speed, ring-cutting bees with it. Though its inherited memory hadn't awakened the Divine Soul attack talent. For it, with its strong Divine Soul talent and ability to control Divine Soul to enslave demonic insects, this level of Divine Soul attack means was naturally easy. Externally, Chi Ping felt the disappearance of the aura of the 30 high-speed ring-cutting bees, causing his expression to suddenly darken. The Demon Insect King indeed has other methods. Thus, Chi Ping immediately ordered the other surviving bees to report on the Demon Insect King's state changes. Soon, Chi Ping got the answer. A bit weary, huh? Seems like it still worked. Once confirmed effective, Chi Ping ordered again. Switch to 20 bees per group. Attack with full force. Don't give the Demon Insect King any chance to breathe. Chi Ping mentally committed, further solidifying his determination to take down the Demon Insect King. If after the Foundation establishment, he could let the bee swarm successfully undergo transformation utilizing the bloodline of the demonic insect, acquiring corresponding physical talents or divine soul talents, the potential of a swarm would reach an unparalleled level. Using the Demon Insect King's bloodline as resources for breeding spirit insects, how many insect-controlling cultivators can manage this? At this point, Chi Ping also called Yaya over and informed it about the internal situation. Yaya, I recall the life-bound spirit fire of the Golden Crow bloodline deals considerable damage to divine souls, and its effectiveness in defending against divine soul attacks should also be satisfactory, right? Although the life-bound spirit fire of Yang Fire Crow, or Li Fire Crow, doesn't affect the soul, if a divine soul detaches and gets burned by this life-bound spirit fire, the result would be extremely tragic. With such effects, using it to defend against the Demon Insect King's divine soul attacks should be quite useful as well. GAA. Indeed, boss. GAA. As long as I cover my body with my life-bound spirit fire, any regular divine soul attacks daring to touch me will suffer. That's good then. Hearing this answer, Qi Ping felt somewhat relieved. Even if the Demon Insect King still retains some strength later, the life-bound spirit fire of Li Fire Crow can still provide excellent defense against the Demon Insect King's spiritual sense attacks. Yeah, when you go down later, don't worry about excessive depletion. If you can't kill in one go, come back to recover, and then continue down. I will ensure the bees conduct uninterrupted harassment attacks during this. Try to attack the Demon Insect King's head as much as possible. Preserve the flesh on the body if you can. I want them to extract the bloodline. After some thought, Qi Ping further supplemented. Records show that not even Golden Core and nascent Soul Stage cultivators are exempt from dying at the hands of Demon Insect Kings with lower realms than them, so cautious handling of such adversaries is never excessive. GAA. Sure, boss. Yaya nodded solemnly in agreement. It too understood the significance of the enemy this time. After battling fearlessly, with more than 10 consecutive waves of attacks, amid the relentless interference and assaults, the Demon Insect King finally fell into a weary state. Qi Ping no longer hesitated at this moment, directly dispatching the Li Fire Crow to launch an attack. At this moment within the cave, the Demon Insect King felt it was nearly going insane, having just been birthed not long ago, and now tormented to such a state by several small bees. It looked violently at those bees in the distance that showed no fear of it, now eager to kill any bee daring to come close without hesitation. Though such actions consumed it extensively, it could still easily slaughter the swarm of bees. Yet as it waited for the bees to charge again, a pitch-black figure enveloped in golden-red flames rapidly breached from the cave entrance. Seeing the figure, a sense of crisis instantly arose from the depths of the Demon Insect King's heart. This made its entire body tense up. The bees posed just consumptive exhaustion to it. The spiritual origin stone pillar and insect body essence could replenish the consumed spiritual power, and the divine soul power could gradually recover, so the bees didn't pose a significant threat. But now, this entering figure is different. Merely sensing the powerful aura from the flames made it feel an impending doom. Without any reaction time, an intense battle erupted directly. Upon entering, Yaya targeted the position indicated by Qi Ping and directly lunged at the Demon Insect King, launching its most potent killing move. The life-bound spirit fire transformed into a fiercely powerful and penetrating flame pillar, furiously assaulting and scorching the Demon Insect King's head. The spots touched by Yaya's life-bound spirit fire began to charge swiftly. At this moment, a sharp and terrible screech rang out. Enraged frenzy mixed with mortal danger within. The Demon Insect King went completely berserk. While it realized the incoming threat, its body was trapped by the array, making it unable to dodge or counter with physical power. Thus, it immediately employed its divine soul power, furiously attacking Yaya, despite knowing Yaya's life-bound spirit fire would damage its divine soul. In desperation, under the Demon Insect King's life-risking attack, the life-bound spirit fire enveloping Yaya instantly surged with upheaval, with some flames already beginning to extinguish. This surprised Yaya. Such fearsome power of spiritual sense attacks from the Demon Insect King. Considering the Yang fire flame on it had been reinforced under Qi Ping's instructions, yet still couldn't withstand it. If it had rushed in unpreparedly, life or death would truly be uncertain. Hence, Yaya abandoned all distractions, fiercely mobilizing its bloodline power, enhancing its life-bound spirit fire's strength on itself and in the attack. Having once lost and regained its bloodline power, Yaya's mastery over its bloodline power utilization had dramatically improved. Under the boost of bloodline power, Yaya's life-bound spirit fire suddenly surged ferociously. The initially faltering, fading life-bound spirit fire on its body became unbelievably stable, while the power of the flame emitted from Yaya's beak drastically soared immediately. Facing this sight, the demon insect king felt utterly despair. The intensity of this crow before it was overwhelmingly beyond imagination. Especially the formidable energy wielded by the life-bound spirit fire was astonishingly frightening. To make matters worse, it is newly birthed, its physical body trapped by the array, leaving it only with its divine soul power, having consumed considerably fighting with the bees earlier. No matter its efforts to exert, it is challenging to further enhance its divine soul power, ultimately succumbing in immense pain and unwillingness to having its head pierced through by a flame pillar. Under the scorching blaze of the yang fire flame, the head of the demon insect king slowly turned to ashes, and its divine soul's aura completely collapsed and dissipated. An era of the demon insect king ended so hastily. Qi Ping, upon learning of this news outside the cave, let out a long sigh of relief. The demon insect king ultimately met its demise at Yaya's hands. However, Qi Ping was not careless, and only after the high-speed ring-cutting bee painstakingly cut the demon insect into several pieces did he transform into an ink armor bee and flew inside. Inside the cave, seeing the completely dead demon insect king, Qi Ping finally felt at ease. It's really dead. Looking at the blood-red body of the demon insect king, covered in mysterious patterns, Qi Ping felt a deep sense of emotion. A demon insect king, with such formidable renown, had actually died at his hands. Even though the demon insect king was now dead, the oppressive presence emanating from its body remained formidable, even greater than that of the yang fire crow. No wonder the demon insect king was hailed as the natural king of demonic insects, capable of unleashing horrific insect plagues. Even its larval form, with a realm lower than Yaya's, and with its body already restricted by the array, was still so formidable. Qi Ping dared not imagine how powerful it would become if it had escaped and developed for a while, plus the fearsome demonic insects that emerged recently. God knows to what terrifying level its prowess would have escalated. Qi Ping estimated that if this creature developed for a month, it could bring tens of thousands of demonic insects to annihilate him next time they met. Fortunately, he was cautious enough and had done extensive preparations. The process of exploration and battle was conducted with utmost care, otherwise with the terrifying divine thought power of the demon insect king. Even a yang fire crow could have its divine soul destroyed instantly if caught off guard, let alone Qi Ping with his small stature. Thankfully, everything ended well. Yet Qi Ping always felt that the nurturing of this demon insect king, along with the demonic insects emerging from the secret realm recently, were very likely orchestrated by someone. Indeed, Qi Ping's hunch wasn't wrong. Currently within the Qingtian realm, the Cyan Origin sect, the Evil Lovers Alliance, and other forces were all painstakingly investigating the existence of the demon insect king. Qi Ping had been slaying demonic insects extensively recently, and coincidentally prevented the emergence of the demon insect king. Now, multiple forces, including the Cyan Origin sect, were tirelessly searching for the demon insect king, yet none could find its traces, leaving them puzzled in disbelief. Wasn't it said that the demon insect king would emerge soon? Why was there no sign of it? They were even scrutinizing every move within the Qingtian realm, in hopes of finding any trace of the demon insect king at the earliest opportunity, as no one knew in which corner of the Qingtian realm the impending demon insect king might be concealed. Qi Ping was unaware of how many people were put in a frenzy by his actions. Alas, the unexpected death of the demon insect king meant that these forces were bound to find nothing. In the short term, no one would discover that the demon insect king had perished, and no one would believe that in the current demonic insect-ravaged Qingtian realm, a demon insect king would be slain by an ordinary cultivator. Under normal circumstances, the demon insect king, upon emerging by enslaving demonic insects, would need just a brief period to possess the power to sweep across all Foundation establishments. Qi Ping was unaware of the significant impact his act of slaying the Demon Insect King today would have on the situation in Qingtian realm. After confirming the Demon Insect King's death, he now only wished to quickly deal with the scene. He was a bit worried whether slaying the Demon Insect King might draw out enemies to retaliate. Therefore, he was prepared to flee at a moment's notice. For safety, Yaya turned the entire head of the Demon Insect King to charcoal fragments. He then swiftly gathered up the Demon Insect King's body parts and the remnants of the King-level spirit insect. At the same time, he instructed Yaya and the bee swarm to start destroying the Four Extremes demon breeding array from the outside. The difficulty of destroying the Four Extremes demon breeding array was not high. It merely required destroying the array base from the outside, and even a Tier 1 intermediate demonic insect had the power to do so from the outside, though it would take a bit more time. So at this moment, with the combined efforts of a Yang Fire Crow and the bee swarm, the Four Extremes demon-defying array was entirely destroyed within minutes, and the four spiritual origin stone pillars, only slightly smaller than Qi Ping, were pulled out by Yaya. The altar was also broken into several pieces by Yaya, making it easier to pack into the storage bag later. The storage bag had originally been taken by the bee swarm, but before entering, Qi Ping had already arranged for the high-speed ring-cutting bee to retrieve the storage bag. The storage bag, obtained from the hand of a late-stage Qi refining black-robe cultivator, was quite spacious and could accommodate everything inside the cave. Aside from these, there were two rather extraordinary items inside the cave, casually placed next to it. The first item was a piece of cloth with writing on it. Qi Ping did not handle this item directly. Instead, he flew away and had two bees use rocks to unfold it, avoiding direct contact with the cloth itself. Once the cloth was unfolded, there was only one line of text. "Enjoy the last gift I bring to you, Celestial Pool Venerable. Indeed, quite a good gift. My animal companions and I will gladly accept it." Qi Ping had no particular fondness for this Celestial Pool Venerable who nurtured the Demon Insect King. Had he not unexpectedly thwarted the emergence of the Demon Insect King, given its abilities and its brutish, cunning nature, none in Qingshi County would have stood a chance to escape. Qi Ping's friend Sister Nan, possibly the Wang Mountain of the three main families, the almost drained skinny Li Peng from the evil male cultivator, including Qi Ping himself, might all have died here. Four spiritual origin stone pillars and the Demon Insect King's body indeed make for a very nice gift. At this moment, Qi Ping not only destroyed the Celestial Pool Venerable's plan, but also acquired two treasures of significant use to himself, especially the Demon Insect King's body, which couldn't be bought with spirit stones. Regarding this, Qi Ping felt extremely pleased. Yet, there was a lingering concern. In the Qingtian realm, a venerable title usually referred to a nascent soul stage cultivator. Qi Ping didn't know whether that nascent soul old freak was still alive or could perceive the situation here. Though it was likely that not even ashes remained, Qi Ping still wanted to clean up here quickly and leave as soon as possible. After instructing Yaya to burn the cloth, Qi Ping focused on the other object. It was a mysteriously atmospheric, peculiar jade pendant, seemingly a quarter piece of a jade pendant, with an incomplete insect pattern on it. It was quite clear this peculiar jade pendant was extraordinarily valuable and harbored great secrets. However, Qi Ping had no intention of holding on to it. Such things were incredibly dangerous. Therefore, he gave instructions. Dispatch two high-speed ring-cutting bees to move this jade pendant to an inconspicuous underground cave in the Cloud Mist Mountain range to hide it. Then send 4 bees to follow, 2 to remember the spot, 2 to guard it, and the 2 that touch the jade pendant should immediately flee out of Qingtian realm. This strategy ensured that the jade pendant, much like that peculiar token engraved with the word lover, was controlled in a secret location known only to him and removed the risk of carrying it around. The bees that remembered the token's location were specifically arranged with the Bee King not to participate in dangerous battles. Their future task was to remember the spots where Qi Ping buried the items. If their lifespan was nearing its end, they should timely pass the location information of the jade pendant and token to the younger bees. Just as Qi Ping completed these tasks, the outgoing high-speed ring-cutting bee had returned with the storage bag. Thus, Qi Ping reverted to his human form and used his spiritual power to pack all the items with traces in the cave into the storage bag. After completing all of these, Qi Ping once again transformed into a bee, swiftly departing with the storage bag, the bee swarm, and Yaya, leaving behind some bees to restore the excavated cave to its original state, doing their best to obliterate or remove any traces in or around the cave. Especially the exterior, it had to be restored to appear like other floral planting areas, with absolutely no discernible specificity. Although the traces of the Four Extremes demon breeding array and the demon insect king's existence inside the cave had all been erased, with nothing visible to the layman, Qi Ping thought it was better to err on the side of caution. After Qi Ping ran a considerable distance, he found a desolate spot and buried all the worthless debris he had taken from the cave. His real gains this time were three things: the demon insect king and the incomplete king level spirit insect corpse with most of its essence missing, for spiritual origin stone pillars rich in spiritual chi, and that peculiar incomplete jade pendant hidden by the bees in some corner itself. However, Qi Ping was already very satisfied with this, evident from the look in his eyes as he gazed at the contents of the storage ring. Inside, he was extremely excited and joyful. The demon insect king's corpse is rarely seen in the world. Just having this corpse is a huge profit. But I can't identify what exactly this spirit insect with king-level bloodline is. The demon insect king's corpse is inherently valuable, especially for insect cultivators. If the spirit insect he contracts can successfully transform with the help of the demon insect king's bloodline, its potential and talent will receive a tremendous boost. If Qi Ping's bee colony could successfully integrate the demon insect king's bloodline, not only could their combat power soar, but their future transformation potential would also be greater. But one must wait until Foundation establishment to concoct alchemy medicine liquid with the demon insect king's bloodline. Moreover, a Tier 1 bee can hardly withstand the required second transformation with a 500-year-old blood ginseng. However, before utilizing the demon insect king's corpse, it is best to hide it distributed across several places using storage bags. So, when going to the Cyan Stone Marketplace to get spirit stones, one should buy several small, inexpensive storage bags convenient for hiding risky things. Qi Ping was certain there was no problem with the spiritual origin stone pillars. However, such a corpse or living thing as the demon insect king is always likely to have hidden means. So, Qi Ping immediately switched to a small storage bag and handed over the demon insect king's remains and the king-level bloodline spirit insect corpse to the black little bees to hide them. There's no problem keeping the spiritual origin stone pillars. They could be used when cultivating spiritual medicine. With the spiritual origin stone pillars, cultivating Tier 1 high-level spiritual medicine or ordinary Tier 2 spiritual medicine shouldn't be an issue in the future. As for that incomplete peculiar jade pendant, Qi Ping decided to have the bees stay in an unknown corner to hide it first, so any risk won't affect him. Qi Ping was now in a deserted forest in the Cloud Mist mountain range. This place had weak spiritual chi, valueless even if accessible to loose cultivators for free, so hardly any human cultivators bothered to venture here. There were quite a few similar spots in the Cloud Mist mountain range, making it ideal for Qi Ping to hide things. At that moment, watching the bees take and hide away the demon insect king's corpse, Qi Ping's last worry was relieved. With this, Qi Ping's exploration of the blood ginseng underground secret concluded completely. This exploration has ended successfully, and my gains are exceptionally abundant. Starting today, it's truly goodbye to Zone D, Peak 7, and I should embark on a new journey. Now at the mountaintop, Qi Ping gazed afar at a summit that couldn't be seen with the naked eye, but existed in his heart, feeling overwhelmed with a mix of emotions. He had lived on that mountain for 5.5 years. Over 5 years ago, when he first stepped onto that mountain, he was a dying young beggar, tormented by sickness, cold, and injuries. The excruciating pain was etched deeply in his memory. The sense of despair and helplessness near death, intertwined with physical agony, is something only those who have experienced it can understand. It was in a moment of deepest despair that old man Zhou brought him back to Peak 7 and healed his injuries with a healing elixir. As his body slowly recovered, Qi Ping began, little by little, to learn about and understand the Immortal Cultivation realm. There he first learned of the Immortal Cultivation realm's ways, first encountered the cultivation techniques, first met the spirit beast, the black little bees, and first broke through a realm to become a cultivator. Peak 7 was where Qi Ping had his first impressions of the Immortal Cultivation realm. The rustic courtyard of the mountain foot, the ancient pine tree on the mountain, the old beehive on the pine, all were vividly fixed in Qi Ping's mind. Thereafter, Qi Ping learned to farm bees, read extensive Immortal Cultivation books, and faced despair over his low talent. After years of reality's grinding, Qi Ping gradually accepted that he had no fate with the eternal life of Immortal Cultivation and began to decay, just like Old Man Zhou, raising black little bees, growing flowers to earn spirit stones, marrying a few beautiful wives, and building a lovely little courtyard wasn't so bad. It was at least more comfortable than being a helpless beast in a past life. This mindset persisted until recently, when he awakened the Druid profession. Since then, his once ordinary life changed. He obtained various powerful skills, contracted his first animal companion, the golden marrow bee, and swiftly broke through to the third layer of Qi refining. In Qi Ping's heart, a desire that had once been extinguished was rekindled. Immortal Tao and eternal life. Regarding the subsequent tribulation chaos, the demonic insect disaster, and the risks at the blood ginseng's growth location, they forced him to frantically improve his strength, pushed by imminent lethal crises, even seeing off the Old Man Zhou, who he promised to care for in his old age. All of this only now comes to a close. Looking toward Peak 7, Qi Ping felt a mix of emotions in his heart, but no reluctance, rather a clearer understanding of his inner self. He wanted power so formidable that no one could threaten him, allowing himself and his cherished ones to live a free and leisurely life. He wanted to chase after that seemingly unattainable goal, immortal Tao and eternal life. Thus, for this goal, he must move to a bigger place, finding an area to make use of his farming and bee colony advantages to continue growing, cultivating a larger bee swarm for self-preservation, planting more flowers and spiritual medicine to earn money through the brewer big belly bee, achieving bee colony self-sufficiency, and earning him resources to cultivate and nurture other animal companions. He also needed to start cultivating and producing more fire ginseng honey and fire spirit body tempering honey, enhancing his physical strength while striving for a quick breakthrough to late-stage Qi refining. Then he had to search for new pill formulas and Tier 1 high-level spiritual medicine, testing new honey brewing formulas, enhancing his late-stage Qi refining cultivation while aiding Yaya with superior fire attribute honey formulas to reach Tier 2. By then, the bee swarm should also prepare for Tier 2 transformation. Once he possessed Foundation establishment level combat strength, it would be about time to find a third animal companion to contract with. No matter how chaotic the outside world was, these were necessary steps on Qi Ping's path to immortal Tao and eternal life. And just at this moment, Qi Ping slowly slipped into a state of enlightenment as a familiar heaven and earth spiritual Qi surged toward him once more. In just a short time, Qi Ping unexpectedly encountered another state of mental enlightenment. Qi Ping speculated that it had the Druid profession's advantage in enlightenment, as well as his own conscious honing and growth, perhaps also the advantage of slaying the demon insect king and receiving the heaven and earth blessing. When Qi Ping entered a state of enlightenment, that familiar feeling surged once more. The flow and operation of the rules of heaven and earth became incomparably clear in an instant, especially the operation of spiritual Qi. Qi Ping keenly sensed the spiritual Qi from all directions pouring into his body continuously, while the wood flame technique accelerated its operation under his control. The insights into the wood flame technique also surged into Qi Ping's mind at this moment. The previously obscure and difficult parts became within reach, and the disharmonious aspects of cultivation were corrected one by one at this moment. As his understanding improved and the continual refinement of heaven and earth spiritual Qi, Qi Ping's aura also grew stronger throughout the process. Not long after, with a rather formidable aura sweeping across the surroundings, Qi Ping's cultivation had impressively broken through to the sixth layer of Qi refining. Breakthrough. When Qi Ping emerged from his insight, seeing that he had broken through to the sixth layer of Qi refining, the powerful sense of strength and vibrant life force made Qi Ping feel extremely enchanted and delighted. This is the allure of the path to immortal Tao and longevity. And the wood flame technique has also advanced to minor achievement. Qi Ping hadn't expected that after only cultivating the wood flame technique for a short period, he would reach the level of minor achievement. This cultivation technique is much harder than the wood shield technique. Qi Ping hadn't reached minor achievement even after 5 years of cultivating the wood shield technique. Yet the more difficult wood flame technique reached minor achievement in just a month. The disparity is truly vast by comparison. As expected, the difference that talent makes is enormous. Qi Ping increasingly realized that on the path to longevity, not only does one need to be cautious every step and make good use of resources at hand, appropriate talent is also needed as a support. Qi Ping felt that the reason he could enter enlightenment so quickly was due not only to his conscious refining the heart and understanding the Tao and the enhancement from the Druid, but also the new talent or status buff obtained after slaying the Demon Insect King played a significant role. Because you defended the balance of heaven and earth, exterminated an aberrant entity, you received heaven and earth blessing. Druid experience increased by 32 points. Heaven and earth blessing. Because you defended the balance of heaven and earth, exterminated an aberrant entity, you received a blessing from heaven and earth, increasing your probability of enlightenment and increasing your affinity with heaven and earth Taoist technique. This was Qi Ping's biggest gain this time in addition to the Demon Insect King's corpse for spiritual origin stone pillars and a damaged and bizarre jade pendant. Firstly, 32 points of Druid experience isn't particularly much. It's about the amount of experience Qi Ping would gain in about 10 days, allowing him to break through to Druid level 10 days earlier, which is a decent gain given the current chaotic and dangerous backdrop. But what truly excited Qi Ping was the effect of heaven and earth blessing. Increased probability of enlightenment. Increased affinity with heaven and earth Taoist technique. In the Immortal Cultivation realm, the value of these two traits is self-evident. To Qi Ping, whose comprehension isn't high, this was basically timely rain. Not only would comprehending Taoist techniques become somewhat easier, but he could occasionally accelerate the surge to some extent. For instance, this time Qi Ping directly elevated his cultivation to the sixth layer of Qi refining, and his wood flame technique was also increased to the level of minor achievement. This advancement alone saved Qi Ping at least a few months' time. Just don't know what level the effects of this heaven and earth blessing can maintain to. Qi Ping estimated that up to the golden core or nascent soul, it would still have pretty good effects, for after all this thing was tinkered with by a nascent soul venerable. Accompanying him to reach this level shouldn't be a problem. If it's further beyond, perhaps more actions will be required. It seems that paying attention to situations similar to the Demon Insect King is important. Obtaining more things like heaven and earth blessing while ensuring my own safety is also beneficial. Druid was originally an upholder of natural ecological balance, walking a path of affinity with heaven and earth and nature, which is essentially consistent with defending the ecological balance of a realm and exterminating aberrant entities. Qi Ping was quite fond of this kind of cultivation path. On the contrary, he felt nothing for the path of slaughter, path of heartlessness, Tao, of sword immortals, or even anti-heaven paths that most in the Immortal Cultivation realm tread. The path of Immortal Cultivation is about the flourishing of 100 flowers, and Qi Ping also believed that when he reaches the Divinity Transformation realm, he will have already comprehended his own Tao. Reflecting on the effects of heaven and earth blessing, Qi Ping looked at his current attribute panel. Name: Qi Ping. Level: LV3, 205 400ths. Profession: Beast King Druid, main, Jumble Druid, sub. Talent: Animal Companion, Natural Affinity. Animal Companion: 2/3, Golden Marrow Bee, Young Fire Crow. Wilderness Transformation: 1/1, Golden Marrow Bee, Golden Marrow Bee, High Speed Ring Cutting Bee, Big Belly Bee, Balanced Bee, Highly Poisonous Bee, Ink Armor Bee. Shared Talent: Great Brewmaster, Yang Fire Body. Special talent, Heaven and Earth Blessing. Skills, LV2 Plant Growth 161 200ths, LV1 Beast King's Blessing 23 100ths, LV4 Tree Skin Technique 15 800, LV1 Healing Technique 21 100ths. Skills, Constant Animal Communication, Beast Friend, Wild Heart. Druid Level Experience plus 172, Plant Growth Experience plus 75, Beast King's Blessing Experience plus 6, Tree Skin Technique Experience increased by 103, Healing Technique Experience plus 18. More than a month had passed since he contracted Yaya. Now his Druid Attribute Experience had grown significantly. Druid Level Experience has already surpassed halfway. It'll break through again within 2 months. Not bad. Plant Growth still needs 39 experience points. It will be achieved within a month's time. After breaking through to level 3, it should be feasible to cultivate Blood Ginseng of 500 years. By then, the Bee Swarm's next transformation can be attempted. Tree Skin Technique is also noteworthy. The level 4 Tree Skin Technique has already surpassed many of the defense techniques I know in strength, and it can be further cultivated. For the experience gains during this time, Qi Ping was very pleased. Where there is effort, there is gain. Watching these data incrementally rise, while internally joyful Qi Ping was also clearly aware of how far he was from the next enhancement and outcome. He could also adjust and correct his direction of comprehension based on the obtained experience. In the time that followed, Qi Ping did not immediately head to the Cyan Stone Marketplace, but instead found a hidden place to cultivate and rest. Having just experienced a major battle, he needed time to clarify his thoughts and carefully consider his next steps forward. Secondly, Qi Ping arranged for a lookout to remain on peak number 7. He wanted to see if anyone would come looking after a day had passed. If a powerful expert came looking, Qi Ping would disregard the unknown risks beyond the Qingtian realm and directly flee with old Zhou. If not, he could venture to the Cyan Stone Marketplace without worry, and there would be no need to take such high risks going to unfamiliar places, since the surrounding Great Realm security and environment are far inferior to the previous Qingtian realm. On the second morning, the bees delivered the news that no one had appeared on peak number 7. With this answer, Qi Ping temporarily felt at ease, immediately setting out for Cyan Stone Marketplace. This time he aimed to exchange for the spirit stones required to rent Zone B, as well as the seeds and other supplies needed to create a region suitable for bee swarm development. This time, Qi Ping planned to choose a location in Zone B with suitable size and position to create a perfect region most suitable for his own development. It was at this moment that his farming development path truly began. Brother Qi, have you heard about the mysterious alchemist who's come to the Cyan Stone Marketplace? The next morning, Qi Ping, who arrived at Cyan Stone Marketplace, hadn't chatted with Boss Gao for long before the plump Boss Gao spoke with a hint of mystery. This left Qi Ping looking puzzled. That morning, after confirming that no one else had gone to Peak 7, he felt relieved and planned to go to Cyan Stone Marketplace to buy some spirit seeds and other supplies needed for building his new home. The journey was not entirely smooth. Midway, Qi Ping encountered a group of Tier 1 intermediate tusk-bone golden turtle demon insects, which were swiftly cut by the high-speed, ring-cutting bees. And since entering the marketplace, he had heard more than once people talking about some alchemist. Now that Boss Gao deliberately mentioned it, could it be that a Tier 2 alchemist had arrived? Because if it were an ordinary Tier 1 alchemist, although not many in Qingshu County, there were still a few within the 3 major families. I haven't heard of it. What's so impressive about this mysterious alchemist? Could Boss Gao kindly explain to a brother? Qi Ping inquired, following Boss Gao's lead. He also took the opportunity to gather recent news from Qingshu County. Seeing Qi Ping's curious eyes, Boss Gao became enthusiastic and began narrating vividly. They say this beautiful alchemist is as lovely as an immortal with such allure. It's said that no woman in our Qingshu County can compare. But what's truly attracting people isn't just the half-price soul-nourishing pills she offers. Soul-nourishing pills? And at half price? Qi Ping felt slightly shocked and confused upon hearing this. Soul-nourishing pills are sought-after rare commodities. Most cultivators in the Immortal Cultivation realm find their divine soul strength starts lagging behind when breaking through to the late stage of chi refining. To know that the late stage chi refining cultivation is difficult in itself and requires a vast expenditure of spiritual chi to nurture the even slower progressing divine soul, causing many late stage chi refining cultivators to progress slowly. In the soul nourishing pill, as a Tier 1 high-level divine, soul-enhancing elixir, can solve this problem for late-stage chi refining cultivators. Additionally, due to the low production of divine soul-type elixirs, the price of soul-nourishing pills is extremely high. So Chi Ping could completely imagine how much of a sensation the appearance of half-price soul-nourishing pills would cause. No wonder so many people are talking about it. Aren't soul-nourishing pills a hot commodity? Even a 10% discount would still lead to undersupply. Isn't her approach unreasonable? Chi Ping asked, voicing his inner doubt. Not even a madman would go so far. You're not wrong, Brother Chi. There's a condition to buying soul-nourishing pills at half price from the mysterious alchemist, which is that you must provide recent unusual information about Qingshi County or some bizarre special items that must also be deemed useful by the mysterious alchemist. Isn't it difficult to define what's useful? Aren't they afraid of being duped for information? That's not a concern, because the mysterious alchemist would take a heavenly Tao oath before the trade. I see. Chi Ping nodded. But what in our Qingshi County could be worth doing such a thing? Who knows? Actually, the soul-nourishing pill is just bait, because the mysterious alchemist has been here for nearly 10 days. Supposedly, only 2 or 3 half-price soul-nourishing pills have been sold, but a lot of information and strange items have been purchased. Upon saying this, Boss Gao suddenly turned solemn. Brother Chi, there is something I'm not sure I should say. Please go ahead, Boss Gao. Chi Ping noted Boss Gao's serious expression and realized he was about to reveal the true purpose of the mysterious alchemist. Boss Gao carefully organized his words for a while before speaking slowly. Brother Chi, we've been trading for so long. I really admire your character. It was due to you last time that I could gradually become a subordinate of Lord Mengyan, and I remember this favor. And now, Brother Chi, your 2 recent trades showcase the difference between your past and present, which I need not mention. I didn't initially want to bring it up because I just want to conduct good business. But the actions of this mysterious alchemist, I feel might pose a potential threat to you, because all major transactions in Qingshi County are closely monitored by the management layer. So there's a high chance someone might collect such unusual transaction information to provide it to the mysterious alchemist. Boss Gao then retrieved a cultivation technique book from his storage bag and handed it to Chi Ping. On it were prominently inscribed the words disguise and bone shrinking technique. I don't know how things will unfold, but that mysterious alchemist is definitely not an easy person to deal with. Though she is not a cultivator of the Cyan Origin sect, even Lord Mengyan seems quite wary of her. She has many chi refining perfection cultivators as guards, and maybe even a foundation establishment cultivator secretly guarding her. If she comes after you, it would be dangerous. The past few years have been highly unusual. I feel something major is bound to happen in Qingshi County or the entire Qingtian realm. I overstepped by saying this much. Please don't mind, Brother Chi. And Chi Ping, looking at the disguise and bone shrinking technique in his hand, remained silent for a long time before clasping his fist and solemnly bowing to Boss Gao, sincerely saying, Thank you, Boss Gao. I will surely remember this favor. It's nothing, it's nothing. Brother Chi, just be careful not to pass this technique to others easily, to avoid trouble. I won't say any more. By the way, Brother Chi, what brings you here this time? Boss Gao felt he had said all that needed to be said and quickly changed the topic. Originally, he didn't want to involve himself with so many matters. He just didn't want to see Chi Ping walk into danger. In his heart, he still hoped to continue collaborating with Chi Ping. He also believed that Chi Ping was a clever person who understood the pros and cons and would know how to utilize the disguise and bone shrinking technique. I'm here to sell some items, Chi Ping said, taking out common demonic insect corpses he had acquired recently, and additionally, a 60-year-old blood ginseng. Selling the blood ginseng was a decision Chi Ping had carefully considered. For a 60-year-old blood ginseng could just solve his urgent needs while the risk was within his acceptable range. provided it would not be sold again in the future. After renting a Tier 1 intermediate spiritual land in Zone B, he could start to plant ordinary spirit flowers in bulk and sell regular golden marrow honey to earn spirit stones. In his current strength, selling golden marrow honey poses no risk, unless he sells Brewer Big Belly Bee's advanced honey, which would need more caution. Fortunately, Boscow's gift of the disguise and bone shrinking technique would allow him to avoid many risks to some extent. This disguise and bone shrinking technique, Chi Ping remembered, was sold at the Grand Commerce for up to 300 spirit stones, and though this was a handwritten copy from Boscow, it was valuable enough to help Chi Ping resolve quite a few troubles. Brother Chi, how about a total of 572 spirit stones? No problem. Please trouble Boscow to buy some sun essence flowers and moon sleep flower seeds for me. Besides, does Boscow know of any fast-growing spiritual medicines available in the market? The value doesn't matter. Fast-growing ones, let me think. How about 100 spirits grass? Tier 1 low level. As long as there is spiritual chi, it grows very fast, almost like a weed, but its medicinal properties are mixed, of extremely low value, generally used as cattle feed. No problem, just that one. Hearing this, Chi Ping was delighted. Why hadn't he thought of this? In Zone B's spiritual land, 100 spirits grass could definitely grow very fast. For cultivators, such spirit grass holds very low value, but it's more than sufficient as feed for bees, and given a Brewer Big Belly Bee, there might be surprising results. With Brewer Big Belly Bee's talent as a great brewmaster, extracting and fusing the medicinal properties of 100 spirits grass should be more than adequate. With the grow speed of 100 spirits grass, as long as I rent a large enough place to plant a large amount of 100 spirits grass. In that case, not only will I no longer have to worry about the bees' food supply, but even if the soldier count increases several times, it won't be a concern. Chi Ping didn't expect that an ordinary spiritual medicine would directly solve the problem of his bees' food and military buildup. Indeed, you can't underestimate anything that seems insignificant. Who would have thought that the seemingly useless Big Belly Bee back then would turn into a rare talented brewmaster Big Belly Bee? Had it been an ordinary insect master, they'd probably have crushed it immediately. And this 100 spirits grass, which was tasteless and seemingly useless, actually directly solved Chi Ping's dilemma of bee food and military buildup. Now the remaining question is whether the brewmaster Big Belly Bee can purify and fuse the properties of 100 spirits grass, and how to test the best formula for sellable 100 spirits honey. If this 100 spirits honey can be successfully tested and a formula is developed, I can truly make a fortune by selling spirit stones. The effect of the 100 spirits honey doesn't need to be that great, as long as it can reach the normal Tier 1 low level or approach normal Tier 1 intermediate spiritual medicine standards. It's more than enough. The key is that 100 spirits grass grows fast and is low cost, so selling it is almost pure profit. Moreover, there's an advantage that I don't need to worry about it being coveted. After all, what foundation establishment or faction would target such honey that might not even reach Tier 1 intermediate level? As for those below foundation establishment, Chi Ping is willing to call them gods of wealth, especially after he completes the military buildup. Anyone below foundation establishment would die, and at worst, Chi Ping can escape without any problem. Moreover, the only risk is to avoid getting found out that the raw material of 100 spirits honey is brewed from 100 spirits grass. As long as the formula reaches a level where even my great brewmaster talent can't identify it, the risk can be eliminated. As long as this risk can be avoided, even if the effect is slightly lower, it doesn't matter. After determining the path for future military buildup and making money, Chi Ping felt a sense of ease. Now that half of the most troublesome problems are solved, what's left is to rent a good piece of spiritual land. Once I earn enough spirit stones, I can consider purchasing a third animal companion. If I can acquire the formula for the soul, nourishing pill, and the corresponding spiritual medicine, purchasing an illusory moon white fox with divine soul, comprehension, and illusion talent would be good too. Divine soul spirit beasts are quite rare, and besides the demon insect king, this might be the only one I can find in Qingshi County. As long as I experiment with a suitable soul, nourishing pill-related soul nourishing honey, it wouldn't be impossible to consider it as the third animal companion. This would help enhance his divine soul, reduce breakthrough difficulty, and compensate for the bee's divine soul weakness. However, Chi Ping might not necessarily purchase and contract the illusory moon white fox. It still depends on future needs and opportunities. If there are more suitable and powerful spirit beasts, Chi Ping would also consider other options. Anyway, the next task is to make money, build up forces, and quickly promote either the bee colony or Yaya to Tier 2. As for that mysterious alchemist mentioned by Boss Gao, if they have bad intentions towards me, then I'll avoid them for now and use the spiritual origin stone pillar to push my animal companions to Tier 2, then find an opportunity to eliminate her. Anyway, as long as she's not from the Cyan origin sect, there's no need to worry too much. Besides, I lack a legacy from an alchemist, and in the worst case, let the bees involve escape from the Qingtian realm, which won't link back to me. If Boss Gao knew Chi Ping's current thoughts, he'd definitely be shocked out of his wits. Even people from the three major families wouldn't dare make a move, but Chi Ping actually plans to directly kill her? When Boss Gao went to get the Moon Sleep Flower, Sun Essence Flower, and 100 Spirits Grass Seeds for Chi Ping quietly waited in Boss Gao's Yuan Trade Association. And given Boss Gao's familiarity with the Cyan Stone Marketplace, it didn't take long before he collected everything for Chi Ping. He spent a total of 37 spirit stones and gathered a large batch of spiritual medicine seeds for Chi Ping. The Moon Sleep Flower, Sun Essence Flower, and 100 Spirits Grass are really not worth much money, only that Chi Ping wanted a large amount. Otherwise, a few spirit stones could buy plenty. In addition, Boss Gao bought Chi Ping 3 of the most ordinary storage bags at a discount of 40 spirit stones each, costing Chi Ping a total of 120 spirit stones. Now, Chi Ping has only a little over 540 spirit stones left. The rent for Zone B spiritual land usually ranges from 300 to 500 spirit stones, and with an added 30% to the rent, 540 spirit stones might be a bit tight. Thus, Chi Ping thought of the black bee honey he had collected recently. After selling these to Boss Gao, Chi Ping earned over 50 spirit stones, bringing his total to 607 spirit stones. In this way, Chi Ping is basically prepared to cover the rent needed for Zone B spiritual land. After purchasing the necessary supplies, Chi Ping bid farewell to Boss Gao. And as Boss Gao watched Chi Ping's departing figure, his gentle face also fell into contemplation. He didn't know if Chi Ping could survive this turmoil, only hoping that the disguise and bone shrinking technique could be of some help to Chi Ping. He believed that if Chi Ping survived, he could bring him considerable profits. Boss Gao also knew that Chi Ping wasn't the type to get caught up in small matters. If Chi Ping truly becomes a powerful figure in the future, he could have the chance to follow and serve such a big shot. Making allies with promising individuals and avoiding antagonism is Boss Gao's survival philosophy. This has brought him considerable benefits. Otherwise, with his talent, it would have been impossible to cultivate to the 6th layer of Qi refining, and the 9th layer might not be out of reach. After leaving Ziyuan Trade Association, Chi Ping did find the Cyan Stone Marketplace much busier than before. Only there were many more unfamiliar faces among the crowd. Chi Ping could easily discern these were cultivators from outside Qingshi County. This difference is something you can sense after living in Qingshi County for a while. It seems the Cyan Stone Marketplace might no longer be safe. A mysterious alchemist alone has made the disciple of Cyan origin sect elder, Ming Yin, quite apprehensive, let alone the other people of Qingshi County. The trouble is indeed increasing, so I must be ever more cautious in the future. Thinking about this, Chi Ping just wanted to speed up and stay away from here for good measure. Even if I have to come, it must be after mastering the disguise and bone shrinking technique. However, he restrained the urge to leave quickly, opting to depart the Cyan Stone Marketplace in a normal manner instead. After all, appearing overly anxious might attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. But when he was over 10 miles away from the Cyan Stone Marketplace, Chi Ping sighed helplessly. According to the bad news transmitted by the surrounding bee swarm, an enemy had followed him. No matter how many times he changed course, they still pursued him, and the bees sensed a malicious and murderous intent. The good news, however, was the enemy was alone, with an aura estimated to be around the 8th layer of Qi refining, ultimately assessed as a god of wealth. But even with such an apparently secure arrangement, Qi Ping still made comprehensive plans for combat and escape. And once the enemy was dealt with, Qi Ping planned to transform into a high-speed ring-cutting bee to escape through unconventional routes, and also have some bees carrying the storage bags escape separately, returning them to Qi Ping only after confirming safety, to avoid falling for a trap. Start moving closer slowly. It seems it's almost time to make a move. About more than 20 miles away from the market, after receiving the news that the cultivator tailing him was about to strike, Qi Ping immediately slipped into the nearby bushes. He then swiftly released a swarm of over 2,000 battle bees and a young fire crow. Although over 300 high-speed ring-cutting bees were lost last time dealing with the demon insect king, Qi Ping's highly poisonous bees, ink armor bees, and high-speed ring-cutting bees combined still totaled over 2,000. Following that, Qi Ping also transformed into an ink armor bee, blending into the swarm. For Qi Ping, transforming into the high-defense ink armor bee was suitable for commanding and observing, while escaping suited the speedy high-speed ring-cutting bee. Once the swarm and Yang Fire Crow were out, Qi Ping didn't hesitate and directly ordered the swarm to counterattack, surrounding the 8th layer of Qi refining cultivator who had followed them. At this point, Qi Ping also saw the appearance of the tailing cultivator. Why is he wearing a black robe again? But for doing such deeds, it's indeed normal. It seems to be quite a decent magical artifact as well. First, send a battle array core composed of 200 bees from the 3 battle bee types to test this guy's strength. If he is indeed just 8th layer of Qi refining, kill him directly. If he's a hidden foundation establishment bigwig, then swiftly escape. Having decided, Qi Ping issued the command through the special connection with his animal companion. Upon receiving the order, the swarm instantly split into a battle array of 200 bees charging forward without any chaos or hesitation. This showcased the absolute battle quality of the swarm, well-trained, obeying commands, fearing nothing. The black-robed cultivator tailing Qi Ping was utterly stunned upon seeing the overwhelming swarm. He was merely following a cultivator seemingly at the 1st layer of Qi refining, unlikely to surpass the mid-stage Qi refining. So how did he provoke so many bees emitting a late Tier 1 aura? Each of these late Tier 1 bees exuded a dangerous aura. What horrified him even more was that these overwhelming bees were composed of 3 types with different auras, seemingly forming a strong battle array together. Undoubtedly, there must be a powerful insect-controlling cultivator behind these bees. This realization sent chills down the black-robed cultivator's spine, sensing the strong scent of death. What to do? Right, break through and return to the market. I must get back to the Cyan Stone marketplace to seek help to survive. Facing the situation, the panicked black-robed cultivator immediately chose to turn and flee. But would Qi Ping give him that chance? 200 bees had already attacked, and the black-robed cultivator's escape route was blocked by other bees. A life-and-death battle was on the verge of breaking out. Facing the incoming swarm, the black-robed cultivator didn't hesitate, swiftly pulling out several talismans, emitting a powerful fire attribute aura from his storage bag. A talisman cultivator? Qi Ping slightly furrowed his brows at this sight. Currently, fire attribute talismans could indeed restrain his bees to some extent. But if that's all, it's not enough. Disperse and encircle for the kill. Under Qi Ping's command, the swarm quickly dispersed, maintaining a distance from each other, launching attacks from all directions. In the face of a life-and-death crisis, the black-robed cultivator unleashed 3 fire talismans, 3 raging fire serpents roaring on the battlefield. Meanwhile, a golden shield appeared around him for protection. The overwhelming fiery aura made even the transformed ink armor bee Qi Ping feel a lethal threat. The bees hit by the fire serpents perished under the terrifying power. However, with the bees dispersed, the seemingly ferocious fire serpents only managed to kill 2 or 3 dozen bees. The high-speed ring-cutting bees evaded the moment the fire talismans were activated. More bees swarmed onto the spiritual shield formed by the black-robed cultivators' spiritual power from all directions. Next, the golden shield around the black-robed cultivator started to dim gradually. Talisman, cultivator, fire talismans, defense talismans. His strength is decent, but it doesn't change the outcome of death. Swarm, attack as a whole. Under Qi Ping's command, the overwhelmingly large swarm attacked the black-robed talisman cultivator. In almost the blink of an eye, the protective golden light around the black-robed talisman cultivator rapidly dimmed. The black-robed cultivator saw this and activated several more defense talismans, but none lasted long. Soon, the black-robed cultivator was poisoned and fell to the ground, his body riddled with cuts. Not long after, he completely died. The only result the black-robed talisman cultivator achieved was activating several thunder talismans and fire talismans when the bees were dense, killing nearly 70 bees. Originally, Qi Ping could have used a kite-flying battle array to slowly exhaust the black-robed talisman cultivator's cards. But considering they were only about 20 miles from the Qingshi Wei, Qi Ping could only choose a quick battle to resolve it. Talisman cultivators indeed possess extraordinary combat power, but that's all. Qi Ping felt no sympathy for the black-robed talisman cultivator who died tragically on the ground. After killing the black-robed talisman cultivator, Qi Ping had the bees slip into the black-robed cultivator's clothes to check, and after finding nothing of value, he instructed the bees that had just touched the black-robed talisman cultivator's body to drag his corpse away and dispose of it. He also ordered them to fly away in all directions afterward to hide, and return after 10 or so days. Since these bees were fewer than 200, their temporary departure didn't significantly affect Qi Ping. At the same time, Qi Ping chose not to touch the black-robed cultivator's storage bag for the time being. Instead, he ordered a team of bees to take the storage bag to the river for cleaning, and then dig a very deep hole to hide it, planning to retrieve it later. After all, Qi Ping wasn't in a rush to get the items in the talisman cultivator's storage bag. Safety was paramount, and Qi Ping had the patience for that. After ensuring all traces were erased, Qi Ping, who had never shown himself, left the area with the leaf fire crow and his storage bag. The enemy wouldn't be able to track him by scent, even if the bees hadn't left much behind. Even if the enemy had heaven-reaching means to detect a faint scent, they'd only find hundreds of similar scents going in different directions. Qi Ping wasn't overly concerned about the death of the black-robed talisman cultivator. As long as he wasn't besieged by Golden Core cultivator or Foundation Establishment cultivator, he still had some confidence in escaping. The black-robed talisman cultivator's storage bag, for safety's sake, could wait 10 days or half a month to be collected. Qi Ping thought the most important task now was to rent suitable spiritual land, grow 100 spirits grass, increase troops, and earn spirit stones. So, upon returning to the Cloud Mist Mountain Range, Qi Ping headed straight to the Cloud Mist Hall, responsible for business management in the Cloud Mist Mountain Range. The Cloud Mist Hall, established by the Cyan Origin sect and the 3 major families of Qingshi County, was specifically responsible for the leasing, security management, etc. of the Cloud Mist Mountain Range and nearby spiritual lands, where all currently available spiritual lands for lease information could be found. Hopefully, a decent place becomes available. Qi Ping hoped inwardly. Recently, many people had left the Cloud Mist Mountain Range, which might open up more places for him to choose from. For this upcoming place, Qi Ping hoped to build it into a true Druid's sanctuary good for his development, to develop his beekeeping industry, so he had high demand for the size, location, spiritual Qi richness, and privacy. The Cloud Mist Hall is situated at the heart of the Cloud Mist Mountain Range, where spiritual energy is the densest. The area it covers is extensive, and the hall is grand and luxurious. It is equipped with a spirit gathering array, creating a designated cultivation area for the mountain range's patrol guards to train during their rest. Several years ago, the spiritual land in the Cloud Mist Mountain Range was in high demand, with prime locations requiring connections to secure them. A significant reason for this was the strong patrol guards, ensuring excellent security, leaving no room for troublemakers to act recklessly. Even now, the patrol guards of the Cloud Mist Mountain Range still hold a significant deterrent effect. The scarcity of demonic insects around the Cloud Mist Mountain range, compared to other areas, is also credited to the continuous extermination efforts by the patrol guards. Thus, Chi Ping was fortunate to rent a suitable location in Zone B at this moment, considered the best opportunity in years. Before the chaos of the Tribulation Cultivator and demonic insects, it would have been impossible for Chi Ping to rent a suitable location in Zone B. At this moment, Chi Ping, wearing his familiar straw hat, entered the Cloud Mist Hall and soon found Steward Zhu, who was busy working there. Steward Zhu. Approaching Steward Zhu, Chi Ping gave a simple fist salute. It's little Chi? What brings you here? Steward Zhu looked at Chi Ping in surprise. Last time, Master Qingshu sought him out to the 7th peak and asked him many questions. He saw that long-abandoned courtyard and thought that old Zhou and Chi Ping had met their end. Chi Ping first sighed and said with some fear, "Last time, a Cyan Robe Master from the Cyan Origin sect said there might be a very powerful Tribulation Cultivator there. If I could help locate his whereabouts, I would be rewarded handsomely. But during this time, I haven't discovered anything. Instead, the more I think about it, the more scared I get. Spirit stones are tempting, but you need a life to spend them. So after much thought, I decided to move to a safer place." Chi Ping recited his prepared excuse, showing a hint of fear in his eyes. He also took this opportunity to explain his reason for relocating. "I see. What about old Zhou? With all the demonic insects and Tribulation Cultivators lately, he has gone back to the mortal world." "Gone back to the mortal world? That's also good. At his age, there's not much he can cultivate, so going back to live out his years in peace isn't a bad idea. Where do you want to move? I'll arrange it for you." Steward Zhu had some fondness for Chi Ping, who inherited from an old friend and was willing to lend a helping hand for minor matters. But Chi Ping's next words shocked him greatly. "I want to move to Zone B." "Zone B?" Steward Zhu looked at Chi Ping in disbelief. Though Zone B was nothing special to him, few ordinary loose cultivators dared to take on such expensive rent. "Yes, Zone B. I've heard it's much safer there." Chi Ping confirmed and provided his explanation. "There are guards patrolling and cleaning regularly nearby, indeed making it much safer, but the rent isn't low and the risk is high." Steward Zhu kindly reminded, "Safety is the most important, and I've also thought it through. I've already planned how to earn back the spirit stones." As he spoke, Chi Ping exuded the unique vigor and determination of youth. "Then I won't dissuade you, but since the Cyan Origin sect forcibly raised rent by 30%, I can't help you with that. However, the spiritual land in Zone B has fluctuating prices. I'll try to get it for you at the lowest price." "Thank you, Steward Zhu. It's a small matter. Let me tell you about the currently available spots in Zone B." Steward Zhu did this partly out of old affection for old Zhou and partly because of his own interests. Due to the forced rent increase and the chaos caused by demonic insects, a large number of tenants had left, drastically reducing the rental business in the Cloud Mist Mountain range. The division Zhu family's profits decreased as a result, and his income dropped significantly. So, being able to rent out spiritual land in Zone B was good for him. How do you like them? Well, my recommendation? Currently, over 50% of the spiritual land in Zone B is available, and some good places usually never open up. After a while, Steward Zhu asked, "Thanks for the suggestion, Steward Zhu, but I already have a preference. These two spots," Chi Ping said while pointing towards the 28th and 29th spiritual lands. "These two, they're indeed not bad. Although the spiritual energy on intermediate spiritual land is inferior, the overall size is 2 to 3 times that of other spiritual lands, making it very suitable for beekeeping. These two plots, although not the best among the currently available spiritual lands in Zone B, provided the best cost-benefit ratio and were among the popular spiritual lands in Zone B. In ordinary times, Chi Ping would have had no chance to rent them. I want to check them out first, and I'll come back to you, Steward Zhu, later. All right, go ahead and take a look. I'll be here waiting for you." After bidding farewell to Steward Zhu, Chi Ping immediately headed to the Zone B mountains. As he traveled, Chi Ping found it hard to suppress his inner joy. The 28th and 29th were excellent spots. Though the concentration of spiritual energy on intermediate spiritual land wasn't as high, compared to low-level spiritual lands, the area was 2 to 3 times larger. compared to the 7th peak in Zone D. It was at least 4 or 5 times bigger. Moreover, most importantly, these two plots were deep within the Cloud Mist Mountain range, uninhabited and surrounded by non-spiritual lands, offering excellent privacy. He could farm in privacy and, in case of danger, easily transform into a bee and escape into the complex terrain of the Cloud Mist Mountain range. The area was vast, perfect for planting plenty of Hunter Spirit's grass as bee feed, making it the perfect development ground for Qi Ping. Soon, Qi Ping arrived at the 28th and 29th peaks in Zone B and, after some exploration, immediately confirmed that this was the place. Large in area, discreet, and rich in spiritual energy. This place is truly excellent. Qi Ping couldn't help but exclaim. The only drawback was the insufficient spiritual energy concentration of intermediate spiritual land. But Qi Ping had 4 dense spiritual origin stone pillars, so cultivating high-level spiritual medicine didn't rely on these intermediate spiritual lands. It's just a pity that I don't have enough spirit stones now and can only rent one of them. This left Qi Ping feeling a bit regretful, as the 28th and 29th spiritual lands were adjacent. Securing both would make them his private garden. With the support of spiritual origin stone pillars, it would be enough for Qi Ping to develop for a long time, especially if he could obtain something better than spiritual origin stone pillars in the future to cultivate high-level spiritual medicine, such as a high-level spirit gathering array. In that case, reaching the level of golden core should be no problem. Wait for that black cloak talisman cultivator's storage bag. As a late-stage Qi refining talisman cultivator, they probably have hundreds of spirit stones. Once I secure these 2 plots, this will be the most suitable place for my development. Qi Ping discovered the area and geographical advantages of the 28th and 29th plots of land. Suppressing his inner excitement, he carefully observed again. He also dispatched bees to check carefully once more. Ensuring there were no issues, Qi Ping immediately rushed back to the Cloud Mist Hall. Back? How is it? Steward Zhu smiled and asked as he saw Qi Ping return. Not bad. I'll go with the 29th spiritual land. Qi Ping replied. That's good. As for the price, I'll set it to the lowest base rent of 420 spirit stones per year. Previously, the rent was 500 to 600 spirit stones. Then Steward Zhu continued. However, I can't exempt you from the 30% rent increase, so the total rent is 546 spirit stones. Additionally, there's a 10% T fee, which is 42 spirit stones. But since you already paid it this year, I'll waive 22 for you. Adding that to the rent makes it 566 spirit stones. You've also used the number 7 mountain peak in Zone D for almost 2 months, which calculates to exactly 20 spirit stones. The final total comes to 586 spirit stones. Hearing the final number of spirit stones, Qi Ping couldn't help but twitch his eyebrows. Good thing he sold the honey from the little black bee, otherwise he wouldn't even have enough for the rent and would have to barter for it. In the end, Qi Ping painfully took out 586 spirit stones from his storage bag, leaving him with less than 20 spirit stones. But thinking of the benefits from mass planting 100 spirits grass and cultivating the bee swarm, Qi Ping felt it was worth it. Seeing Qi Ping's pained expression and somewhat tight actions, Steward Zhu knew this was likely all of Qi Ping and Old Man Zhou's savings. So he could only offer words of comfort. There's nothing to be done. Starting from Zone C, you need to pay rent up front instead of using it for a year and then paying. Originally, in Zone D, the policy of using first and then paying was initially meant to attract loose cultivators, but it continued. And for intermediate-level spiritual lands, it's impossible to support that. But since you've made this choice, make sure to develop well on it this year. With good use, you can still make a few hundred spirit stones. Recently, it's been chaotic outside. With your strength, try not to wander out unnecessarily. Focus on cultivating and beekeeping, and if you need to sell or purchase a lot of things, I can help you run errands occasionally when I'm on my way. Last time I visited number 7 Mountain Peak, I saw the yard covered in spider webs and worried about Old Man Zhou and his apprentice for a while. So, I feel like I should help a little. Being from one of the 3 big families, it's generally safer amid such times. Thank you for your support. Qi Ping said respectfully. After completing the paperwork and obtaining the lease contract, Qi Ping bade farewell to Steward Zhu. Having a good relationship with Steward Ju would also reduce a lot of trouble in leasing this spiritual land. At that moment, Chi Ping had to admire Old Man Zhou's way of handling people. Though not very powerful, he really had a lot of friends. Whether it's Sister Nan, Boss Gao, or Steward Ju, these connections were all introduced and left to him by Old Man Zhou. Without him, Chi Ping might not have met such reliable friends and networks on his own. Yet what Chi Ping admired most was that despite Old Man Zhou's carefree life, he didn't even have any enemies. Chi Ping lived with Old Man Zhou for more than 5 years and never saw anyone causing him trouble. Instead, when there were troubles and dangers outside, many people would come to inform Old Man Zhou, which shows the greatness of Old Man Zhou. Chi Ping actually also wanted to be such a person, peacefully cultivating, farming, beekeeping, and pursuing longevity, but unfortunately, he unknowingly found himself at the center of the vortex. At this point, I can only try to keep a low profile and hide myself, reducing the attention focused on me as much as possible. Chi Ping also knew that to achieve foundation establishment, condense the golden core, and pursue the immortal Tao and longevity, competing for core techniques and core resources was inevitable, and entering the vortex for these things was unavoidable. But these risks could be minimized, like always being cautious, using another identity to handle matters, and avoiding putting oneself at risk just to show off, and so on. This was also what Chi Ping learned from Old Man Zhou's way of life in the Immortal Cultivation realm. Holding the lease contract, Chi Ping quickly headed to 29th Spiritual Land with a mix of excitement and urgency. The 29th Spiritual Land was deeper in the Cloud Mist Mountain range, about 4 to 5 times the size of number 7 Mountain Peak. Even Chi Ping would need to run for a long time to cover it. The area and size of mountains in the Immortal Cultivation realm really can't be compared to the concept of mountains in the previous life. Chi Ping couldn't help but sigh again at the vastness of the Immortal Cultivation realm. Just Qingshi County alone was unimaginably large. The only pity is that although the area is large, the concentration of spiritual chi reaching the spiritual land level is not much and is too dispersed. In fact, the entire Cloud Mist Mountain range was like this, with underground spirit veins distributed irregularly, some concentrated, some scattered. The 29th Spiritual Land Chi Ping rented was precisely one of the scattered ones, which suited Chi Ping's preference very well. Because of such irregularity, it created a hidden world style of immortal cultivation and farming, where industries bloomed in prosperity. At that moment, looking at the 29th Spiritual Land already covered in numerous weeds and vines, Chi Ping suddenly felt a surge of desire and pleasure for building a homestead and farmland. Partners, it's time to get moving. Chi Ping released all the bees in Yaya, speaking with much excitement. It was time to build a new home, but with such a large area, it would be too wasteful to rely solely on his own efforts. So it was time for the animal companions to step up. Buzz, buzz. Boss, is this our new home? Buzz, buzz. The spiritual chi is so dense. It is your new home, but it's not built yet. Buzz, buzz. What do you want us to do, boss? A lot of things. Let me assign the tasks. First, the high-speed ring-cutting bees are responsible for weeding and loosening the soil in these areas with high spiritual chi concentration. Chi Ping pointed to the spiritual land where the 100 spirits grass could be planted. Buzz, buzz. Leave it to us, boss. We're the best at this. All the high-speed ring-cutting bees responded together. They were most skilled at this task, waving their little wings to get it done. Buzz, buzz. What about us, boss? Other bees hurried to ask. Golden marrow bees and highly poisonous bees are responsible for following the high-speed ring-cutting bees, picking up all the grass roots and seeds, then giving them to Yaya to burn into ash. Ink armor bees and balanced bees, with more strength, will use large gourd leaves to fetch water and follow behind to water and dampen the land. As for the brewer, big belly bees, Chi Ping thought it best to keep them in the spirit beast bag for now, lest they get lost and can't be found. Buzz, buzz. We'll complete the tasks. Other bee species promised. However, Yaya on Chi Ping's shoulder was a bit confused. Caw-caw. Burn grass to ash. Now, a young fire crow, a future super raptor that would soar across the heavens and earth. It was actually told to burn grass to ash? Yes, burn the plant to ash. In response to Yaya's question, Qi Ping nodded affirmatively. These plants have absorbed quite a bit of spiritual qi. Burning them with yang fire flame into plant ash is a little beneficial for the growth of spiritual medicine. Mainly, Qi Ping thought this was something easy to do. Just let the first batch of 100 spirits grass grow up early. Ka. All right, listening to the boss. Under normal circumstances, as a dignified Yaya, it would definitely not do such a thing. But if it's Qi Ping's order, then there's no problem. Seemingly seeing through Yaya's thoughts, Qi Ping helplessly shook his head and said, "You go absorb the power of the great sun to cultivate first. Wait for the bees to gather the plant materials on the side, and then you can go over and breathe out 2 flames." Ka. Boss's wisdom. The yang fire crow praised Qi Ping and happily flapped its wings to bask in the sun. Qi Ping knew very well that Yaya had been cooped up in the spirit beast bag for the past 2 days, and with its cultivation fanatic nature, it had long been eager to come out and cultivate. Now that there's time and a place, where would it still want to obediently burn plant ash here? Its heart probably already drifted under the sun. So Qi Ping did not stop it, but rather encouraged it. If Yaya can continuously evolve and upgrade, and in turn enable him to soar, it would be a delightful thing for Qi Ping. After arranging all the tasks, Qi Ping didn't idle either. Instead, he found places to plant the moon sleep flower and sun essence flower he brought. These 2 spirit flowers bloom all year round with fast growth rates, and their pollen is suitable for honey production by bees. Qi Ping also plans to grow more of them. After all, just having one kind of 100 spirits grass is too monotonous. Having more suitable spiritual medicines and spirit flowers can enrich the bee's diet and honey recipes, which might even help the brewer Big Belly bee mask the medicinal properties of the 100 spirits grass. After Qi Ping and the bees worked for half a day, they finally finished the initial arrangement of the spiritual land on the 29th peak. All the places where 100 spirits grass can be planted have been loosened, watered, and mixed with simple fertilizer plant ash. The mature moon sleep flower and sun essence flower plants have also been planted by Qi Ping. At this moment, Qi Ping looked down from the top of the 29th peak at the spirit fields that have been carefully loosened and arranged, as well as the all-too-familiar moon sleep flowers, feeling quite happy inside. It started to feel a little like home. Once I transform this place bit by bit, it will be a great place for my immortal cultivation growth. In fact, compared to participating in various competitions within the sect to vie for various resources, Qi Ping prefers this kind of stable cultivation life. It's just that, as a loose cultivator, obtaining cultivation techniques, rare spiritual medicines, and cultivation knowledge can be a problem. One might even say that even with spirit stones, it's difficult to buy truly core cultivation knowledge and techniques. So Qi Ping thinks that if there's a chance to join a sect and gain more cultivation knowledge, techniques, and precious spiritual medicines, that would be great. But it shouldn't affect his secluded farming lifestyle. Being able to benefit from the identity of a sect cultivator without getting caught up in the sect's internal struggles is the most ideal state for Qi Ping. However, Qi Ping also knows that this is a very difficult thing. Joining a sect always requires some kind of sacrifice. But as for how to balance this, Qi Ping feels it should wait until he gains more internal information from other sect disciples. After all, the abilities of the Beast King Druid and Jungle Druid are his foundation in the immortal cultivation realm, and any other means are just tools for him to acquire resources and cultivation knowledge. He will choose whichever is more suitable. At sunset, the blood-red sunset dyed the sky and reflected on Qi Ping's slightly weary face. Finally finished planting the 100 spirits grass, as well as the sun essence flower and moon sleep flower. Under the industrious labor of the bees, all the grass seeds Qi Ping bought back were planted neatly. Now he just needs to wait for these fast-growing 100 spirits grass to grow in bulk. Today, Qi Ping was busy all day, from heading to the market to being followed and counter-killing enemies, coming back to choose which spiritual land to lease, and then creating his home and planting 100 spirits grass. After all this labor, Qi Ping feels mentally quite exhausted now. So next, with the protection of the bee colony and Yaya, Qi Ping quickly lay down on the lawn and fell into a deep sleep. Only by balancing work and rest can one better achieve enlightenment and cultivation. The advantage of having animal companions also becomes apparent at this time. With the entire Tier 1 high-level bee colony around, even Foundation establishment stage cultivators couldn't silently ambush Qi-Ping. Otherwise, if one had to sleep with one eye open, it would be truly unsettling, and Qi-Ping did not want to live such a life of constant anxiety. The next day, the gentle morning light lazily sprinkled on Qi-Ping's contented face, and Qi-Ping slowly woke up. Yaya had long flown to the top of the tallest tree, fully immersing in comprehension and absorption of the power of the great sun. After transforming into the young fire crow, Yaya's absorption of the power of the great sun and its speed of getting stronger has been soaring. So comfortable. Qi-Ping could not help but sigh. Although in the Immortal Cultivation realm, not sleeping for days wouldn't be a problem, occasionally taking a nap can indeed restore both body and spirit to their peak. The bees have also long been busy. They know the neighboring 28th spiritual land is ownerless, so as soon as the sun rose, they started collecting various nectar and spiritual objects in the 28th and 29th spiritual lands. Although the 100 spirits grass hasn't grown yet, there are plenty of wildflowers, spirit-infused morning dew, spirit tree juice, and the like. These can be made into honey, perfectly sufficient as a diet, and quite flavorful. They are well aware that Qi-Ping's cultivation of spiritual medicines is not easy, so they have been diligently collecting these. They are true little models of thrift and home management. Moreover, Qi-Ping occasionally enjoys eating honey brewed from these morning dew and spirit tree juice. It tastes indeed excellent. After waking up, Qi-Ping began planning the development of his new home. Currently, all the Tier 1 low-level spiritual lands, or those below the Tier 1 low-level standard but capable of growing 100 spirits grass, have been fully developed and planted. The Tier 1 intermediate spiritual land is not large, with less than 10 square meters, all reserved for planting blood ginseng and fire spirit grass. Spiritual land is scarce, so only this much can be planted for the time being. If Qi-Ping needs to plant other spiritual medicines on a large scale in the future, he will have to wait until he leases the neighboring 28th spiritual land. Then, as for these trees on the mountain, they should not be touched. Even though I have the jungle druid profession, nurturing so many 100-year or millennium-old trees is very challenging. And it seems that the older these trees get, the better the support they provide for the jungle druid. Qi-Ping clearly feels that the jungle druid's enhancements in this place are significantly higher than on the original 7th peak. Then the remaining ordinary plants can mostly be cleared and replanted with various types of ordinary flowers. The spiritual qi concentration in these areas is not high, but for ordinary flowers it's already very good. Qi-Ping plans to delegate these tasks to the bees. Now they are very proficient in loosening soil, watering, and sowing. Qi-Ping has plenty of ordinary flower seeds and just hands them over to the bees. The reason Qi-Ping chose to plant so many ordinary flowers is that, for one, it can supplement the diet of black little bees and golden marrow bees. Secondly, it is to conceal the true situation. The number of black little bees still needs to be expanded to better hide Qi-Ping's activities. Otherwise, renting such a large area would be unjustifiable. Moreover, utilizing all these ordinary plots, the black little bees can earn Qi-Ping several hundred spirit stones a year, providing an additional source of income. As for Qi-Ping himself, he will focus mainly on cultivating spiritual medicines, cultivating, and other more important matters. The most critical thing is for Qi-Ping to start cultivating more blood ginseng, so the brewer Big Belly Bee can produce honey suitable for nurturing young bees, which is the resource needed for blast soldier production. Recently, the number of battle bees has decreased significantly from losses, and he plans to replenish the numbers while also aiming to multiply the overall number of bees several times. By then, many hundred spirits grass will have matured, conveniently addressing the food needs for blast soldier production. In addition, Qi-Ping also plans to prioritize making fire ginseng honey and fire spirit body tempering honey. Now that there are no immediate dangers, it's time to enhance his physical strength and realm as quickly as possible. Right now, there are over 500 spirits grass planted here. A normal tier 1 spiritual land matures once per season. In places with denser spiritual qi, it matures in just over 2 months, while in lesser areas, it takes about 4 months. Generally, It takes a little over 3 months to mature once. At this moment, Qi Ping was calculating the specific carrying capacity of his spiritual land. He took 2 mature 100 spirits grass to let the bees try making honey. After testing, the honey made from 100 spirits grass could support 50 combat bees for a month. That means honey made from 100 spirits grass could sustain 5,000 combat bees for a month. So for 3 months, 300 plants would be needed. But because there are over 10,000 ordinary flowers, plus more than 100 moon sleep flower and sun essence flower, combined with the 100 spirits grass, it wouldn't be a problem to double the carrying capacity of the 100 spirits grass. That means 300 spirits grass plus the flowers from the mountain can sustain nearly 10,000 combat bees for 3 months, which account for 60% of the 100 spirits grass. Then the remaining 200 spirits grass, along with some morning dew and other spiritual objects collected and brewed into honey by the bees, count as pure profit. So, how many bee species should I cultivate? Qi Ping felt hesitant about the number of bees to cultivate. While cultivating more bees increases combat power, it reduces the spirit stones earned. After much deliberation, Qi Ping finally made a decision. 10,000. He wanted to cultivate 10,000 combat bees, 4,000 high-speed ring-cutting bees, 2,000 ink armor bees, 2,000 highly poisonous bees, 2,000 balanced bees, 3,000 big belly bruise bees, 8,000 pure combat bee species, 3,000 pure honey-making bee species, 2,000 versatile bee species for both combat and honey-making, 10,000 combat bees with a number Qi Ping wanted. They could collect pollen and spiritual medicine to give to the honey-making bees. 5,000 honey-making bee species, fully dedicated to making honey. With this number, it was more than adequate for brewing the spiritual medicines and flower nectar of the 29th spiritual land. However, if combined with the nearby 20th spiritual land, it must ensure over 5,000 honey-making bee species to brew the large production of 100 spirits grass from both lands. Once the 28th spiritual land is acquired, the honey produced from the 100 spirits grass, there would be pure profit for Qi Ping. Because currently, Qi Ping's different bee species number over 10,000, plus the initial 1,000 ordinary golden marrow bees, their daily needs consume about 80% of the 29th spiritual land's output. So, owning both the 28th and 29th spiritual lands is essential for maximizing the profits generated by the bee swarm. I've decided that's the number. 13,000 Tier 1 high-level bee species, of which 10,000 possess strong combat power. Just not sure if 10,000 can cut down a foundation establishment. This doubt arose in Qi Ping's mind. Among these 10,000 combat bee species are the high-speed ring-cutting bees with ultra-sharp blade wings, whose speed rivals even that of the 9th layer of Qi refining, even surpassing some. There's also the ink armor bee, which boasts superior physical defense and strong biting power, as well as the highly poisonous bee with potent toxicity. The balanced bee doesn't trail far behind in all aspects of attributes, also possessing combat power not inferior to other Tier 1 high-level spiritual insects. Judging by the current battle records, whether it's the Black Robe Tribulation Cultivator who used a sword array at the 7th layer of Qi refining, or the Black Robe Talisman Cultivator at the 8th layer, they had little resistance against the bee swarm's battle array, only able to fight off dozens to 100 bees, and the difference at the 9th layer of Qi refining isn't particularly large either. Although the foundation establishment stage is much stronger than the Qi refining stage, it's still not to the extent that it can ignore cultivators at the 9th layer of Qi refining, meaning theoretically, 10,000 combat bee species do have a chance to kill an ordinary early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. After a careful comparison, Qi Ping realized the probability of sacrificing to take down a foundation establishment cultivator with these special combat bee species was significant. However, such action would result in enormous losses to the bee swarm. And depending on the strength of the foundation establishment cultivator, thousands, or even up to 10,000 bees might be lost in the battle. Moreover, it would take Qi Ping at least a few months to cultivate so many combat bee species. Thus, unless the battle with a foundation establishment cultivator brought enormous gains to offset the bee swarm's losses, it would be best to avoid conflict, not to mention the risk of failing to kill a powerful foundation establishment cultivator. But while trump cards can be left unused, they absolutely cannot be absent. With 10,000 combat bee species, not only can I resist Foundation Establishment cultivators, but if I want to escape, most ordinary Foundation Establishment cultivators definitely won't be able to stop me. Having made up his mind, Chi Ping focused his efforts on blood ginseng afterward. In terms of cultivating fire spirit grass, Chi Ping only planned to cultivate enough for his own use of fire ginseng honey and fire spirit body tempering honey, temporarily devoting other efforts to supporting the explosive growth of the bee army first. Once the bee army is completed, Chi Ping estimated he would reach the late-stage Qi refining. As his cultivation level increases, his speed in cultivating spiritual medicines could also become much faster. Afterward, he could slowly consider having the bees evolve to Tier 2 or let Yaya break through to Tier 2. But these are not matters that could be accomplished in a short time. Otherwise, the number of Foundation Establishment cultivators and Tier 2 spirit beasts wouldn't be so few in Qingshi County. Thus, increasing the number of bees is the fastest way Chi Ping could gain the strength to contend with Foundation Establishment cultivators within a few months. The swarm size he currently planned for is also what Chi Ping considered the most appropriate number for both the 28th and 29th lands, ensuring strong combat power while allowing Chi Ping to earn abundant spirit stones. As for how many spirit stones he could earn, it would depend on the brewing results of 100 spirits grasped by the big belly brewer bees. Sun rises and moon sets, and sun rises again. Time slips by unnoticed in cultivation, and before one realizes, days have passed by rapidly. The 29th mountain peak also undergoes daily transformations. Initially, apart from the trees and shrubs Chi Ping instructed to preserve, all other scrubs were cleared away by the bees, and Yaya reduced them to ash mixed into the soil. The entire mountain, except for those trees and shrubs, was covered with soft black and yellow soil, with no trace of green visible. Yet it didn't appear barren. Instead, it seemed to brim with endless hope, like the season of sowing. The black and yellow soil was always abuzz with many diligent bees, weeding, planting, watering. Gradually, as time went by, small specks of green began to emerge across the black and yellow soil, covering the entire mountain peak. These specks quickly grew into verdant young plants. Among them, some ordinary flowers that grew rapidly under the nourishment of rich spiritual qi quickly developed lush foliage and blossomed into colorful blooms. Meanwhile, in the midst of cultivation and spiritual medicine cultivation, Chi Ping also made sure to carefully observe and grasp each subtle transformation on the peak, perceiving the heaven and earth rules contained within. On the 20th day of entering the 15th mountain, after confirming that the black-robed talisman cultivator he killed hadn't brought impending danger or powerful foes, Chi Ping had the bees retrieve the storage bag. Finally, I can open the storage bag with peace of mind. Chi Ping was quite looking forward to this storage bag. Right now, he urgently needed spirit stones to rent the neighboring Plot 28, yet selling spiritual medicine too risky. Thus, he could only hope this storage bag of the late-stage Qi refining black-robed talisman cultivator contained enough spirit stones. By now, 20 days had passed, and the bees had returned with no news of any cultivators finding the storage bag and the body. Only then did Chi Ping feel relieved. It seems that the power behind that black-robed talisman cultivator isn't significant, or maybe the cultivator himself wasn't that important, and there were no items in the storage bag to expose my whereabouts. After confirming this information, Chi Ping had the bees bring the storage bag to a position quite far from P29, and then transformed into a bee to lead the swarm there. Once he got the storage bag, Chi Ping used what flamed spiritual power to cleanse the bag's surface several times before taking it in hand and marking it with a spiritual mark. After imprinting his spiritual mark, everything inside the storage bag appeared within Chi Ping's perception. The space is quite large, much larger than the Black Robe Tribulation Cultivator's insect-controlling storage bag. Let's see what's inside. The first thing that caught Chi Ping's eye was a large pile of spirit stones. 3 medium-grade spirit stones, 835 low-grade spirit stones, totaling 1,135 low-grade spirit stones. Not bad, not bad. This first yield of spirit stones brought quite a surprise to Chi Ping. As expected of someone possessing one of the 4 immortal cultivation arts, a talisman cultivator's wealth is indeed a bit extraordinary. Now, Chi Ping not only had enough to cover the rent for the neighboring plot 28, but also had 5 or 600 spirit stones to spare. Otherwise, just thinking of his less than 20 low-grade spirit stones left him a bit anxious. The saying about executing illegal activities for wealth certainly holds true, especially for those skilled in the 4 immortal cultivation arts. It's just a pity the risk is quite high. If you often walk by the river, you'll eventually wet your shoes. For Chi Ping, even if the pace of earning spirit stones was slow, he didn't want to engage in such high-risk activities. Because even if he won 1,000 times, losing just once would be the end. The most important thing was that this was not the path of immortal cultivation Chi Ping wanted to take. After counting the spirit stones, Chi Ping turned his gaze to the second pile. It was a pile of talismans and knowledge about talismans. Chi Ping looked closely. Most were mid-level Tier 1 talismans, including some cleaning talismans, sword chi talismans, fireball talismans, and so on, with very few late-stage Tier 1 talismans. The high-level Tier 1 fire talismans, thunder talismans, and Vajra talismans the Black Robe Talisman Cultivator had used earlier were not seen, probably used up in the battle with the Bee Swarm. The methods of drawing various talismans from low-level to high-level Tier 1 were numerous, but Chi Ping had no interest in them. Not to mention whether he had talent in this area, cultivating spiritual medicine and researching elixir and honey formulas already consumed most of his time, leaving no extra for other pursuits. Moreover, even if he developed these talismans, they wouldn't benefit Chi Ping as much as his animal companion. Focusing on farming and nurturing his animal companion was the most suitable path of immortal cultivation for Chi Ping. Although I can't use these talismans and knowledge, selling them could be worth a few hundred to over 1,000 spirit stones. If sold to a loose cultivator in need, they might fetch an even higher price. I'll wait for the turmoil to subside and then look for an opportunity to sell these off. This was indeed a rather good harvest. After counting the talismans, Chi Ping quickly discovered a third item that stirred his heart. Red lotus fruit. There were 2 red fruits resembling fiery red lotuses, each exuding a strong burning sensation. The red lotus fruit tree was a highly valuable high-level Tier 1 spirit fruit, with each fruit fetching over 100 spirit stones. Judging by appearance, they should be 10 years old. I can experiment with a batch of red lotus honey following the fire spirit honey formula for Yaya. It might speed up Yaya's breakthrough to Tier 2. I just wonder if there are seeds to cultivate a red lotus fruit tree. If there are, that would be a huge gain. If Chi Ping could cultivate a red lotus fruit tree, he would have no concerns about late-stage Chi refining's major cultivation resources. But Chi Ping didn't hold out too much hope for this. The rarer the spiritual medicine, the harder it was to produce seeds, and the more expensive it was. Sellers usually picked fruits with seeds or destroyed the seed's vitality, keeping the spiritual medicine under their control. For example, many rare spiritual medicines were monopolized by the Cyan Origin sect. The cultivation difficulty for these spiritual medicines was immense, not even considering the fact that ordinary people rarely had the opportunity to cultivate them. Well, in any case, it's considered a decent harvest. Regarding this bounty, Chi Ping was quite satisfied. However, after counting the spirit stones, talismans, and red lotus fruits, there were no other high-value items. There were just some ordinary cultivation elixirs and miscellaneous items, and no cultivation techniques were found. These could be sold for some money, but weren't worth much. Perhaps because he was a talisman cultivator, he even had only 1 intermediate magical artifact, with no upper-grade ones. Nevertheless, one item caught Chi Ping's attention. Celestial Fire Pavilion Disciple Token. Why would a disciple of the Celestial Fire Pavilion come here? Seeing the token's appearance, Chi Ping was thoroughly shocked. The Celestial Fire Pavilion was an enemy sect of the Cyan Origin sect. The strife between the two sects had lasted over 1,000 years, with countless battles fought, and sea of blood was not even enough to describe their deep animosity. But now, a disciple of the Celestial Fire Pavilion had openly entered the Cyan Origin sect's territory. Chi Ping couldn't believe the Cyan Origin sect, with its intelligence capabilities, couldn't discover the Celestial Fire Pavilion disciple's identity. What on earth is the Cyan Origin sect doing? If it were the mysterious Evil Lovers Alliance, it would be understandable, given its reputation across the Immortal Cultivation realm. But allowing someone from a sect they have a sea of blood feud with to enter is rather absurd. Moreover, this Celestial Fire Pavilion disciple even carried a sect token into the Cyan Origin sect's land. Where did they get the nerve? And could that mysterious alchemist be from the Celestial Fire Pavilion? This was simply outrageous. Qi Ping felt increasingly unable to comprehend the current situation. However, he didn't worry too much, as long as it didn't interfere with his farming. After all, with the bee swarm and backed by the cloud mist mountain range, if he transformed into a bee and scattered with 10,000 bees, who could catch him? So Qi Ping wasn't particularly afraid of it. Having sorted through the contents of the storage bag, Qi Ping took out the valuable items and placed them in his storage bag. As for the black-robe talisman cultivator storage bag, he instructed the bees to dispose of it far away, not wanting any contact with that Celestial Fire Pavilion disciple token. Having done all this, Qi Ping led the bees back to his peak 29. Upon return, Qi Ping thought no more of it and calmly began refining the fire ginseng honey and fire spirit body tempering honey brewed by the brewer Big Belly Bee. With consistent cultivation and an ample supply of honey over this period, his cultivation level had reached the perfection of the 6th layer of qi refining, and breaking through to late-stage qi refining was only a matter of days. With the help of fire ginseng honey and fire spirit body tempering honey, Qi Ping's strength and spiritual power and his physical body climbed rapidly. A month ago, Qi Ping had just experienced an epiphany to break through to the 6th layer of qi refining, and now within a month, Qi Ping's realm has touched the barrier of the 7th layer of qi refining. The strength of his physical body has also reached the standard for advancing to the 7th layer of qi refining. Fire ginseng honey is really perfect for the cultivation of the wood flame technique. After experiencing the boosting effects of fire ginseng honey on the cultivation of the wood flame technique, Qi Ping finally understood why the cultivation elixirs associated with many techniques are so expensive. Fire ginseng honey, which contains both wood spirit qi and fire spirit qi, allows Qi Ping's cultivation to advance leaps and bounds beyond ordinary words. Especially with the support of the yang fire body, the speed of refining spiritual power was incredibly fast. Therefore, Qi Ping was able to touch the late-stage qi refining barrier within a month. However, Qi Ping also knew that there was another reason for his success. The last time he experienced an epiphany and broke through to the 6th layer of qi refining, his cultivation realm became incredibly stable, and the operation of spiritual power was completely natural. Even the strength of his physical body quickly increased under the refining of fire spirit body tempering honey. It was precisely because of so many conditions, coupled with fire ginseng honey brewed from Tier 1 intermediate fire spirit grass and blood ginseng as the foundation, that Qi Ping was able to advance rapidly in qi refining. There is no need to worry about unstable spiritual power, nor about the physical body being unable to bear it. Time for a breakthrough. Under an ancient pine tree with thousands of years of history, Qi Ping, who was cultivating, suddenly erupted with a surge of momentum. Immediately, Qi Ping reopened his eyes, filled with joy and excitement, and once again took out a portion of fire ginseng honey and swallowed it, frantically refining it. The vast spiritual energy was continuously refined and absorbed by Qi Ping's wood flame technique, transforming into the power for Qi Ping to break through to the late stage of qi refining. A large amount of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth continued to rush into Qi Ping's body. As more and more spiritual power was refined through the wood flame technique, the spiritual power pressure accumulating on his entire body also became increasingly heavy. At this moment, anyone nearby could sense the powerful force about to erupt from Qi Ping's body. Finally, Qi Ping's spiritual power gradually reached a critical point, and the accumulated power in his body also reached its peak. It's now. Feeling that the best time for breakthrough had arrived, Qi Ping seized the opportunity and unhesitatingly began to charge through the 7th layer of qi refining. Once, only once, the late-stage qi refining barrier was broken by Qi Ping with unstoppable force. Qi Ping's momentum also suddenly broke through to the 7th layer of qi refining. Did I break through? Qi Ping did not expect his breakthrough to be so smooth this time, but he still forcibly held back the joy in his heart, calmed down to fully comprehend and feel the difference between the 7th layer and the 6th layer of Qi refining, and worked quickly to stabilize the 7th layer realm. As the realm broke through, a huge suction came from Qi Ping's body again, and heaven and earth spiritual Qi once again crazily poured into Qi Ping's body. After a long time, the aura on Qi Ping finally completely stabilized, firmly remaining at the 7th layer of Qi refining. Finally broke through. 7th layer of Qi refining. After the cultivation was stabilized, Qi Ping finally no longer suppressed the joy in his heart. He had finally reached the late stage Qi refining. Now, with this cultivation alone, he was not considered weak in Qingshi County, because even in the 3 major families, there were only as many foundation establishment stage people as there were fingers on one hand. The late stage Qi refining was truly the backbone of Qingshi County. In this realm, let alone ordinary loose cultivators, even those like Boss Gao and Steward Zhu, whom Qi Ping knew, were still stuck in the 6th layer of Qi refining, having not broken through to the late stage Qi refining. This shows the difficulty of breaking through to the late stage Qi refining. However, even with such difficulty, Qi Ping still broke through. Although there were various supportive factors, such as enlightenment breakthrough, ample honey, yang fire body, high divine soul strength, etc., they still could not hide the sharpness gradually revealed by Qi Ping. Now, excluding animal companions, with such a young age breaking through to the 7th layer of Qi refining, Qi Ping already fully qualified to join the Cyan Origin sect. As soon as Qi Ping learned that the disciples of the Celestial Fire Pavilion had entered Qingshi County, he temporarily quelled his desire to join the Cyan Origin sect. Now there was an evil lovers alliance and a Celestial Fire Pavilion. Who knew what other forces might get involved? In such a strange situation, a misstep could lead to the downfall of any force. Last time, Qi Ping personally witnessed that green-clad woman at the 9th layer of Qi refining, who was an inner disciple of the Cyan Origin sect, yet severely injured in her own territory. Joining any side in such a bizarre situation now would be like lighting a lamp in a toilet, seeking death. Generally, at such times, new disciples who join a sect are likely to be cannon fodder. Therefore, Qi Ping decided not to rashly join any force until the situation stabilized. As for foundation establishment techniques and cultivation knowledge, Qi Ping planned to consider whether there were other ways to obtain them for the time being. If it became absolutely necessary to acquire cultivation knowledge, techniques, and rare resources through a sect, Qi Ping would thoroughly prepare before considering joining one. Looking at the current situation, many people are sure to die, so it's better to wait until everything is in ruins and talents are scarce before joining. Although this surely can't compare to disciples who share weal and woe with the sect, it won't be too bad either. Moreover, this can also avoid the risk of becoming a target for hostile forces by betting on the wrong side and getting killed. The eventual victors will most likely monopolize everything, so by that time, the competition for resources wouldn't be as fierce. Entering then to obtain some non-core techniques and resources shouldn't be difficult, as long as it can sustain my solid cultivation foundation. Qi Ping had little interest in external disputes and power. He merely wished to farm well and cultivate immortality. In fact, compared to the social status increase brought by cultivation improvement, Qi Ping was more concerned about his physical condition. Spiritual power has increased significantly, and the physical body has also been strengthened a lot. The key thing is that the vitality and lifespan of the body have both become more vigorous. Compared to my current state, being immortal felt like being covered in dirt and disease. Feeling the increasingly excellent physical condition and the extended lifespan, Qi Ping's joy was incomparable. For him, this feeling was really addictive. Therefore, it made sense that the skinny Li Peng, who liked visiting brothels, did not care for mortal women. Compared to immortal female cultivators, mortal women were indeed inferior in both physical condition and charm. After breaking through to the late stage Qi refining, Qi Ping continued to practice and perceive the tree skin technique, refining his power at the 7th layer of Qi refining while continuing to understand and enhance his level in the tree skin technique. When it came to offensive means, Qi Ping hadn't learned much, as his attacks were far less potent than his animal companion's combat power. So whenever he had time, Qi Ping aimed to comprehend the tree skin technique to a transcendent level, so that he could defend against enemy attacks in any situation. Now, Qi Ping's tree skin technique had already reached level 4, with defensive power rivaling many of the defense techniques he knew. Due to the proficiency display, Qi Ping adjusted his understanding direction accordingly, believing that if he kept practicing and comprehending it this way, sooner or later he could understand the tree skin technique to godlike proficiency. By then, even those at a higher realm might not be able to kill him. Staying alive is the premise of everything. After becoming adept at the 7th layer realm of Qi refining, Qi Ping used the spirit stones from the Black Robe Talisman Cultivator to take over the spiritual land at plot number 28 in Zone B, spending a total of 588 spirit stones. Thus, the 2 pieces of spiritual land deep in the Cloud Mist Mountain range entirely fell into Qi Ping's hands. From now on, this will be my back garden. Regarding the source of the spirit stones, Qi Ping spun a lie to Steward Zhu, caring little whether the other believed him or not. Based on his understanding of Steward Zhu, the latter should not trouble him, and might even help him keep the secret. The most important thing was that, at most, this amount of spirit stones would only attract opponents at the Qi refining stage, which posed no threat to Qi Ping. Along the way, Qi Ping also visited Sister Nan, bringing her 2 bottles of honey. Now that Qi Ping acquired 2 spiritual lands and cultivated a batch of 100 spirits grass using plant growth, the honey supply was still quite ample. Sharing a small amount with Sister Nan had little impact on him. The most important thing for Qi Ping was to attempt to understand his original intention and seek his own path. Sister Nan helped him when he was weak. Now that his capabilities had increased and honey production was imminent, naturally, he must reciprocate adequately to ease his conscience and smooth his state of mind. Returning to Mountain Peak number 29, Qi Ping immediately instructed the bees to start working on Mountain Peak number 28. Sooner work started meant sooner earnings, and Qi Ping himself began to study how to brew saleable 100 spirits honey, as the first batch of 100 spirits grass was due to mature in less than a month. Before then, he must research a suitable method to convert the planted 100 spirits grass into spirit stone earnings by selling the honey. A batch of 100 spirits grass was planted by Qi Ping in an area with spiritual Qi concentration close to Tier 1 Intermediate, and their growth cycle is about 2 months. Now, 1 month has already passed. Therefore, Qi Ping must research a way to completely remove the shadow of the 100 spirits grass from the 100 spirits honey within a month to confidently sell this type of honey. Otherwise, if some family cultivators learn that 100 spirits honey can be cultivated at such a low cost and with good effects, it may attract covetousness. Given Qi Ping's current abilities in the Cloud Mist Mountain range, even if facing the 3 great families, he only has the chance to escape and most retaliate, unable to guard his industry. So, it's better to avoid trouble when possible. After returning to the mountain peak, Qi Ping took out some 100 spirits honey and carefully brewed it. This 100 spirits honey, brewed solely from 100 spirits grass, has removed the mixed chaotic medicinal properties and disordered spiritual Qi, basically becoming pure spiritual power, retaining only a trait of cultivating spiritual power, somewhat similar to the spirit storage fruit. In terms of effect, this purification level is estimated to be on par with some ordinary Tier 1 alchemists or pharmacists. Now, this pure 100 spirits honey, a bottle condensed from a plant, is estimated to be worth 5 to 6 spirit stones in the market. Recently matured 100 spirits grass costs about half a spirit stone per plant in the market. And Qi Ping's 29 spiritual land can only produce less than 2,000 plants of 100 spirits grass a year, meaning the value from the 100 spirits grass itself is less than 1,000 spirit stones. Excluding rental costs, just from the 100 spirits grass, Qi Ping could only earn around 300 spirit stones, and that's without considering labor, seed costs, and planting risks. This shows the low planting value of 100 spirits grass. If market prices fluctuate and a plant drops below half a spirit stone, I'm afraid even the rent can't be covered, and only the small Tier 1 intermediate spiritual land can earn money. However, with the Brewer Big Belly Bee, it's estimated that an annual output of about 1,800 plants would be valued at 9,000 to 10,800 spirit stones. Now that I've rented both the 28th and 29th spiritual lands, if I plant all of the 28th plot with 100 spirits grass, it's estimated that more than 2,000 plants could be produced annually, adding up to 4,000 plants from the two lands. Among these, 1,200 plants must be used as food for the bee colony, and the remaining 2,800 plants can be sold, all brewed in 100 spirits honey, valued between 14,000 spirit stones to 16,800 spirit stones. Calculating conservatively, that's 15,000 spirit stones. Even when considering rent and other miscellaneous costs at a high estimate of 2,000 spirit stones, Qiping can earn a profit of 13,000 spirit stones. 13,000 spirit stones in a year. In a year, just 13,000 spirit stones. That's more comfortable than money made from robbery, isn't it? Qiping truly hadn't realized until he did the math, startled by the numbers. It's indeed more comfortable than robbery. Talking about his recent counterattacks and getting spoils, which one didn't keep him on edge? The black-robed, insect-controlling cultivator provoked the green-clothed woman, along with the unknown risks of the evil lover's alliance behind her. The black-robed talisman cultivator has the celestial fire pavilion behind them, comparable to Cyan origin sect. Any of them could leave Qiping on tenterhooks. Compared to such nerve-wracking scenarios, just staying on my spiritual land farming and beekeeping, earning over 1,000 spirit stones a month is simply delightful for Qiping. Is there anything more enjoyable than lying down and earning over 1,000 spirit stones a month? Thinking of this, Qiping could only say one thing. Brewer Big Belly Bee is awesome. Though the Brewer Big Belly Bee looks a bit silly, its money-making ability is truly incomparable. After all, low-end products are the best way to utilize the Brewer Big Belly Bee. In terms of purifying 100 spirits grass, an ordinary Tier 1 alchemist can do it, but no alchemist would do it this way. Because 100 spirits grass, given its very fast growth and short cycle, has mixed and non-prominent medicinal properties and impure spiritual power, making purification highly difficult. Purifying one plant of 100 spirits grass requires a lot of effort, and no alchemist will be foolish enough to make money this way. Isn't alchemy more appealing? But the Brewer Big Belly Bee is different. While it can't compete with alchemists and high-end products, it's not inferior at low-end operations. The most important is the number of Brewer Big Belly Bees, unmatched by alchemists. The crucial point is Qiping doesn't need to pay them. All profit goes straight to him. This is what I call real bee-based profit. The low-end industry others look down upon is precisely where stealthy big fortunes are easiest to make. On this point, Qiping really should thank Boss Gao. If it hadn't been for his mention of 100 spirits grass, Qiping wouldn't have thought of the money-making tool of combining 100 spirits grass with Brewer Big Belly Bee. Moreover, the key is that 13,000 spirit stones aren't the limit for the bee colony, but merely the limit of these two spiritual lands. If Qiping could lease more spiritual lands, or even the whole Cloud Mist Mountain range, the amount he could earn annually could reach a terrifyingly high figure. It's just that doing so would be too conspicuous. It would simply be earning with life, but not having the life to spend. 13,000 spirit stones should be just the right amount for Qiping, as long as he can completely hide the traces of 100 spirits grass to avoid provoking overly strong enemies. For now, slowly developing and improving his strength is the way. Waiting until he needs more spirit stones in the future to lease more spiritual lands to earn and grow isn't too late. The level of strength should earn the corresponding level of spirit stones. Qiping at least understands this much. Sometimes greed is the most deadly. With this, some of the upcoming plans can be altered, especially in the selection of the third animal companion. This is my strongest support in Immortal Cultivation, and next, I can definitely look at the best spiritual beasts in Qingshi County. The higher the Druid level, the greater the difficulty in advancing. So each animal companion slot is precious, and if there's a chance to choose a better spirit beast, one must not settle. Currently, Qiping is quite satisfied with the two animal companions. The bee colony has both excellent combat and production capabilities, and Yaya also has the potential to become a super raptor. However, how many spirit stones can truly be earned will have to wait until the 100 spirits honey that can remove the shadow of the 100 spirits grass is tested out to determine. But overall, it should not be much different, since the foundation is with 100 spirits grass as the main material. Whether the final result is better or worse doesn't affect me much. With the expectation of the large amount of spirit stones to be pocketed in the future, Qi Ping began researching enthusiastically. Firstly, I can try some assorted formulas, combining all types of flower nectar together. Some can also add some common herbs, masking the medicinal components without affecting the basic effect of 100 spirits honey. Then, add a piece of spirit storage fruit in the assorted formulas, concealing the effect of nourishing the body with mixed 100 spirits honey. Also, killing grass is nicknamed the polluter of medicine. Might as well add it in and try. Qi Ping has set up a total of 50 combinations for brewing 100 spirits honey formulas. With so many combinations, we should be able to find one that completely masks the characteristics of 100 spirits grass. After configuring these combinations and handing them over to the brewer Big Belly Bee, Qi Ping began researching the problem of hive cultivation. In this month, approximately 2,000 new bees were cultivated by Qi Ping, which is still far from his goal of 10,000 combat bee types and 3,000 brewer Big Belly Bees. The reason the hive cultivation speed is slower than expected is not because of Qi Ping's blood ginseng cultivation speed, but rather due to the limitations of the Bee King's strength. With only a Tier 1 intermediate level Bee King, although its offspring can inherit a more powerful bloodline, its egg-laying speed is limited to 70 or 80 a day at most. Previously, because Qi Ping's rate of cultivating spiritual medicine was limited, the egg-laying speed of the Bee King was still greater than Qi Ping's rate of cultivating spiritual medicine. Moreover, considering the Bee King's significant role in the stability of the hive, and the hive had no intention of replacing the Bee King, Qi Ping did not consider replacing the Bee King either. Additionally, Qi Ping had a thought that similar to bee-like insect races which have a queen, the Demon Insect Cultivation Manual records many cases, with specific explanations on matters like the replacement of the queen. For insect race queens, the recommendation from the Demon Insect Cultivation Manual is usually not to replace them. As the more powerful the spirit beast, the more challenging it is for a queen to be born. It plays an extremely important role in the stability of the insect race and holds extraordinary meaning. However, once a male insect successfully mutates, the queen's strength often can't keep up with the males, which is a very common issue in insect race cultivation. After all, no insect-controlling cultivator would dare to gamble on the low mutation probability of an insect race queen, as the birth of a new queen is extremely difficult, and even if it is successful, integrating with the original hive would still be a tremendous challenge. Therefore, in response to this situation, the best choice is to give the insect race queen the best resources and wait for the queen to realize its own autonomous mutation and advancement. There are many successful cases of the queens carrying out autonomous mutation and advancement. Moreover, such queens that independently complete their advancement can further elevate the overall bloodline of the whole insect race, which is far better than directly birthing a new insect race queen. This is because, due to the special nature of the queen's bloodlines, their mutation success rate is inherently higher. So once there are males in the insect race that mutate to a higher level, after these males with stronger bloodlines impregnate the insect race queen, the queen can absorb part of the advanced power of bloodline from the eggs as nutrients to nurture its own bloodline while gestating. Under such circumstances, as long as the queen has sufficient quality and is provided with enough high-grade resources, there is a fair chance for the Bee King to achieve a mutation advancement. Once such an insect race queen completes its advancement, it ensures the bloodline of the insect race remains at its highest stability, especially when there are multiple males in the insect race that have undergone mutation advancement. The queens of such insect races might become even stronger than balanced bees after advancing. The offspring born from such insect race queens will have a mutation probability far higher than ordinary balanced insects, with much greater potential. This is the most critical reason why Qi Ping has never considered replacing the Bee King. He has continuously allowed the brewer big belly bees to produce the best royal jelly for the Bee King, hoping that the Bee King can quickly achieve bloodline mutation and advancement. It's just that the constraint in soldier production speed this month has forced Qi Ping to consider the cultivation of a new Bee King. But it was at this moment that something surprising happened to Qi Ping. Currently, the Bee King quietly stands atop a rock, enveloped by dense spiritual qi, its aura and pressure continuously growing. This is a unique pressure of the Bee King, incomparable to the advancement of ordinary male bees. Around the Bee King, thousands of bees have surrounded the entire mountain, all entering the highest alert state. Feeling the special pressure emanating from the Bee King, Qi Ping was secretly startled, as the pressure and momentum from the Bee King's advancement far exceeded what ordinary bee advancements could achieve. However, more than startlement, what Qi Ping felt at this moment was immense joy. Utterly immense surprise. Finally advanced. This signifies that the bloodline of this Bee King is definitely remarkable. Furthermore, the Bee King's ability to advance once indicates that in the future, whenever male bees are successfully cultivated and provided with enough high-level resources, the probability of advancing again will be much greater than that of a Bee King that has never advanced. This is also one of the reasons the Demon Insect Cultivation Manual highly emphasizes letting insect race queens advance on their own. After today, there's no need to worry about the speed of soldier production anymore. With the Bee King advancing to a Tier 1 high-level bloodline, increasing the soldier production speed by 4 to 5 times shouldn't be an issue. And Qi Ping wasn't too worried about the Bee King's advancement, because this Bee King's physical quality, having been nurtured with the best royal jelly, reached a very solid and powerful level. Coupled with the steady aura throughout the advancement process and the extremely smooth mutation process, Qi Ping wasn't too concerned about whether the Bee King could successfully advance. Now, Qi Ping is more interested in how much the Bee King will exceed the equilibrium after its mutation. Currently, the Bee King should be absorbing enough advanced power of bloodline during gestation, containing traits from the high-speed ring-cutting bee, demon armor bee, highly poisonous bee, balanced bee, and the brewer big belly bee. Not sure how much of these 5 types of power of bloodline the Bee King can absorb. In fact, the amount of excellent traits from the bloodline that can be absorbed and integrated depends on the Bee King's own quality. The better the quality of the Bee King, the stronger its ability to integrate excellent traits from the bloodline. And the more excellent traits from the bloodline the Bee King integrates, the higher its own potential and that of its hive will be in the future. Of course, it's not that the more exceptional bloodlines a Bee King absorbs, the better. According to data recorded in the Demon Insect Cultivation Manual, it is most suitable for an insect race queen to absorb between 3 to 7 types of exceptional bloodlines, resulting in more excellent mutation conditions. Thus, some insect cultivators, even when cultivating dozens of male bee varieties, will only choose to focus on 3 to 7 for cultivation due to this reason. Perhaps it's because of the Beast King's blessing talent. Qi Ping's 5 mutated bee species, apart from the balanced bee being ordinary, their overall mutation conditions are quite excellent. The blade wings of the high-speed ring-cutting bee, the defense, strength, and biting power of the ink armor bee, the poison of the highly poisonous bee, the honey-making ability of the brewer big belly bee. These 4 abilities are exceptionally outstanding. With the Beast King's blessing, as a Bee King, you can't be worse than ordinary male bee mutations, can you? Qi Ping mentally cheered on the Bee King. But no matter what, the honey-making ability must be retained. More than attack abilities, the honey-making ability is what Qi Ping anticipates the most, because there's a high probability of Qi Ping developing combat bee groups once more, but the probability of cultivating another Tier 2 brewer big belly bee is very low. Whether it's blade wings, ink armor, or poison, these attack traits are quite replaceable. They're excellent, but not indispensable. However, there is no other trait Qi Ping can think of that could replace the honey-making ability of the brewer big belly bee. Amidst Qi Ping's nervous anticipation, after a full 6 hours, the Bee King finally completed its final mutation. A uniquely powerful aura burst forth from the Bee King at this moment. When the Bee King broke through the outer layer of the golden cocoon and emerged, Qi Ping was momentarily stunned. The transformation was too significant. First of all, its size had directly increased to about the size of a fist. It was more than twice as large as before. A bee of such size, even a single sting, would be more than enough to endure. Secondly, its physical characteristics had also undergone significant changes. The previous bee king was overall golden, with black and gold rings on the abdominal sections, and its wings had a faint gilded hue. But now the colors had almost reversed, with a primarily black and gold appearance. Only a few golden rings, and the gilded hue on its wings had disappeared, rendering the wings nearly transparent. The overall appearance was much more understated than before, but its pressure and aura were much stronger than before. With just one look, Qi Ping could see the extraordinary lethality the Bee King now possessed. Over this time, Qi Ping had seen quite a few demonic insects, but none, except the Demon Insect King, could compare to the Bee King before him. As for the Demon Insect King, that was a presence that even a nascent soul venerable might not be able to cultivate, and it's naturally an anomaly despised by the heavens and earth, incomparable to a normal spirit insect. The Bee King before Qi Ping's eyes should easily be at the forefront among Tier 1 spirit insects now. And the conversation that Qi Ping had with the Bee King afterward also proved that Qi Ping's deduction was correct. Congratulations on your successful transformation. How do you feel? Buzz Buzz. It's fantastic, boss. Buzz Buzz. Thanks to the boss's full support, I was able to complete the promotion smoothly in this transformation. As the Golden Marrow Bee King communicated with Qi Ping, its tone was filled with joy. This promotion was the most essential enhancement for the bee colony. It was really unimaginable how, by following Qi Ping, the boss, in such a short time, their race had broken through to this level. In their eyes, Qi Ping was really too powerful. Can you perceive the changes in your bloodline abilities? Buzz Buzz. I can perceive them, boss. Buzz Buzz. Currently, the overall type of abilities hasn't changed much, but they have been comprehensively enhanced. The strength of Blade Wings, Shell Defense, and Tail Needle, along with the High Poison, all the traits of 4 special bee types have been inherited. Besides that, attributes like Strength, Flight Speed, and Agility have all been significantly enhanced. Buzz Buzz. Among them, the greater enhancement is in honey-making talent. I estimate that it's currently at about 70 to 80% of the level of the Brewer Big Belly Bee. Additionally, the Blade Wings primarily increase flight speed. The reinforcement for Shell Defense and Tail Needle is also considerable. After hearing the Bee King's explanation, Qi Ping basically understood the situation of the Bee King's transformation, given the Bee King's perception ability and understanding of its own colony. Such a judgment was almost certainly correct. This transformation of the Bee King could almost be summarized by one word: excellent. It was simply too excellent. Not only did it inherit about 70 to 80% of the Brewer Big Belly Bee's honey-making ability, but also did well in inheriting the traits of Blade Wings, Ink Armor, and High Poison. It was almost like an all-purpose warrior of the spirit insect race with speed, attack, strength, and defense. There was hardly any weakness. Such a transformation situation is considered top-level even according to the Demon Insect Cultivation Manual. More importantly, the offspring born to the Bee King from now on, whether they're ink armor bees, high-speed ring-cutting bees, highly poisonous bees, brewer big belly bees, or balanced bees, all bee types would be enhanced by the stronger bloodline. That is to say, the combat power of the blast soldiers Qi Ping will deploy next will become more formidable, even surpassing the first generation by a considerable margin. If Qi Ping previously had doubts about whether 10,000 combat bee types could kill an ordinary Foundation establishment, now Qi Ping can be completely certain they absolutely can. However, what makes Qi Ping happiest is not this, but the enhancement of the bee colony's potential. Because the Bee King's strength has increased to this level, the balanced bees it births next will also inherit its abilities and traits. So when Qi Ping chooses to have these balanced bees with the strong traits of the Bee King undergo a second transformation, their potential and the forms into which they can transform will become even stronger. It would definitely be much stronger than what the original balanced bees transformed into. From today onwards, this Bee King will be the irreplaceable treasure of this bee colony. According to the Demon Insect Cultivation Manual, a transformed insect queen reaching such a perfect state is extremely rare. Once this bee colony completes its transformation to Tier 2, the strength of the colony will definitely usher in a true surge. By then, Foundation establishment cultivators will no longer be a myth for Qi Ping. They will be entities that can be outlasted by sheer numbers of the bee colony. Thinking of this, Qi Ping took a deep breath. Steady, steady. The more it comes to this moment, the more cautious and careful he must be. Every step must be steady. No mistakes can be made. But to cultivate so many Tier 2 bee colonies by that time, more higher-level spiritual medicine is necessary. So my cultivation must also keep pace, and the number of times I can use plant growth must also keep up. Otherwise, there is no way to cultivate the spiritual medicine needed for the growth of Tier 2 bees. So it still needs to be done step by step steadily. Follow the previous pace to first strengthen the force with the ability to compete against Foundation establishment and self-preservation. Researching the formula for 100 spirits honey, contracting new animal companions, researching honey suitable for late-stage Qi refining, continuing to enhance Yaya's strength. These all need to be done step by step. Finally, after advising the bee king to take it easy on generating bees, to avoid falling behind in cultivating spiritual medicine, Qi Ping returned under the ancient pine to cultivate quietly. While Qi Ping calmed his emotions, he planned the next phase of development and the potential risks of each step as his mind fully settled. The current situation in Qingshi County is chaotic, and Qi Ping does not want his well-developed situation to be ruined by his own neglect. After solving the issues with the Bee King transformation and the Blast Soldier dilemma, Qi Ping returned to a peaceful life of cultivation and farming. Because the Bee King started generating bees in large numbers, Qi Ping could only spend more time cultivating blood ginseng. Otherwise, he simply couldn't keep up with the speed of the Bee King's bee generation. Fortunately, this situation only needs to last for about 2 months before it can basically end. By then, the naturally grown 100 spirits grass will be enough to sustain all the bees. But Qi Ping also began to gradually realize a problem, which is that fire ginseng honey and fire spirit body tempering honey were already gradually falling short of the requirements for late-stage Qi refining. The cultivation speed is much slower compared to mid-stage Qi refining. However, Qi Ping had anticipated this, as it's only a Tier 1 intermediate level spiritual medicine after all. Tier 1 intermediate level was naturally rapid in terms of the realm for early Qi refining, suitable for mid-stage Qi refining, and after brewing into suitable with ginseng honey, the cultivation speed was naturally not slow. But for late-stage Qi refining, its effect is indeed a bit unsatisfactory. The spiritual power intensity is too weak for late-stage Qi refining. It seems it's time to seek out Tier 1 high-level spiritual medicine and research corresponding honey. Last time, Qi Ping didn't find any seeds he could plant in the Tier 1 high-level red lotus fruit he obtained from that black robe talisman cultivator, so Tai Ping could only seek other methods. Slow. It's really too slow, having experienced the rocket-like advancement in realm. At this moment, Qi Ping felt the current cultivation speed was terrifyingly slow. No wonder so many people in Qingshi County stop at the late-stage Qi refining. The difficulty to advance during the late stage is several times higher than during the mid-stage Qi refining. And this was Qi Ping's cultivation speed even with the blessings of fire, ginseng honey, yang fire body, jungle druid, and various other conditions. Generally, stagnating at the late stage Qi refining, spending 10 years or even decades at this realm, could be understood. At my current cultivation speed, I estimate I need at least 1.5 years to break through to the 8th layer of Qi refining. In fact, this speed was already very fast. Even many disciples of the Cyan Origin sect couldn't reach this speed. But Qi Ping wasn't very satisfied, because if he progressed at this pace, his realm wouldn't keep up with the advancement speed of his animal companion. Just like now, his cultivation speed of blood ginseng couldn't keep up with the swarm's resource demand for blast soldiers. Fortunately, plant growth broke through to level 3 a few days ago, significantly increasing the cultivation speed of spiritual medicine. LV2 plant growth, 161 200ths. LV3 plant growth, 5 400ths. But to completely catch up with the demand and cultivate resources needed by him and the Yang Fire Crow, Qi Ping felt that reaching the 9th layer of Qi refining was the minimum requirement. Therefore, realm advancement was also an urgent matter for Qi Ping. And in this era, the faster the strength increased, the better. So next, I need to find a suitable fire attribute spiritual medicine and wood attribute spiritual medicine, preferably a high-level tier 1 fire attribute pill formula. This way, both Yaya and I can use them. I wonder if the Cyan Stone Marketplace has suitable high-level tier 1 spiritual medicine. Reaching a high-level tier 1 cultivation resource would significantly increase the difficulty of acquisition, and the price would be much higher, beyond what ordinary people can easily afford. When reaching the foundation establishment stage, it's always like this. To obtain this level of resource, one must either become an insider or pay a huge amount of spirit stones. Luckily, I have the plant growth skill to accelerate the growth of spiritual medicine and the spiritual origin stone pillar to cultivate high-level spiritual medicine, as long as I obtain a spiritually active medicine or seed. Even if there's only one plant, I can cut off a little each time for usage and then continue cultivating. In this way, Qi Ping's limitations are significantly reduced. Otherwise, relying entirely on purchasing or fortunate encounters for cultivation resources is practically impossible. The major issue for loose cultivators is the huge limitation in resource acquisition channels. But even though Qi Ping was anxious, he couldn't do much, as he only had 570 spirit stones. It should be enough to buy a suitable high-level tier 1 spiritual medicine, but acquiring an appropriate pill formula and corresponding knowledge of spiritual medicine and elixirs was quite lacking. Ultimately, it was still a problem of lacking money. So Qi Ping had to wait for the suitable 100 spirits honey formula to be experimented and then start earning large amounts of spirit stones. According to previous selling prices, he estimated he could earn over 1,000 spirit stones in a month. 100 spirits grass matures once a quarter, meaning 3,000 spirit stones each quarter. Just needing to wait a little longer before lots of spirit stones start coming in. Be a bit patient. It's better not to rush for quick success. Focus and settle down to cultivate peacefully first. Thus, Qi Ping continued to focus on cultivating and nurturing spiritual medicine, striving to comprehend the power law of plant growth, hoping to increase the skill proficiency faster. Meanwhile, Qi Ping also used these tasks to temper his mindset. So, Qi Ping slowly entered a very peaceful cultivation state. Let the outside world be as turbulent as it may, he only needed to cultivate diligently in peace. Perhaps it was due to his calm thoughts, or perhaps because this state was more suited for comprehending the law realm, Qi Ping's realm advancement speed even increased a bit. After about a week, all 50 plans for 100 spirits honey set by Qi Ping were successfully brewed by the brewer Big Belly Bee. Finally, all brewed successfully. I wonder if they can perfectly remove the traces of 100 spirits grass. As long as even his great brewmaster talent can't distinguish the trace of 100 spirits grass, the risk can be reduced to the minimum. Since Qi Ping couldn't find any trace of 100 spirits grass after trying to actively search for it, anyone else wanting to discover anything was merely a ridiculous undertaking. Thus, Qi Ping can confidently use it to earn spirit stones. Once tested successfully, the issue of lacking spirit stones in the future would be basically resolved. With this expectation in mind, Qi Ping carefully differentiated the medicinal properties of each honey batch. The first one, the trace of 100 spirits grass, is very obvious. No good. The second one, no good. The third one, failed. The 27th one, success. The 50th failed. After Qi Ping tried all 50 different formulas of 100 spirits honey, he frowned tightly. Only one of the 50 formulas succeeded. This batch of honey couldn't distinguish the trace of 100 spirits grass at all, and it was the same result every time Qi Ping tried. Therefore, selling based on this formula should involve low risk. However, this formula had an issue, which was the usage of a significant amount of spirit storage fruit. The use of spirit storage fruit amounted to about 1/5 of the amount of 100 spirits grass. If that's the case, even though the medicinal effects of this formula increased a bit, reaching nearly an intermediate tier 1 potency, considering the cost of spirit storage fruit, the final profit might be reduced by 1/5. Originally, reducing the profit by 1/5 wasn't too much of a concern. Since Qi Ping's 100 spirits grass cost was very low, even with some profit reduction, it remained hugely profitable. The real concern for Qi Ping was that this means he needed to purchase a large amount of spirit storage fruit because he couldn't achieve natural mass production of spirit storage fruit yet. Sister Nan's yield couldn't meet his demand either. Thinking of this, Qi Ping couldn't help but frown and fall into deep thought. However, not long after, Qi Ping's brow gradually relaxed, and a layer of smile appeared on his face. Seems like this is also good. I can use spirit storage fruit to cover the trace of 100 spirits grass. Anyone slightly knowledgeable in medicinal potency would only observe the potency of spirit storage fruit, without thinking to delve into whether there's anything else, because producing this level of honey with spirit storage fruit isn't unusual. If nothing could be detected, it would actually raise suspicion. After all, who would go through the trouble for a Tier 1 low-level honey that doesn't even reach the normal market value of an intermediate Tier 1 standard? Even if it attracts enemies, at most, it would only be some small-time Qi refining cultivators, posing no threat to Qi Ping. However, the spirit storage fruit I previously purchased from Sister Nan is almost used up. I need to find a stable spirit storage fruit supply channel next, so I can maintain stable production of 100 spirits honey and earn a plentiful amount of spirit stones. After deciding on the processing scheme for combining spirit storage fruit with 100 spirits grass to create this 100 spirits honey formula, Qi Ping no longer worried about the matter. He openly gave this honey a name, spirit storage honey. Publicly, he claimed it was brewed by bees using spirit storage fruit and other precious medicinal materials, with pure spiritual energy and the medicinal properties of nurturing spiritual qi. That's all. It's suitable for early-stage qi refining cultivation and has good effect for mid-stage qi refining as well. Priced at 6 spirit stones per share, it's sure to easily find market. There are still about 20 days until the first batch of 100 spirits grass matures, and the quantity is small. I can buy some from Sister Nan later. But in 2 or 3 months, when a large batch of 100 spirits grass matures, the output of spirit storage fruit grown by Sister Nan will certainly not keep up. By then, if purchased directly within the Cloud Mist Mountain range, the price is the lowest, but it might arouse suspicion and expose me. Purchasing from Boscow might be a bit more expensive, but it's more convenient and secure. After thinking for a while, Qi Ping finally decided that he must acquire the spirit storage fruit from Sister Nan. When the second batch of 100 spirits grass matures, he would buy a batch from Boscow and sell the first batch of brewed spirit storage honey to exchange for spirit stones. If I want to reduce costs further, I can only rent more spiritual land to grow spirit storage fruit myself, release a piece of spiritual land to Sister Nan for planting. She has experience with spirit storage fruit cultivation, and maybe her spirit fertilizer technique will come in handy later. Planting spiritual medicine is never a simple task, as each spiritual medicine has its suitable growth environment and requires special resources, which demands a lot of effort. This is why the 3 major families and Cyan Origin sect disciples don't plant directly themselves. Sometimes, loose cultivators just barely earn enough to cover the exhaustion spirit stones, and it's not worth the effort for Cyan Origin sect disciples. Renting out land to collect yearly rent is the most hassle-free solution. Planting spiritual medicine is easy for Qi Ping mainly because the plant grow skill is so strong that it can supplement the special energy and spiritual qi required for many conditions. Otherwise, some spiritual medicines requiring special fire spirit qi or beast blood would be hard for him to cultivate. Most of the spiritual medicine Qi Ping encounters can be supplemented with plant growth. However, Qi Ping's plant growth skill is not omnipotent, as his energy is limited and the spiritual medicine required by him and his animal companions is already in short supply. It would be foolish for him to use plant growth to cultivate spirit storage fruit, which is purely for profit. 100 spirits grass is an exception. It is not picky about the environment, and as long as there is enough spiritual qi, it can grow in even slightly normal places. But because its spiritual energy is impure and its medicinal properties are mixed, it is reduced to fodder for cattle and other animals. However, by chance, Qi Ping discovered the value of 100 spirits grass through the brewer big-bellied bee, making it his most profitable and least risky low-end industry. This is much more satisfying than using plant growth to cultivate and sell precious spiritual medicine himself. Cultivating and selling precious spiritual medicine with plant growth is risky, and takes up his precious skill time, which is far worse than making money from brewing honey with 100 spirits grass. After deciding on the source of spirit storage fruit, Qi Ping did not rush to buy it from Sister Nan, but continued cultivating and accelerating the cultivation of blood ginseng to support the resources needed for Bee King's blast soldiers. There is still some time before the first batch of 100 spirits grass matures, and Qi Ping plans to wait until the bee swarm produces more bees before going out. In today's Qingshi County, it's best not to go out unless necessary. As the combat bee swarm increases, Qi Ping feels more secure going out. After all, with a spirit beast bag, carrying 10,000 bees with him is no problem for Qi Ping. However, a few days later, Qi Ping, who was not planning to go out, was approached by someone midway up the slope of the number 29 peak. "Do you have any business here, sirs?" Putting a Tier 1 intermediate spiritual medicine into his storage bag, Qi Ping asked with a bit of trepidation in front of two late-stage Qi refining cultivators, his tone slightly trembling. These two, one at 9th layer, the other at 8th layer, were a man and a woman. Judging by their appearance and demeanor, they seemed to be sect disciples, behaving like senior and junior siblings. However, both were dressed in white silk clothing, making it unclear where they were from. Qi Ping could not determine if they were from the Cyan Origin sect. What concerned Qi Ping the most was that the bee swarm sensed hostility from these two people. With the bee swarm's keen perception ability, there was no mistaking it in this regard, so it was highly likely that these two were up to no good. However, the hostility wasn't strong, so Qi Ping decided to figure out their identity and intentions first. Avoiding a fight would be best. If he had to give up his barely budding industry because of these two, it would be a real loss. Not to mention a lost rent, but what would so many bees eat? Do they want to subsist on wind, to drink dew from the breeze? I ask you, are you Qi Ping? The rather arrogant-looking man spoke, standing on a flying sword, looking down at Qi Ping. At the same time, the spiritual pressure of a 9th-layer Qi refining cultivator directly enveloped Qi Ping. An ordinary early-stage Qi refining cultivator would likely be forced to their knees by this spiritual pressure. So Qi Ping suppressed his strength and acted as if his body was trembling violently. "Yes, sir, I am Qi Ping." Qi Ping answered, his voice shaking. "I ask you, answer. If you dare lie, I can sense it, and I will kill you," the man in white said coldly. His tone was icy, with an undercurrent of killing intent. "Ask whatever you want, sir." However, before Qi Ping could finish, the man in white sensed that Qi Ping could still stand, and a hint of displeasure flashed across his brow as he increased his spiritual pressure. This action, however, angered Qi Ping. Did this man want him to kneel or lie on the ground? "It seems today's matter won't end peacefully. Since you're asking for death, I'll fulfill your wish." Qi Ping thought angrily. A spark of killing intent rose in his heart. With his strength, should he kneel and plead for life from these two? If so, why even pursue immortal cultivation? Most cultivators have a tenacity within them. The more talented, the stronger this spirit. A humiliating experience can become a terrifying heart demon on the path of cultivation, and if unresolved, is likely to lead to death. Though some cultivators adopt an indifferent attitude towards this, they are a minority. And now, the man in white was pressuring Qi Ping to kneel. Even if he didn't intend to kill Qi Ping today, his intentions were vile. The spiritual pressure hadn't bothered Qi Ping initially, as it was normal to intimidate. But now, Qi Ping felt a desire to kill. He only hoped the belongings of these two could make up for any potential losses. But just as Qi Ping was about to make a move, a flash of green sword light suddenly shot by at extreme speed. The next moment, the head of the man in white flew high into the air. As the man's head rotated in the air, he was still conscious enough to see his neck starting to gush blood and the owner of that green sword light. This sudden scene left everyone stunned. The white-clad man, who was previously full of arrogance with a 9th-layer Qi refining, was now rapidly losing his vitality. His head had been severed, and even with the cultivation of a 9th-layer Qi refining, he could only delay death for a short while. With the death of the white-clad man, the pressure on Qi Ping instantly eased. However, Qi Ping's internal pressure suddenly doubled at that moment. Even though Qi Ping had used the perception boost of a jungle druid in the forest, he only managed to preemptively notice some anomalies. If that sword light had struck him, other than casting tree skin technique and transforming into an ink armor bee, he would have found it difficult to dodge in time. In other words, this flying sword posed a life-threatening danger to him. After the white-clad man's head was severed, a figure in green swiftly stood in front of Qi Ping and another white-clad woman, using an immensely terrifying body technique. It was her. Qi Ping looked at this familiar figure. Who else could it be but the green-clad woman who had run to Zone D's number 7 peak several times? However, at this moment, the aura emanating from the green-clad woman had changed significantly. Qi, refining perfection. Moreover, a formidable sword intent was swirling around her. Feeling the intense sword intent from the green-clad woman, Qi Ping was secretly shocked. No wonder she could kill that 9th-layer Qi refining man with one sword. She had comprehended sword intent. However, the green-clad woman's aura was also fluctuating greatly, indicating that the one-sword kill had consumed a lot of her energy. Yet, even so, the white-clad woman showed a look of horror, and her previous indifference and condescendence toward Qi Ping had completely vanished. Lin Qingshu, you actually comprehended sword intent, the white-clad woman said in a trembling voice, eyes filled with terror. Isn't this thanks to you? If you hadn't severely injured me last time, I wouldn't know when I could have advanced to Qi refining perfection, let alone comprehend sword intent. So how should I thank you? The green-clad woman Lin Qingshu spoke in a calm tone, without any emotional fluctuations, but to the white-clad woman's ears, it was like a death sentence. Sister Qingshu, last time it was senior brother Ning who arranged for Shadow Steward to take action. We were forced. No matter what compensation is needed, I will find a way to get it for you. Just spare my life. The white-clad woman, with tears in her eyes, body shaking, pleaded softly with Lin Qingshu. However, Lin Qingshu was unmoved by the white-clad woman's words, simply replying, "Spare you? I'm responsible for managing the Cloud Mist Mountain Range, and you thought you could bribe spies here without consequence. Today you dare to intrude, really thinking I'm dead? As for Ning Wangba and Shadow, I'll soon send them to meet you." After Lin Shu finished speaking, she released a stored sword strike, and a green sword light slashed towards the white-clad woman. At that moment, the trembling white-clad woman suddenly regained her composure, and a half-lit talisman in her sleeve quickly rose, emitting a strong thunderous aura. It turned out her previous fear was just an act, secretly plotting a counterattack. However, the speed at which the Thunder Talisman lit up was far inferior to Lin Qingshu's sword light. Before the talisman could fully activate, it was split in half by the green sword light. The Thunder Talisman faded as the white-clad woman died. After the death of the white-clad woman, Lin Qingshu turned to look at Qi Ping. Qi Ping tensed up instantly. Standing too close to someone like Lin Qingshu gave him no sense of security. If it were an ordinary 9th-layer Qi refining individual, Qi Ping could transform into an ink armor bee or use his current cultivation to cast tree skin technique and form a spiritual Qi shield to ensure his survival. But facing this green-clad woman, Qi Ping felt completely unsure. Fortunately, it seemed she had expended a lot of energy, granting Qi Ping a moment's respite. In fact, after glancing at Qi Ping, Lin Qingshu said nothing more but raised her hand, sending a purple thunder talisman flying before Qi Ping. "I'll give you this Thunder Talisman. Although you can't fully utilize its power, it still has a chance to save your life. Don't worry about today's incident. They came looking for you because they saw me visit you a few times. Just pretend you didn't see anything, and I will handle the rest. Also, if that black-clad tribulation cultivator appears, remember to crush this sensing jade talisman immediately. The rewards I promised earlier remain unchanged." After saying that, the green-clad woman ignored Qi Ping and, without waiting for his response, swiftly left, wrapping the two corpses in remaining bloodstains and spiritual qi. Phew! How did this green-clad woman become so fierce? What a fright! Only after seeing the green-clad woman leave did Qi Ping finally breathe a complete sigh of relief. It seems that even with my swarm, I'm not invincible. Facing such geniuses, even with my swarm's protection, I could be quickly killed. I still need to improve my cultivation as soon as possible, and I must find a fire attribute or suitable wood flame spiritual power defense technique to cultivate. This way, no matter what powerful enemy I encounter, I can simultaneously cast tree skin technique and a defense technique, ensuring my survival. This was Chi Ping's immediate reaction after the green-clad woman left. For him, nothing is more critical than survival. Chi Ping had little doubt that his swarm could kill the green-clad woman. Thousands of combat bees forming a super battle array could undoubtedly take down the green-clad woman, albeit at a potentially heavy cost, but they could exhaust her to death. Chi Ping feared that the green-clad woman might cut off his head within the bee swarm, because achieving such might is entirely possible for someone who comprehends sword intent. Yes, next time I go to Cyanstone Marketplace, I must acquire another defense technique. Tree skin technique alone isn't enough. Once my cultivation advances a bit more and I gain an additional defense technique, there shouldn't be any problems. After determining his future response plan, Chi Ping finally had the mind to think about other matters. The recent incident had a considerable impact on him. It was almost certain that the pair of white-clad individuals were sect disciples. Having enmity with a green-clad woman, they possibly sought out Chi Ping because the green-clad woman had approached him several times, perhaps due to internal enemies within Cyan Origin sect. However, Chi Ping felt it might not necessarily be the case. If they were from Celestial Fire Pavilion, they might have targeted him due to issues at Cyanstone Marketplace. Either situation indicates problems within Cyan Origin sect. The former suggests internal conflict has reached a severe level, with life-and-death struggles within Qingshi County. The latter implies Celestial Fire Pavilion blatantly acting against Cyan Origin sect. The sect's current situation is truly tumultuous. 2 late-stage Qi refining disciples died, just like that. The mortality rate among sect disciples is possibly higher than that of loose cultivators now. Chi Ping thought it's possible that once open warfare breaks out, loose cultivators can flee or endure, but sect disciples must obey orders to fight. Otherwise, they are accused of betraying the sect. In such times, loose cultivators often remain safer, as they don't usually face specific targeting since loose cultivators contribute significantly to tax revenue during peacetime, with higher numbers equating to higher revenue. Only a few sects resorted to slaughtering loose cultivators when nearing defeat. Regardless, as long as the outside conflict doesn't affect me too much and I can continue farming, cultivating, and earning spirit stones. Who knows, there might be a chance to obtain rare cultivation techniques and resources in the chaos I wouldn't usually encounter. Chi Ping's priority now was to continue building his swarm while maximizing his survival capabilities. Then, he could wait for opportunities as they arise. Survival was Chi Ping's top priority, and on that basis, he'd look for chances to gather some valuable items amidst the disorder. Now, the environment of Qingshi County, and even the entire Qingtian realm, is extremely chaotic. Not to mention the loose cultivators. Even the sect disciples who used to be full of spirit now seem to face constant danger. However, Chi Ping does not have much complaint about this environment now. Chaos and peace. These are the norms for the human race or the world. There is no place that is forever peaceful, nor is there a place that is eternally embroiled in strife. Therefore, I must adapt to these states. Chaos has its advantages, and peace has its benefits as well. What I need to do is seize the advantages brought by these states to seek more opportunities for my path to immortality and eternal life. After realizing this, Chi Ping suddenly felt a burst of enlightenment. Previously, he would occasionally worry about the chaotic environment not being suitable for his stable farming development. But now, where can there be a perfect environment? What he truly should do is find the most suitable state and timing for his own development in every development condition. After affirming this, Chi Ping's mindset completely calmed down. This insight was also a considerable growth for Chi Ping. The talisman given by the woman in green is indeed good, much stronger than the talisman from the black-robed talisman cultivator. Chi Ping looked at the talisman handed to him and carefully sensed the power within it, discovering it contained a thunder attack at the Chi refining perfection level, and it should be quite strong. According to market price, it should be worth at least a few hundred spirit stones. Thinking of this, Ping couldn't help but marvel at how rich this woman in green must be to casually give away something worth at least several hundred spirit stones. If it were Ping, he would never willingly give it away so easily. No way. Making money isn't easy. Even if Ping had the brewer Big Belly be legion, he would still need to prudently plan for making money. Otherwise, any single misstep could lead to unforeseen risks. Earning a few hundred spirit stones would take Ping about half a month, and although not difficult, it certainly wasn't easy. However, Ping had no intention of selling this talisman. This special Thunder attribute attack talisman, with its power at the Qi refining perfection level, could still serve Ping in some ways. As insurance, it was indeed decent, and perhaps under certain circumstances, it could yield unexpected results. He could sell it when he no longer needed it, and it wouldn't be a loss. As for why the woman in green knew about him and the pair in white's movements, Ping harbored no doubts after hearing she was the manager of the Cloud Mist Mountain Range. As the manager of Cloud Mist Mountain Range, being well informed about the developments within is normal. Being wealthy is also normal, considering the terrifying annual revenue generated by Cloud Mist Mountain Range. Lin Qingshu was definitely a wealthy person. However, what truly impacted Ping the most was not these, but Lin Qingshu's sword intent. This was what moved Ping the deepest. Upon perceiving Lin Qingshu's sword intent, Ping felt as if something was stirred within him. Sword intent is the true meaning of the sword. Is this how the feel of true intent is? This was the first time Ping had witnessed the true meaning of the law, yet he seemed to have sensed something akin before. It was when he had an epiphany breaking through to the 6th layer of Qi refining. Though far from Lin Qingshu's sword intent, Ping had indeed comprehended something. Of course, this wasn't sword intent. Ping knew that with his mindset of wanting to lay low and fearing death, even if he lived another 10,000 years, it would be impossible to comprehend sword intent. The comprehension of sword intent requires an exceptionally high mindset, whether it's the ruthless sword intent, slaughter sword intent, or guardian sword intent, each requiring the seeker to have an extraordinary mindset. Therefore, those able to comprehend sword intent, none are simple characters. The woman in green is no exception. Slaying 2 sect disciples of similar realm with 2 swords, is this something an ordinary person can achieve? Ping asked himself, and he couldn't achieve any of it. What he truly understood was likely the true meaning of fire. This research into the true essence of nature's true meaning law is most fitting for him. When the wood flame technique was enlightened to minor achievement, his yang fire body erupted with powerful flame might. At that time, Ping faintly sensed a kind of powerful fire attribute, rule, energy existing within heaven and earth. However, at that moment, Ping didn't know what it was. He thought it was some special energy from the wood flame technique or the yang fire body. Didn't expect this to be the true meaning of fire. So this is the true meaning of fire. Ping suddenly became extremely excited. As long as he comprehends the true meaning of fire, foundation establishment will no longer be an insurmountable chasm for him. Even without the foundation establishment pill, Ping can have enough confidence to break through to the foundation establishment realm. In the Immortal Cultivation realm, the difficulty of breaking through the foundation establishment realm surpasses the difficulty of breaking from 1st layer to 9th layer of Qi refining combined, and even more so. There are countless cultivators in the Immortal Cultivation realm who fail at this juncture every year, leading to the ruination of their cultivation foundation, or even death and the vanishment of their Tao. Therefore, the Immortal Cultivation realm birthed a kind of elixir, the Foundation Establishment Pill, which could increase the breaker's chance to succeed by 20 to 30%. This drove countless cultivators to chase after it, pushing the price of the Foundation Establishment Pill to terrifying heights. Many cultivation sects and families even seek enormous wealth by monopolizing the Foundation Establishment Pill. Ping's original plan was also to rely on his solid foundation after Qi refining perfection and then find a way to procure a Foundation Establishment Pill to break through to the Foundation Establishment stage. But now it might not be necessary, because comprehending true intent aids breaking through more effectively than the foundation establishment pill. Moreover, achieving the foundation establishment realm with true intent leads to a much more solid foundation than using the foundation establishment pill. The vast majority of those comprehending true intent can stably break through to the foundation establishment stage, with only a few extreme cases failing. Qi Ping originally thought that with his comprehension, he was incapable of perceiving any true intent during the Qi refining stage. Yet unexpectedly, he actually touched upon it. It seems I underestimated the yang fire body. The role of that thread of solar true fire might be far stronger than I imagined. As long as I can comprehend the true meaning of fire, there's no need to risk striving for the exorbitantly priced foundation establishment pill being contested by countless people. Thinking of this, Qi Ping's mood was exceedingly excited and joyous. This not only spares him a troublesome matter, but also enhances a stronger foundation and grants stronger combat power. The toughest part of comprehending true intent is starting from 0 to 1, when feeling clueless. But now, having absorbed some from the last epiphany, whether leveraging Yaya's life-bound spirit fire, cultivating high-level fire attribute spirit plants, or finding cultivation techniques concerning the true meaning of fire, I can gradually comprehend the true meaning of fire. Thinking of these, Qi Ping's eyes grew brighter. Besides this, the Druid's natural affinity talent can also aid him in comprehending the true meaning of fire. Moreover, besides these, it's time to consider choosing to contract a spirit beast with divine soul and comprehension talent, heaven and earth blessing talent, natural affinity talent, yang fire body. If these talents are combined with a divine soul or comprehension talent, understanding the true meaning of fire shouldn't be a problem. Especially now that I've already comprehended some of the true meaning of fire, it's no longer a mystery. In cultivation sects where geniuses gather, comprehenders of sword intent or the true meaning of fire are extremely rare. Thus, comprehending it before foundation establishment is extremely difficult, so much so that most people are willing to fight desperately for a foundation establishment pill rather than attempt to comprehend the true meaning of the law. Perhaps many have tried to comprehend it, but in the end, they despairingly walked the path of contending for a foundation establishment pill. This path is so challenging that Qi Ping subconsciously didn't even consider it, only realizing it after sensing Lin Qingshu's sword intent and inadvertently stepping onto the path of the true meaning of the law. Once determined, it's already an opportunity. From now on, I'll earn spirit stones on one hand and inquire about divine soul comprehension type spirit beasts in Qingshu County on the other. That illusory moon white fox is not bad, but if there's a better one, naturally, I should choose one with better bloodline potential, similar to Yaya. As long as there's a sufficiently strong fire attribute spiritual object, the chance for continued metamorphosis and awakening is high. As long as Qi Ping has spiritual land seeds, the one thing Qi Ping is not lacking is powerful fire attribute spiritual medicine. Yet, Qi Ping was not discouraged at all by this. He had long prepared himself psychologically for the difficulty of understanding the true meaning of fire and never imagined it could be comprehended so easily. During this period of sensing fire spirit grass, yang fire flame, with flame technique and the fire attribute energy in nature, he was merely laying the groundwork for future epiphanies and understanding of the true meaning of fire. Throughout these efforts, Qi Ping truly accumulated many insights in a fire attribute energy in his mind. He believes that with accumulation, one day he will definitely be able to comprehend the true meaning of fire. Qi Ping also did not forget he has the heaven and earth blessing talent, which increases the likelihood of epiphany. With sufficient accumulation now, there will definitely be a future moment when he can have an epiphany of the true meaning of fire. Particularly if he could gain a shared divine soul talent or comprehension talent from an animal companion. Perhaps in a moment of clarity, it would be the time he'd have an epiphany of the true meaning of fire. But the premise is he must have sufficient accumulation. Only by accumulating and comprehending enough in the usual times can he gather sufficient foundation for future epiphanies. Most often, the principle of accumulating richly and breaking forth dramatically applies. For instance, Qi Ping's impression of Lin Qingshu is of someone straightforward, likely extremely focused and persistent in sword practice. Such a person having an epiphany of sword intent between life and death is not surprising. The comprehension of sword intent especially relies on mindset, and life and death are the moments that best reveal one's true heart and enhance one's mind. However, for something like the true meaning of heaven and earth laws and five elements, the demand on mental state is not as high. It emphasizes more on the comprehension and understanding of the law itself in nature, which is more suitable for Qi Ping's character and disposition. Silently researching and utilizing the essence of the heaven and earth laws, Qi Ping genuinely enjoys it. While Qi Ping was fully absorbed in studying the true meaning of fire, time flew by quickly. Before he knew it, it was time for the first batch of 100 spirits grass to mature. However, since most of them needed to be combined with various pollen spiritual objects searched by bees across the mountains to make bee feed, there wasn't much of the first batch left for making and selling spirit storage honey. Qi Ping gradually noticed the advantage here. Being deep in the cloud, mist mountain range where most places are untouched by cultivators, he could let his bees freely search for various pollen and spiritual objects for feed. Even some bees discovered a few small spiritual lands within the cloud mist mountain range. Although they weren't even considered Tier 1 low-level spiritual lands, they required no rent and were hidden, making them suitable for planting a dozen or so 100 spirits grass. Therefore, Qi Ping provided some 100 spirits grass seeds for the bees to plant, as additional feed for the bees would be beneficial. During this period, Qi Ping also took the time to visit Sister Nan, where he purchased over 40 spirit stones worth of spirit fruit. Just as Qi Ping was about to harvest the first batch of 100 spirits grass, an event that made Qi Ping particularly happy occurred. His Druid level increased to level 4. P.S. Dear readers, since the current book title isn't very effective, I'm planning to change it to you, a Druid running off to cultivate immortality. This part of the text is free of charge. I've been grinding for so long, and finally, my Druid level has reached level 4. It's been almost 4 months since the last time my Druid level increased. Nearly 100 days. If it were a game where you only leveled up once in 100 days, you'd probably rage quit. But it's still pretty good if you're in the Immortal Cultivation world. In the Immortal Cultivation world, reaching Foundation Establishment can give you a lifespan of 300 to 500 years, and Golden Core Stage cultivators can enjoy a lifespan of almost 1,000 years. Even though Qi Ping is only at the 7th layer of Qi refining now, as long as he doesn't get severely injured and injure his foundation, he can live to at least 200 years old. In just over 100 days, he can get 2 special nature-based skills, 1 animal companion contract slot per level, and once he contracts an animal companion, he can share one of its talents. If other cultivators knew this, they'd probably be jealous enough to dissect Qi Ping, examine his divine soul inch by inch, just to see if they could find any inheritance. That's why Qi Ping chooses to remain low-key. Showing off is fine, but you have to bear the great risk of exposing your abilities. Qi Ping feels that his current state is pretty good. Even if someone knows he's not simple, they would at most think he has hidden strength not exceeding the Qi refining stage, and the people sent to deal with or investigate him would at most be late-stage Qi refining. But in reality, Qi Ping has the ability to escape even when facing Foundation Establishment. And unless they're a genius like Lin Qingshu, who has comprehended sword intent, Qi refining stage cultivators would find it hard to pose a threat to him. This is the confidence Qi Ping has to protect himself in the chaotic Qingtian realm, who would go out of their way to deal with an insignificant, unknown, and underground. Actually, going from level 3 to level 4 is still okay. Going from level 4 to level 5 will take much longer, probably half a year to a year. But by then, it will also mark the first professional advancement, which is definitely something to look forward to. After the Druid profession completes its advancement, there will be a significant qualitative change, which Qi Ping is very much looking forward to. After all, what professional wouldn't look forward to advancement? And at this moment, the level 4 Druid skills are about to be generated, and Qi Ping turns his attention to his Druid panel. Druid level, LV3, 205 400ths. Druid level, LV4, 1 800th. Generating level 4 Druid skills. Please select Profession Skills. Beast King Druid. choose 1 Beast King's Flame, Beast Timidity. LV1 Beast King's Flame. A powerful flame is nurtured within you, with strong destructive power, especially effective against all types of defenses like energy defense and physical defense. Passive, upgradable. You can upgrade Beast King's Flame by comprehending the power of flame. LV1 Beast Timidity. As a Beast King Druid, you can perform magic to significantly reduce hostile animals' aggression towards you, significantly reducing their desire to attack you. Active upgradable. Jungle Druid. Choose 1 Poison Extinguishing Technique, Natural Perception. LV1 Poison Extinguishing Technique. You can consume energy to expel toxins from your body, reducing or neutralizing the harm of toxins to yourself. Active upgradable. LV1 Natural Perception. You have a keen sense of the natural environment, able to detect hidden dangers and have a premonition of fortune or disaster on the horizon. Passive, non upgradable. It looks like another choose 2 from 4 option, but in fact, previously shown skills can also be actively displayed and chosen, such as Beast Mastery and Greedvine can be actively displayed and selected. However, Qi Ping would naturally never actively choose the previously shown skills again, because 2 of the level 4 skills are ones he must choose, making it impossible to consider previously shown skills. So this time, Qi Ping's choice is very decisive, without any hesitation. Beast King's Flame, Beast Timidity, Poison Extinguishing Technique, Natural Perception. Choose 2 from 4. For the Beast King Druid, choose the skill Beast King's Flame. For the Jungle Druid, choose the skill Natural Perception. First, the comparison between Beast King's Flame and Beast Timidity. If Qi Ping were in the Beast realm, or places with many beast taming cultivators, Beast Timidity would be a divine skill, avoiding lots of unnecessary danger. But currently, Qi Ping doesn't really have many opportunities to use this skill, so there's no need to hesitate in its choice unless one day he falls into the Beast realm. As for the Beast King's Flame, if Qi Ping were purely cultivating with attribute techniques, the Beast King's Flame wouldn't be of much value to him. Even if chosen, it'd just add a common method, requiring time to comprehend the power of flame to increase its level. But now it's completely different. Qi Ping is dual cultivating wood and fire, making Beast King's Flame very significant to him, especially as Qi Ping currently has the Yang Firebody talent and is actively working on comprehending the true meaning of fire. Beast King's Flame can not only help Qi Ping better comprehend the true meaning of fire, but also passively absorb various fire attribute energies to upgrade its level and power as Qi Ping comprehends them. It's practically a 2-for-1 deal for Qi Ping. Comprehending the true meaning of fire should be a lot easier now. During this time, Qi Ping has truly felt the difficulty of comprehending the true meaning of fire. Even with so many talents and conditions, progress was extremely slow. This threshold holds back so many people for a reason. Therefore, Qi Ping is extremely happy to obtain his own life-bound fire at this moment. There's hope in comprehending the true meaning of fire. And in the future, when the Beast King's Flame level is raised, I'll finally have an effective offensive means at my disposal. Otherwise, in the past, Qi Ping could only rely on animal companions to attack enemies, making his method seem too thin. In the future, when enemies attack me, I can simultaneously cast Tree Skin Technique and a Defense Technique, immediately sending out my Lifebound Fire, giving me triple defense. Upon gaining this ability, Qi Ping's first thought was to use it as a life-saving measure. Moreover, the Beast King's Flame's special effects on destroying physical and energy defenses should be quite useful in certain situations. Next, there's no need for hesitation in the choice between Poison Extinguishing Technique and Natural Perception. While Poison Extinguishing Technique is good and could avoid many situations, it falls far short when compared to Natural Perception. In games, Natural Perception's role is often limited, and Poison Extinguishing Technique can handle various quest situations, having high usage frequency. But now, this is the Immortal Cultivation world. In the Immortal Cultivation world, Natural Perception is truly a divine skill for Qi Ping.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.